this sucks because now everyone.
Stream, everybody. Friends, lovers, neighbors, church members, co-workers, cousins, distant relatives. Welcome to the stream, guys. Oh, I fucked up the camera. Hold on. I think that's better. Welcome, guys. Hello. Good morning. What was the song playing right as Hutch started talking? Are you talking about this one? Hold on. Are you talking about this one? That one's called Motional Overload by Daniel Friedel, F-R-I-D-E-L-L, and Sven Lindvall. Motional Overload. All the music that you guys hear on the stream is from Epidemic Sound, which I think you do not need to pay to listen to the music. I think you only need to pay to use the music in content. But you can probably find it on YouTube as well, I would assume. Friends, guys, hello, welcome to the stream. How's everybody doing? Burnt Bread, Lead, Star Wars and Bacon, Lex, White, West Wendigo, What, Where, Why, Dimmy, Vlad, Mike, Squeaky, K-Red, Swanee Bird, Hugh, Nublar, Mira, Vader, Smudge. What'd you say? Your camera isn't full width. There's a black bar on the left. Oh, you're right. God damn it, you're right. Wait, why is that? Huh. Okay. Huh. Lopsided Pixel, Sobek, Jaji J, Pluska, Mira, Devoff, Kadeo, Colin, Bill, Panthy, Hip Hip, Edenfire. So 5, what's up, buddy? Did you have better sex after shaving your head? Actually, yeah. In a way. I won't expand on that. Okay, so guys, I just want to show you guys a poll. I don't know if this is a flash poll, but I do want to show you a poll. Oh God, did I not save it? I might have not saved it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I saw a YouGov poll today with a plurality of Americans supporting the strikes in Venezuela, and it was from YouGov. So I think what they're doing are flash polls, which are just like single day polls. Let me see if I can find the poll. It's an L poll. Did you guys see the same poll that I did? Hold on, let me see if I can find it. It's not on that one. Did I hallucinate this? Did I just make this up in my mind? Did you guys see the same poll? Am I crazy? Walz, that's another big thing. That's another huge deal. Walz is dropping out of the governor's race for 2026. Pretty big fucking deal. Let me see if I can find the poll. Hold on. YouGov, Venezuela. I might have dreamed it. Wait, no, I did not dream it. I didn't dream it. Oh, this was with Hispanics. This was with Hispanics, you guys. It wasn't for everybody. It was +7 with Hispanics. In terms of support for the U.S. running Venezuela. Wait, no, this is not the poll I was looking for. Hang on. Just goddamn minute. Let me see if I can find. Who should decide the future leadership of Venezuela? The Venezuelan people, 94%. The USA, 6%. Only 6% of Americans want America to decide the future leadership of Venezuela. I'm tripping, you guys. I might have hallucinated a poll. It's entirely possible I hallucinated a poll or confused it with that one. From January 3rd, the YouGov poll showed that 39% of Americans oppose Trump using military force to overthrow the Venezuela government, and 36% support. Pretty close numbers there. Yeah, I must have mixed it up with this. I think I just did a boo-boo and didn't read the poll correctly here. From the ashes with $2. What spell are you casting with these words, Hutch? I don't understand what that means. I'm not casting any spells. All right, let's check in about this Tim Walz situation, because this is kind of a big fucking deal. All I know is that Laksha seems to think this is a good thing and that Klobuchar has a better chance of winning that race. If I can find his reaction to this news. This is what he posted in response to the news. The fraud was a big problem well before that YouTubers started talking about it. It's unambiguously good for Dems that Walz is out. Klobuchar gives the DFL a shot at a much bigger trifecta than Walz would have gotten. Governor races can get pretty weird, especially in midterms. There are a lot of incumbent governors who have lost, underperformed in re-election bids, even during good cycles, due to statewide quirks and scandals. Zero reason for Democrats to risk a smaller trifecta just so a scandal-plagued ex-VP choice can have a third crack at governor. So, I trust Laksha's judgment, and he seems to think this is a good thing. It says you're playing Arc Raiders. Shit. You're right. Let me do something about that. Hang on. Just chatting. Thank you. Appreciate it. Jimsy, thanks so much for the tier 1 sub, buddy. Appreciate you. Minnesota has a ton of good candidates. We have 2 great candidates, 1 progressive, 1 moderate, running for the open Senate seat as well. Gotcha. I did queue up a video about the Tim Walz situation. Let's take a gander at that. If I can find it. Where the fuck is it? It was the Bulwark that did a video about this. Let's check in with that here. Let me click on that.
Just said that he is not going to run for a 3rd term for governor amidst a major scandal in Minnesota. And so I've got Lauren Egan and Jonathan Cohn here with me to break it down, because this has kind of like a bunch of different implications. Normally, a guy running for governor for a 3rd term in a solidly blue state wouldn't be that big of a deal.
Jake said this is very good for Dems' chances in Minnesota. A 3rd term is hard enough, let alone with the fraud stuff. It was like a Biden situation, except with actually good timing this time. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad it happened now. We were 10 months removed from the elections, so, you know, I like Tim Walz. I hope he continues in politics, but yeah, gives the Democratic Party plenty of time to find a suitable replacement.
Wouldn't be something we'd go live for. But not only was Tim Walz the vice president, not only is he sitting at the center of a scandal, not only has Minnesota had a number of things that have happened, but the interactions with the president, and sort of like they're in the middle of a firestorm with right-wing media around this fraud investigation. So, and also it looks like maybe
I feel like I'm not the one adding these tags. I don't know who's adding these tags. Bald drops enabled. I don't know who's... Can mods do this? You guys are drunk with power. I know what's happening here.
Amy Klobuchar is going to be the person to step in and run for governor, which then opens a 2nd Senate seat in Minnesota. So, like, it has big stuff. Okay, so where should we start? Should we start with the way that the fraud... It appears, and maybe, because I don't know the answer to this, and which one of you can answer it? It appears to me that the fraud investigation and the fact that this has become a national issue is the reason he is stepping down, that it has just become...
Sorry, just a random anecdote, but I open up my Twitter DMs because I'm coordinating with who's going to be the guest tonight on the podcast. And I see a DM from... Tifu to me and Tim the Tatman, asking if I want to play trios in Arc Raiders. And I was like, what the fuck is happening? And I was like, oh, different Hutch. That's what's going on here. Different Hutch. I should have said yes. True. I should have said yes. Just roll with it. Yeah. That would have been the most random trios ever.
Too big for him to weather. Is that correct, Lauren? Like, talk.
I think that, yeah, I think it's like the last straw. I mean, it's interesting to me because if we think back to the beginning of the year, Tim Walz was really trying to position himself as this party leader. Like, I don't know if you remember, he was going out doing all these town halls outside of Minnesota, like trying to sort of position himself as this guy who's like doing this listening tour. Maybe he was going to run for president in 2028. He was in the mix. And then just like slowly throughout last year, that kind of started to erode. And I think the shooting of Melissa Hortman played a big role in that. Trump kind of going after him, attacking him, sharing conspiracy theories that linked him to that killing. And
I don't know, were you guys super attached to Tim Walz? I gotta be honest with you, I was not. I mean, I liked him, but I like the things he's done as Minnesota governor, but excuse me. Dude, you've been around for a long time. I'm sure you could play with Tim the Tatman if you wanted. Dude seems pretty cool. I doubt it. It's doubtful. It's doubtful. I can't be certain, but we followed each other. We ended up unfollowing each other. I can't remember who unfollowed who first. But I did poke some like jabs at him during the like Dr. Disrespect thing, because he came out with a statement which I just thought was like so funny. It was just funny. It was just funny. I can't remember what he said. He was just like, he said something like, I can't, he said something like, I can't support this. And I was like, oh. Well, that's like, and it just felt like one of those things that was like self-evidently true, allegedly sexting with a minor or getting spicy in the DMs with a minor. It's like, I just can't support this. Like, well, yeah. I'm sure he's a nice guy, but Tim Walz is awesome. The current hysteria over fraud is just too much of a scandal, and it's easier to pass the torch. Yeah, it feels like that. To be honest with you guys, I don't really know much about that whole thing. I haven't really looked into it. Remember that Anissa has said she always knew Doc was sexting a minor, but never said anything. Anissa said that? Wait, hang on. What?
I think it just slowly started to erode, and then obviously this fraud scandal completely blew up, and I think that was kind of the last straw. And frankly, I think speaks well of him in some ways. He wasn't really in a position to, I think, effectively lead the Democratic Party in the state, and he knew that, and made this decision.
Jonathan, so you've been our guy covering the fraud scandal. Like, talk about it from that perspective. What's going on there?
Yeah, so this is like a pattern of fraud. There's a 10-year story here. It goes back to 2015, where sort of the first incidents where they discovered there were some providers of subsidized daycare that were overbilling the state for the services they were providing. And, that kind of thing happens all the time, but it was on a very large scale, and there were investigations of it, and there were some prosecutions. And this pattern started to develop where there were lots of social service providers popping up in Minnesota, billing the state for services. And, it was childcare, autism support services, food banks, that sort of thing, and taking money. And then they'd investigate and find out, well, they didn't really provide the services, or they, charged too much. Now, that kind of thing happens all the time, all across America. I mean, it's part of, the world. We have corruption and programs. You try to catch.
I have a buddy who works in hospice, and he says that there's a ton of Medicaid/Medicare fraud. I don't know if he knows for sure or if it's like a gut feeling, but he seems to think that fraud is like rampant for Medicaid and Medicare. Who knows?
Catch it. What made this different was the fact that the scale, and particularly during COVID, when the pandemic, as part of pandemic relief, all this money was made available, much of it from the federal government.
I don't know what the data says. I really don't know. But I think the implication was that he's saying that there's a lot of fraud that the government doesn't catch.
Federal government would give money to the states would then give it to these agencies. We're trying to feed people, take care of people who don't have their jobs, and a lot of the controls were loosened. Well, afterwards they went back and they discovered one charity in particular, that was supposed to be providing food assistance, in $150, $200 million of fraud, which is a lot of money even in this world. There have been prosecutions over that. However, it appears that even after that prosecution, more of this fraud was taking place. And that's kind of where we got to the story kind of kicking up in the last few weeks, because the federal prosecutor is actually the same one who had found that food charity scam, announced that they were finding evidence of much more widespread fraud, that possibly even the amount of dollars involved could reach into the billions, which, on a state level over time, that's a lot of money. And it had become a political fight. There and a lot of scrutiny on the Walz administration, like, hey, are you guys asleep at the switch? What's going on? There were, suggestions that maybe it was not just that they were asleep at the switch, but was there some kind of political favoritism involved here? And of course, a key element of this was most of the charities involved were tied to the Somali community of Minnesota in terms of who they served and also who ran them. And this sort of, it was almost like a perfect storm. I mean, it was like giving, jet fuel to the right-wing machine, because it allowed them to sort of pull together all of their arguments to say, in fact, what's going on in Minnesota is you have the Somali community soaking up welfare dollars and then greasing the skids somehow of the political machine to get them to look the other way. And you had now, in the last couple of weeks over the holidays, if you missed it, you had citizen journalists running around up to daycares like, is there a real daycare here? This Somali daycare looks like a fake. And it just blew up and became this giant controversy. And that's where we are.
Lauren, just a quick question on this. And Jonathan, if you know the answer, I dig you too, which is Tim Walz culpable? Like, do we think part of the reason he's resigning is that there's things that are going to come out in these investigations where he wasn't doing adequate fraud prevention, where he was out of, I think this is sort of what's being lobbed at them, is that, because this is, just to take Jonathan Cohen's point about it pulling together a bunch of streams, it's sort of like DEI woke meets immigration meets Ilhan Omar meets all of the things that really like tickle the pleasure centers of the online right. But I think for him to resign, to me, it was sort of like, oh, wait, is there there over this? Lauren, what do you know?
I don't know if there's going to be like some smoking gun there, and maybe Jonathan knows more. But I think he certainly felt like, look, I'm the governor. At a certain point, like, you do take some responsibility, or the person that's in charge here. You can't really come out of this sort of completely clean, and voters understandably are going to look to him for answers. And obviously it's like mostly Republicans in the state that were kind of starting to come after him for this, but even with some Democrats in the state and some like opinion writers that are really, really influential in the state had kind of started to say recently in the past few days, like, look, we like him, but this wasn't okay. We did not handle.
What kind of fraud with Medicaid? Well, actually, you know what? He was talking about hospice. He was saying that there was, like, I have a buddy who thinks that there's a ton of fraud in the state of California when it comes to hospice. And it's like billing for things that never happened, like that kind of thing. Purely anecdotal. He didn't show me any like data. He didn't show me anything like that, but yeah.
This correctly. So I am curious, like in the next few days, as we start to get more reporting about how this.
He should have waited. News cycle moved on now. I don't know if I agree with that. I think the fraud Minnesota story has a ton of salience in right-wing media. I mean, they pounced on this thing, just ferociously pounced on it. I got people like in my mentions that are like, you don't have anything to say about the Minnesota fraud thing. Like I'm just noticing like a lot of those. So I think it's like in moments like these in politics, the right, the MAGA movement, they're going to latch on to whatever they possibly can. They're going to try to make a big deal out of like literally everything that they think that there's an opening for, just because they're so down bad at the moment. This story feels a little bit different. Like this story feels like it's like pretty big. Like they have managed to make it like a really big story. They're all talking about it. They're all 100% convinced that Tim Walz like personally orchestrated this fraud scheme, and you know it was about like laundering money to politicians to, you know, they were trying to make it about like political corruption with the Democratic Party. If you're not plugged into right-wing politics or political discourse, then maybe it's nothing to you. But yeah, just from what I've observed, it does feel like the story has gotten huge in right-wing spaces.
This decision came about. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some conversation within the party about like this.
Steve, can I ask something about mental health, or is this not the place? No worries. You can always ask those questions around these parts. Shoot, go for it.
Just can't continue.
John, do you know?
Yeah.
Is there?
So So I would say I don't know because nobody knows. Well, I guess
Yeah.
somebody knows. But I mean, this is a very murky situation, both in the sense that we are getting new information. There are investigations that are ongoing, and we're all trying to sort out what's real and what's not when you have actual, you have what you hear from federal prosecutors. You have what's reported by real journalists who, check their facts. And then you have
The issue is that Dems will fall on their swords when shit like this happens because it's what they should do. You're never getting the right doing this because they don't care about respectability politics. Yeah, but that's not good for them. You understand that, right? Like, I think you're right. I think it's less likely that Republicans fall on their swords, so to speak, in moments like these and put their own personal ambition aside and be selfless, like step aside as a candidate. Roy Moore in Alabama is a good example of this. That black Nazi guy in North Carolina, Mark Robinson, many such cases. I could probably rattle off another dozen like that, where the Republican was embroiled in some scandal. They did not drop out of the race, and then they lost an entirely winnable race. So like, that's actually not good for them. So this double standard actually works in our favor. It wasn't even Walz's sword to fall on. Well, as a governor, like kind of what they're saying here, like as the governor of a state, even if you had no knowledge of what was happening or you had no involvement in it whatsoever, you do, shit rolls uphill politically speaking. And so like, if you're the head of the state, then right or wrong, these kind of things are going to fall on you. So, I mean, whatever gives Minnesota the best chance at a bigger trifecta, I'm in support of. And so I tell you guys a lot in politics. Don't get attached to politicians. Don't form any kind of parasocial relationship with them. Don't put them up on a pedestal. Basically just don't get attached to politicians. Because I know Walz was very, very much liked. And I assume that the response to this is going to be intense. Like, he was kind of loved in the progressive media space. He did a lot of like really progressive policies in Minnesota. They liked how kind of unrefined he was, how kind of like raw he was compared to other politicians. And so I assume that the reaction we're going to see from progressive media today is going to be, they're going to be pissed, I assume. Stevie said, I'm on an SSRI and it has helped me a lot. However, I'm dealing with intense stomach pain for 2 years now. Doctor prescribed a low tricyclic antidepressant, should help, but I'm just worried and anxious about taking more than one med in that category. Okay, so I am definitely not a psychiatrist, so I'm not going to give you any advice on what kind of drugs you take. I have taken both SSRIs and a tricyclic antidepressant. The tricyclic antidepressants, as far as I'm aware, are antihistamines, some kind of antihistamine property that they discovered had an ancillary benefit in terms of treatment for depression. I'll just say that I actually had a pretty good experience with tricyclic medication. But if you're having any kind of stomach pain and you feel worried about that my advice is like, you should for sure just make another appointment with your psychiatrist. And depending on where you live, if you're in the United States, if you're using insurance, oftentimes these things take a lot of time. Like to set up an appointment with a therapist through your insurance, that might only take like a week or two. To set up an appointment with a psychiatrist, that can sometimes take like a month or 2 months. Depending on the time of year and how well staffed the psychiatry department from your insurance provider is. So yeah, don't hesitate. If you have any questions about medication or whatever, that's what your doctors are for, like these people go to school for a really long time and know what they're talking about. Streamers generally don't. So yeah. Why tricyclic antidepressants or SSRIs not adequate? Well, I don't know. I don't know. All elite memes with $5. You don't think it's bad that the right can smear our representatives with baseless conspiracies and get them out of office, especially a VP candidate? Do I like that stuff like that happens? No. But this is something that happens in politics. one of the most important, I think, aspects of politics is making these stories as big as possible so that it does the maximum amount of political damage. Like Democrats are doing that right now with the Epstein stuff. So it's just part of the game. It is part of the game. And I think this story just got too big for old Timmy in Minnesota. And so, I appreciate that kind of selflessness. I don't necessarily want to see him go, but I like that kind of selflessness, putting your own ambitions to the side and doing what's best for the state that you govern and the party that you're a part of. That's those are the kind of things that you want to see from your politicians. And so that's, like, for me, a silver lining, You think with Walz, this is also an early campaign bid for 2028? If so, how do you feel with his chances and who would you want for his VP? I do not think he's going to run in 2028. He has previously indicated that he has no aspirations for higher office. That was one of the reasons why Kamala reportedly picked him. She was turned off by what she perceived to be kind of like overly ambitious nature of Josh Shapiro. In her mind, he denies the charges from Kamala. Shapiro does, and reportedly, one of the reasons she picked Walz is because he told her, I don't want to be president. So I haven't seen any indication that he's going to run. So I wouldn't assume that he's going to. Do you think we can stop the right from controlling each narrative? Well, I would reject that premise. I don't think the right controls each narrative. I think that's wrong. I think that's really wrong. They don't. They absolutely don't. Certainly haven't controlled the Epstein stuff. They haven't controlled, it's harder for the party that's in power to control the narrative. That's just the way that politics works. There's nothing so like being in power means that you are subject to attacks in ways that the party that's out of power is not subjected to, because they're out of power. So like, what are the criticisms that you could make of the Democratic Party right now? They're all going to be about like internal politics. It's going to be like optics stuff. It's going to be like more superficial stuff. When you're the party in power, you're actually doing things, and those things are difficult to defend oftentimes. And so you're just on defense 24/7 for the most part. I mean, like, maybe not literally 24/7, but they do control the Epstein narrative, though. They haven't released the full files, bro. That's different from the narrative. And if anything, them not releasing everything that they were legally obligated to is another reason why they're having trouble controlling that narrative. Who is offensively attacking Trump? Huh? Like, a lot of people? What do you mean? I wouldn't seek pharmacology advice on a streamer's chat. That's good advice too. Yeah. Maybe save those questions for the psychiatrist. There's no wrong questions. Sounds like you're going through a little bit of a tough time. And I think you're gonna get through the other. I think you're gonna get to the other side of this thing if you make good decisions. They started that narrative. They did. They started the Epstein narrative, and they tried to make it about like QAnon stuff, but that's why the Epstein stuff is so remarkable, because they're victims of their own narrative. They did it to themselves. They spent years hyping up the Epstein stuff to be some kind of a attack vector against the Democratic Party. And then the American public gave them the power to be transparent about Epstein stuff. And then Donald Trump's name is all over the documents. So it's like it blew up in their face. Right wing has control over discourse. So guys, this is not a law of nature. It's dynamic. again, when you're the party out of power, generally it's much easier for you to control the narrative. Like, it was super easy for Republicans, I think, to control the narrative on Biden's watch because he was kind of like a Mr. Magoo kind of person. And that's just, especially in a country like America, where there is still like such an emphasis on machismo and that sort of like strength and like that kind of stuff. He was just kind of an easy target, I think, Biden. Especially when Trump is the foil, you know? Go back to Trump's first term, 2017 to 2021. I mean, Trump was not controlling the narrative during that. Let's put it this way, guys. If the Republicans were really controlling the narrative right now, why are they getting fucking destroyed electorally? And why are Trump's numbers worse than they were during his first term? That does not indicate to me that they're controlling the narrative. I think Hutch should resign due to the machinima drama. Technically, I did resign, but it wasn't because of drama. How much emphasis do you think the next Dem candidate will have on being less attackable versus someone like Biden once they're elected? Will people care about that? I think, I don't really know what the Democratic primary voters are going to do, but I would assume that they would be more, I think like a lot of Democratic primary voters coming up for the presidential cycle are probably going to be hesitant to nominate someone who's old. So, you know, I think probably we're going to see someone who is, you know, probably like closer to their 50s than their 70s. But who knows? You never know. Am I caught up? Is that everything? Okay.
All kinds of hysterical stuff, you know, being put out on social media, on Twitter, and then being amplified by, you know, everyone from Trump to Elon Musk. And it's quite hard to know what's going on. So I would say, at the very least, I think that we can say for sure that there was a lot of fraud in Minnesota on a very large scale. And when you're the governor of a state and that's happened on your watch, you are in some way culpable in the sense that you didn't stop it. That's your job, right? I mean, good government means managing these programs. Now, to what extent, you know, was this a function? You know, why was there a failure? You know, was this because the states, you know, didn't have enough resources to watch fraud, which may have had nothing to do with Waltz, and may have had something, you know, was it the fact that, you know, there were people in the legislature fighting him? You can imagine a spectrum of possibilities. On one end, where Waltz actually was doing the best he could with the resources he had, and actually by stepping down now, he's doing really an honorable thing to kind of walk out of the way and say, look, we need to investigate this. My election becomes a distraction. In fact, there was a column from an influential political reporter, columnist in Minneapolis, who quoted a former Republican governor who had basically advised this, that Waltz should not run for re-election, should, you know, let's get some kind of blue ribbon commission here and figure out what went wrong here. So you can imagine that end of the spectrum. There is another.
What the fuck happened?
Oh, did we lose Cone?
Oh.
I think he just froze. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, while he's frozen, he's probably going to like pop back up and he's going to be mid-sentence. But while he's working that out, I got political questions for you.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Because picking up on what he was saying, the idea that this might ultimately be a good thing, that's my first instinct, right? Is to say, all right, so Klobuchar runs for governor. There's a couple of Senate seats open in a wave election year, or what is likely to be a wave election year for the Democrats. And so they have a chance for two fresh new senators, one of whom is Angie Craig, who I really like. The other one's that more progressive lady who I don't like as much, but who was running away with the primary. And so, like, just lay out the political landscape for Minnesota now in terms of Waltz getting out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, Angie Craig is in that primary with Peggy Flanagan, which is kind of interesting because she's.
This is a little bit drier, kind of getting into state level politics, but obviously this story is kind of huge, significant. And I guess it serves as a reminder of just how fucking dirty and messy politics are. But I saw those headlines on my feed this morning, Walz dropping out of the race. I was like, God damn, okay. I mean, I knew that story had legs. I knew that story was potent, but it's pretty significant consequence there. And then we'll keep an eye on that. We'll see if the Democratic Party's standing improves in Minnesota, if it positions them better for success come November. Now we're going to get into some of the Trump Venezuela stuff. We have some takes from Hassan doing Democratic Party flowchart stuff when it comes to Venezuela. We have a video from Kat Abu Ghazela, I think is how her name is said. She's doing some flowchart stuff. And then we have Destiny calling for Trump's impeachment. Okay, let's get into it. Hutch. Trump reportedly, I did see that, yeah. Trump reportedly refrained from boosting Machado in Venezuela because she accepted the Nobel Peace Prize. I saw that, yeah. Instead of declining to accept it and, you know, insisting that Trump have it. Apparently that was a mortal sin for him. Even though technically I think she lines up with Trump more and American interest more than Maduro's VP. Like, he still didn't pick her because she accepted the Nobel Prize. That's pretty insane. Wow, Destiny called for Trump's impeachment. Stop the press, everybody. Big news. I mean, it's big. This is big. This is likely to cause ripples throughout the entire country, I believe. Okay.
For those of you who are under a rock and unfamiliar with what took place, Donald Trump is currently giving a speech about, you know, why we had to bomb Caracas and Caracas, capital of Venezuela.
The vocal fry in this clip is intense. More so than it normally is. Like, it's throwing me off. You have to make I feel like you have to make a pretty strong effort to speak like this. It sounds like he's doing voice acting. He sounds bored or sad. A little bit, yeah. One of the many reasons I can't take him seriously. The fry, man. Listen to the vocal fry in this clip, guys.
For those of you who are under a rock and unfamiliar with what took place, Donald Trump is currently giving a speech about, you know, why we had to bomb Caracas and Caracas, capital of Venezuela. The reality of the matter is we do it because
oh my God, it's so distracting, you guys.
we can. We do it because we want their oil. We do it because we want their gold. We do it because we want to attack. We want to.
Paul Stornaka, what's up, buddy? I feel, has it been a minute since I've seen you in the chat? Thank you so much for 54 months, buddy.
To decouple anyone in our backyard, right? From collaborating or cooperating with other countries that we've declared foreign adversaries, specifically China, specifically Russia, specifically Iran. We do it for the love of the game. We do it because we can. And it's really funny when they try to like come up with justifications for it, like as though there's any legalese that just.
Could you do it for like 30 seconds? I don't even think I could. I can't. My voice has definitely changed in how many years now? Jesus, 17 years of doing content. My voice has definitely changed over time. Because of this job. Like I started to learn, I started to speak a little bit differently, going all the way back to when I first started at Machinima. Because I was this kid, I was this like fish out of water, fucking California stoner vibes, but I was sober at the time. And I'm working with Sark, and we didn't have lav mics in the beginning. We just had a shotgun like boom mic. And so like he would tell me a lot because I mumbled a lot. I just mumbled a lot. You can hear it in like the old videos of mine, like the earliest videos. I had a very soft spoken voice. Like it was very almost feminine. It was like very soft spoken voice. And then I over time I had to learn how to project so that the mic could pick up the voice. And then just doing streaming, speaking into a mic every day, just like learning to project my voice and speak from like my diaphragm. I can't even impersonate the old me. It feels so unnatural that I can't even do it. Like the voice that he's trying to, I guess it would be like, in case you guys didn't know, I can't do it. It's so, in case you guys are just tuning in, Donald Trump is this. I can't even do it. I fucking can't do it. I literally can't do it. It's actually kind of frustrating. Caracas, which is the capital of Venezuela, Donald Trump decided to drop bombs and murder 1,000 people because of American political hegemony. I don't know. I can't do it, bro. I can't do it. Fuck, I can't do it. My Dune, my Caracas. Yeah.
Justifies this kind of nonsense. But yes, last night we bombed Caracas after months and months of bombing fishing boats off the coastline of Venezuela. We bombed Caracas and we invaded it militarily, but technically it wasn't a real invasion. And the reason why I'm saying that is because I made a prediction that America was not going to invade Venezuela. And then literally after I ended the stream, I think like approximately an hour after, they did do technically a special military operation.
That's funny, bro. Did you guys read about that? That's funny, man. He literally predicted. And I'm not gonna hold it against him for getting a prediction wrong, okay? Because that happens in politics, whatever. But that's incredible timing. If that's true, if he closed his stream on Friday by saying that he didn't think America would invade Venezuela in 2026, and then it happened like 2 hours later, that's pretty amazing. Incredible timing.
Not an invasion, but a special military operation. We'll talk about the distinction in a
I mean, that to me qualifies as an invasion, right? I guess we should specify military invasion definition. Is defined as a military offensive where combatants from one geopolitical entity enter the territory controlled by another entity, often involving acts of aggression. I mean, this was just definitely would fit the description of a invasion. No? Historically, it has been described as a hostile entrance upon the rights or possessions of another. In a more specific context, it can refer to large parts of armed forces entering another territory with the objective of conquering or reestablishing control. I mean, this was for sure an invasion. He was using our government's talking points, actually. Oh, gotcha. This is what the Trump administration, they were avoiding using that language, I guess. There's layers to it. Gotcha. He's doing it as a joke. Okay, gotcha. All right.
A second, and they arrested Maduro. Nicolas Maduro. Overall, I know that for a lot of people, their only assessment of the world revolves around like what their least favorite content creator is saying and doing, right? Someone like myself, they'll be like, oh, does this trigger Hassan? Then it's probably a good thing. I just need you to understand.
You don't need to make he's so Trumpy, man. He's so Trumpy. This man is so Trumpy. He has to make it about himself somehow.
Understand. This is not a moment where I'm like, oh my God, triggered or whatever. I'm just frustrated. I'm always frustrated. Nothing is going to change. But you have to understand why I'm frustrated. In your mind, you might assume that I'm frustrated because, oh, I had this like unlimited loyalty to Maduro, right? Or Maduro is a socialist, he's a communist. You're triggered because a communist is getting their comeuppance or whatever. No, I don't give a shit about any of that stuff. What I do care about is exactly what I'm saying, okay? As an American taxpayer, I want these taxes to actually fund the infrastructure. I want these taxes to fund our schools. I want these taxes to fund a robust welfare structure that actually helps regular ass Americans like many of you that are sitting in this chat who are excited at the prospect of getting an ownage on a epic own on a triggered libtard or whatever. And I believe that every single action that's taken, every time that we decide to send the military over there to bomb another country so that we can actually directly steal their natural resources, we're actually destabilizing the world pretty significantly. We're causing mass displacement to take place. We're actually making sure that everyone in the global south is constantly kept down. And on top of that, none of those profits are even coming back to your pocket.
We're causing mass displacement right now. Is that true? Is America causing mass displacement in like recent years? In previous wars, yes. I know a lot of people were displaced during the Iraq War. That was certainly true. But like where else is he talking about? Or is he talking about like Yemen, or what would be the examples of this? I hate Hassan, but he makes a good point here. Okay. All right. Let's focus up and pay attention. Okay.
So that we can actually directly steal their natural resources. We're actually destabilizing the world pretty significantly. We're causing mass displacement to take place. We're actually making sure that everyone in the global south is constantly kept down. And on top of that, none of those profits are even coming back to your pockets anyway. All of that is directly going into the pockets of the super, super wealthy. But a lot of you, I think, have deluded yourselves into this false fantasy that as long as America is dominating other countries, it's kind of like I'm on that team and I'm dominating them too. You're not. You're actually being dominated pretty aggressively, and you will never really realize it unless you snap out of it, right? There's a reason why many people in the, America First contingency were saying, oh, I'm going to vote for Donald Trump because he's the peace president, right? Kamala Harris is a warmonger. Donald Trump is going to do peace. And obviously, Donald Trump was never going to do peace, as I said over and over again throughout the election cycle. And it was very frustrating because the Democrats didn't actually take a pro-peace position at all. They thought that they could outflank the Republicans on like hyper-patriotism or whatever when they own that space in its entirety. Having said that,
these are, he's conflating a couple things here. Like hyper-patriotism. It's not the same thing as jingoism. It's not the same thing as war rattling. And he's kind of conflating the two, it seems. Like, how did Kamala, like, how did she position herself as like a war hawk? Like, what did she say that made her sound like a neocon? There was one line at the DNC when she said something about America will have the most lethal military in the world. And people drew all kinds of inferences from that. And it's like, her saying that does not in any way indicate that she would have been inclined to like invade other countries, do regime change. Like, none of that is implied with her saying that we're going to have a super deadly military. There are benefits to having an extremely deadly military that are numerous and go way beyond or are set completely apart from the idea that we would use that military to invade other countries. Like a benefit from of having an extremely deadly military is it dissuades other countries from launching attacks in the homeland. Why do you guys think we have not been attacked by a state actor on our homeland in the country since fucking Pearl Harbor 80 years ago? Why do you guys think that is? Well, there's geographical distance, sure. However, I think more importantly, it's because our military is fucking incredible. There's a bit of a peace through strength situation going on there. Also, having an extremely deadly military will dissuade your adversaries from attacking your geopolitical allies. But when did she give any indication that she was a neocon war hawk? This is just headcanon that he's coming up with all on his own. She gave no indication that she was itching to invade other countries and intervene militarily all over the world. She gave no such indication. This is just nonsense. Walls is stepping down? Question mark. Yep. Just got scooped this morning.
This is just pure terrorism. It's immoral, but it's not even pure terrorism that's actually going to line up your pockets. But at least, I guess, in the most pathetic way possible.
She tacitly supported Israel. Well, I mean, I think she explicitly supported Israel, but she also gave indications that she would have been tougher on Netanyahu. I think. In my opinion, I think she would have been tougher on Netanyahu than Biden was. I don't think she would have done an arms embargo. I don't think she would have severed that relationship. I do think she would have been tougher on Netanyahu. I think Biden, that was like one of Biden's Achilles heels. I think he was old school, and I'm going to use the word, I think he was an old school Zionist who was too hesitant to be critical of them. I think it blinded him. And it was just bad politically. But I don't think she would have been as soft on Netanyahu as he was. I think she would have been a bit firmer. I think she would have been a bit more willing to publicly criticize Netanyahu. He said the thing. I feel like the term Zionist, when we're talking about boomers, kind of makes sense because that's what they were raised. Like the boomers were raised with this belief that Israel represented an enormous deal. To a lot of them, it was the fulfillment of scripture, like prophecy. Like Zionist as a term, I do not understand how it really applies to someone who's like Gen X or younger. Is there a guest on Live and Learn tonight? There is a guest. She's a comedian, dabbles into politics. Her name is Stacey K. I think I'm saying her name right. C-A-Y. I saw her stand-up clips going viral on my feed, and then I followed her, and she's just pretty funny, and so invited her on. And then I want to go big with guests this year. I want to get some big names on the pod. That would be fun. Imagine a Republican stepping down after a scandal. Again, so somebody made this observation before, but that's actually good for us. Like the fact that we have Democratic candidates who are willing to step down for the good of the party and good of the country, that actually benefits us. It's actually not a good thing for Republicans that they're less likely to step aside and put country over party. Woody's gamer tag on the pod. I invited him. Woody has a tendency to fucking ghost me when I send him text messages. I'm not going to send a follow-up. I'm not doing that. I will be on PKA this week. So I can mention it to him there. We'll do it that way. I can show off my enormous revolver to the gun bros. It doesn't matter with an electorate this divided and dumb. No, it matters. Like I could rattle off like a dozen examples of Republicans who did not do the right thing, the selfless thing, and step aside after a scandal. And it ended up losing them the race. Like that's happened numerous times in the era of Trump. So those are serious consequences. Like when you lose elections because when you throw a winnable election because your candidate refused to step aside in the face of significant scandal, that's not good. That's not a good situation for the party.
You can feel like you're powerful because the American government is projecting power. I guess that's it. I guess that's what you can look forward to in your dog shit life. But here is JD Vance, everyone's least favorite vice president, saying the president offered multiple off ramps, but was very clear throughout this process. The drug.
I heard Tim Walz has some free time soon, so maybe invite him on the pod this year. You know what? I like your thinking. See where your head's at.
Trafficking must stop.
Man, it's going to be a fight on PKA with Taylor and Hutch. On politics, Taylor is full down the right-wing train. I don't know. I'm pretty friendly with those guys now. Like the last couple appearances, I go into it with like a very different mindset. I was always, I would say, like friendly on the pod with those guys. It never got too crazy. But I'm in my Zen phase, man. I'm in my Zen phase, bro. I just don't try to change people's minds about stuff very aggressively. Unless it's in a particularly designated kind of platform, you know? Like if it's a debate, that's one thing, but I'm in a kind of Keanu Reeves place with stuff, you know? It seems to be sticking this time because I've gone through like periods where I feel this way, but there's this like meme. There's this quote from Keanu Reeves where he's talking about like, you guys know the quote I'm talking about, right? Where it's like, he said something like, I'm paraphrasing, but he said something like, you know, I'm in a place in my life where I just don't try to fight people on their beliefs. You say 2 + 2 = 5, great. Good for you, or something like, I don't know. Somebody help me find that. He didn't say that. Is that a misattributed quote? Did I get Facebooked? Either which way, like I'm in a Zen place where I'm just like, if people want to believe stuff that is kind of crazy, it's just, I think you can only try to change people's minds aggressively for so many years and so many thousands of times, and then just very plainly see that it almost never actually happens. You know, I've had some people reach out to me to be like, you know, I used to think this and and then I started watching your content, But like, I think you're just more persuasive if you're trying to change people's minds. I think you're more persuasive if you just like say your piece. And if people choose to listen to that, then maybe they do their own kind of journey or whatever. But like, it's just in my experience, the one-on-one kind of stuff like rarely works out with MAGA and specifically with right-wingers. You can say that's just like being jaded, and maybe that's me being jaded, but like, and I'm not like this all the time. Like I'm not a perfect person. Like sometimes I will relapse and let somebody interfere with my calm, but I'm just much less inclined to like fight somebody on stupid shit. Actual Fact says, this is why Dems are losing the culture war, by the way, Hutch. People who have a voice and influence just deciding it's too much trouble, just saying. Well, hang on a minute. Obviously, I'm trying to convince people. Obviously, I'm trying to persuade people. I'm saying in this like very specific context. Like I had a debate with somebody yesterday. And maybe a year or two ago or 3 years, that would have been a 3-hour debate. How many of you guys were here yesterday and a guy came in and spouting off on all kinds of conspiratorial nonsense about the Mexican president? And that was like a 15-minute conversation, 10-minute maybe, because I just eventually got to a point where I was like, I do not find this conversation interesting. That's what I'm talking about. Specifically, that's what I'm talking about. It's just a waste of time. Like that could have been like a 3-hour. It's one thing if it's good content. I don't think that's good content. Like just some random person spouting off conspiracy theory shit, you know. I laughed so hard at his long pause after you said that. He seemed stunned. Yeah, that was. As a European, it is becoming difficult to accept the let's not do anything about Trump as we are heading straight into what might very well turn into an end of life, the end of a life of progress and peace? Huh? You can make a comparison with how Hassan has done the trying to convince someone to change combo. Just constant demeaning condescension and drama doesn't work at all. I'm not above that, to be clear. Like, sometimes I can just ooze contempt. Oh God, is he in the chat again today? Uh-oh. Wait, what was his name again? It was just a lot. Like, he was just very aggressive. He was like fucking super aggressive. Hutch, my man, where do you find yourself on the political spectrum? Personally, I'm an enlightened centrist. As in, only one party with representation, down with two parties in America. Well, I am a partisan Democrat. That's where I'm at. I am a partisan Democrat. I think the Democratic Party over my lifetime has moved in a very good direction. The party today is just so much more, what's the word I'm looking for? The party moved in my direction over the in the 21st century. The party moved in my direction. On basically every issue. I think the issue right now is the American electorate has become, or maybe always was, much more moderate and much more conservative on social issues. So it's a precarious time in American politics, but in the last century? No. I said in the 21st century. So like since 2000, you know, the Democrats were in a rough spot at the start of the 21st century. You know, Republicans had a trifecta, and the Republican Party had a ton of support after September 11th. Democratic Party members in Congress were too afraid to, you know, take any kind of stance. So the party kind of rallied around the flag at that time. And just on basically every issue that you can think of: climate, reproductive rights, social safety nets, economic policy, just basically every issue that you can think of, the Democratic Party has moved to the left, moved towards me. And yeah, I'm generally very positive on the Democratic Party, so I'm like pretty out of step with, obviously, with the public right now, who have a different opinion. But yeah, anyways. When you describe your political alignment, do you use what you think can be achieved or what you want, or are they the same? I typically only talk about things that are achievable. I typically only like to have conversations about like what is practically possible, what is realistically possible. The other conversations to me are just not very, they almost feel like a waste of time. Like it kind of doesn't matter what I would want in a vacuum. What I mean to say was that while I agree with basically 100% of your policy positions, I have a hard time understanding how you can be so calm and the US is heading into an anti-EU position. There's a scene in the movie The Bridge of Spies. Have you guys seen that movie? Really good movie. It's a Spielberg movie about a Soviet spy based on a true story. Came out in like 2019 or something like that. It's a really good movie. And Tom Hanks's character plays a guy based on a real life. He was a lawyer. He was chosen to be the defense counsel for this accused Soviet spy that was being prosecuted for treason in the 1950s at some point, 1960s, 1950s, I'm not sure. And the guy who plays the spy is played by he's like a really good actor. What the fuck is his name? Anyways, the Soviet spy in the movie has a really calm demeanor throughout the entire film. And there's a scene where Tom Hanks is discussing the possible outcomes, and Tom Hanks, his character, talks about how this guy could potentially get the death penalty, and the Soviet spy doesn't really have a strong reaction one way or the other. And Tom Hanks's character is a bit perplexed in that moment. He said, "You don't really seem all that concerned about this, or upset." I can't remember exactly what he said. And the character in that movie said, "Well, what did I say? Yeah, Bridge of Spies. What did I say? Did I say a different thing?" No? Okay. I said Bridge of Spies, right? Yeah. Anyways, the spy is told he could die, not a strong reaction. "You don't seem all that upset." He said, "Would it help anything if I was?" That shit stuck with me. That shit stuck with me. And it's very Buddhistic, okay? I'm somewhat what's the word? Like, I have a soft spot for Buddhism. Really, I fuck with Buddhism. I fuck with the philosophy of Buddhism. I think it's a good way to live your life. And that's just kind of where I'm at with Trump. Like, people are like, so I see comments like that. People think that I'm being dismissive of the danger, but I'm not, though. It's just, would it help if I was 100% in either like fear or rage? Like, would it help anything if I was in that place? Not really, right? I don't really think that would help anything. Certainly wouldn't help me, wouldn't make a difference on the outcome. And also, right now, what I view as happening is the total collapse of the MAGA coalition. They are collapsing just right in front of our eyes. And so that to me is a bit encouraging. That to me makes me feel better about the future. MAGA wasn't it. Like, MAGA is not going to usher in. There was a period of Republican Party dominance in this country, starting with Nixon and ending with George H.W. Bush. 2 terms of Nixon, he resigns, Ford takes over, he serves until 1976. Then Carter wins, and then fucking Ronald Reagan destroys the Democratic Party for 8 years. Then H.W. Bush. So like in a 20-year span, 16 of those years were with, no, that's not the right math. In a 24-year span, can I do math? In a 24-year span, 20 years had Republicans occupying the presidency. They dominated during that time. And I think I was scared that might be happening when the election happened in 2024. I was like, oh God. Oh no. Oh dear. It felt different from 2016. He won the popular vote, It happened after he did like January 6th and his horrible COVID thing. I was like, oh God, is this going to be another era of like Republican Party dominance? And that just didn't happen. That's not happening. They're getting stomped. And so that makes me feel less afraid, less concerned. Donald Trump just kidnapped a sitting country's leader, but Hutch is sitting here looking at his approval numbers. Oh my God. Again, like, would it help if I was freaking the fuck out? Would that help anything? Adam Mockler debates on why he thinks Trump is a corrupt fascist. The erosion of democratic norms that we've seen, absolutely absurd. I have to be a little bit careful here because I don't know if this is going to trigger DMCA, but we'll take a look.
Hi.
Nice to meet you, Nick.
Nice to meet you. So at the end of the day, do you think Trump has been a net positive to this country? You call him a fascist, you're calling him all these terrible terms. Do you think Trump has done good things?
Has Trump done good things? Let me answer that question. I think he has. I just can't remember. Or good things have happened. I just can't remember. There was one that was like 2 or 3 months ago where I was like, this is just good. What was it? What happened again? So like Operation Warp Speed was a marvel. That was something to marvel at. Now, you know, how much was he involved in the logistics of that? Did he just sign on the dotted line? Who knows? No, there was something like 2 or 3 months ago where I was like, if this is true, this is really fucking good. What was it again? I feel like some good stuff happened with GLP-1s during the first year of his presidency. Didn't they take some action that would make GLP-1s easier to or cheaper? Marijuana being rescheduled, that's good. That is unequivocally a good thing. The Israel ceasefire, I mean, listen, I'm very hesitant to give them credit for that, but that's technically a good thing that happened. No, there was something else, guys. It was just like 2 months ago, and now I can't remember. Das Vidani with $5. Did I get you? Conversely, Biden is the reason Israel didn't cut off aid sooner. He and Blinken used military aid as the leverage to make sure that they didn't cut aid. Yeah. Alsternaka, did I get you for 54 months? Jonald with 3 Canadian. What do you think of Tim Walz stepping down? We talked about it a little bit at the front of the stream. Sorry, it took me a little bit to get to this, but if it helps the Democrats electorally in Minnesota, then I'm all in favor of it. Dazvidani with $2. Rend your shirt in despair for us, Hutch. I'm just not going to do that. Now it's bugging me. There was something to do with shit. The problem is he does so many of these stupid fucking Oval Office press conferences where everybody lavishes praise and so everything just kind of gets blurry. But it was something to do with health, like healthcare, something to do with health. I don't know. A few good things have happened. Listen, a few good things have happened since he's been president. Favored nations? No, that's not it. Was it the Child Investment Fund? Yeah, yeah. I think that's good policy. Put $1,000 into an index fund for each kid. I think that's good policy. I don't know if that's actually happened. $5,000 a year tax credit. No, I don't. Wait. I don't know anything about a tax credit. He made animal abuse a felony. He did directly impact my life, for sure. He gave me a $20,000 deduction on my taxes for like most small business owners. It's called something. It's like a 4-letter acronym. Like I don't know. I'll make it up and say it's like CHIP or something. I don't know. Something like that. It's like where basically if you own a small business, you get to just deduct $20,000. That's nice. Anyways,
Has Trump done good things? Sure. I think
no, not SALT. Is it RIP? It might be RIP. No, I don't think that's it. It's something. I don't know. It was in the tax cuts from 2017, and they extended it again with the big beautiful bill.
Operation Warp Speed was good. Do I think he's a net benefit to this country? No, I think the erosion of democratic norms that we've seen throughout Trump's term is absolutely absurd. I want to repivot to the fake elector scheme because I think that one's really, really important. Essentially, what Donald Trump did was, after he lost the election, he understood that he lost the election. There were electors in 7 swing states. He had people forge their signature and act like they were the duly elected electors when they were.
It is kind of depressing that I feel like very few Americans know what happened in the fake elector scheme. That's a little doomering. That's a little depressing because it's significant what he did. He tried to steal an election. It feels like very few Americans could tell you what that was all about.
Who was the president the past 4 years?
Biden.
Biden, right.
But at the time, this was Trump. This was when the transition of power was happening.
He still worked within the confines of democracy.
He did not. The fake elector scheme was necessarily illegal. That's why people were arrested and indicted. That's why all of the fake electors in the
there were fraudulent slates of electors. That is not working within the democratic system.
State of Georgia were arrested on a RICO charge. And Donald Trump's corrupt ass then said, let's pause this investigation.
But you call him a fascist. He works within the confines of democracy.
It's not. Do you think the 2020 election was stolen?
I don't think it was.
Okay, so do you think that Donald Trump claims it was stolen?
He was not the president for the past 4 years.
Does Donald Trump claim it was stolen?
He says there's serious arguments against what he should be in office.
Not just serious arguments. He said they stole it from me. He said this is awful. He said we need to take our country back. So you guys keep taking problem with me calling him a fascist, but then most of you guys conceded that the 2020...
That's dangerous rhetoric.
Wait a minute. It's dangerous rhetoric to convince half the country that the election...
Destiny made an observation some time ago that I think is so accurate and on point. I can't remember how he said it, but he said that... like if you ask Republican voters, like the median Republican voter, if you ask them the question like, oh, do you support fascism or would you want a fascist leader? They would all say, or most of them, not all, but like most of them would say no. But if you didn't do that, if you just described fascism and said, would you like a leader who did this, and this? If you describe fascism without saying the word, I think like probably half or more of Republicans would be like, oh, that sounds great. Sign me up for that. He made that observation like 2 years ago, and that really stuck with me.
Election was stolen. Do you think it's fascistic to try to thwart the peaceful transfer of power and get your vice president hung while he's certifying the election results?
He didn't.
Did people chant hang Mike Pence? Does Mike Pence support Trump today? Wait, what happened? Why isn't Mike Pence his VP right now?
Trump was not in office. He conceded. He
never
conceded. What do you mean? He left the White House, but he didn't have any choice. Like he didn't have the option of staying.
Conceded.
He didn't call in
Fast check, please. He has never conceded till this day. Can this pop up somewhere? He was in office when this happened.
In action. He didn't call in National Guard and come in and say
he conceded in action by having his base storm the Capitol.
In 2028, he's gonna, he's done, right?
I mean, he has a lot of 2028 hats. Is it okay to say that's a little bit weird and fascist?
He's doing.
Oh, poor this guy. Adam is. Don't let Adam looks like the most gentle person. He looks like somebody who would be there for you emotionally. But holy shit, is he a killer?
Incredible things for.
Like what?
He's making this country great in a lot of ways. He's bringing back a lot of jobs.
He's making this country great if you were a billionaire, if you were potentially on Epstein's island and don't want to get caught. He's making this country great for all of the wrong people. Meanwhile, in our generation, unemployment is up. Prices have gone up. It's a mess.
I really do think that this rhetoric of hate needs.
Adam Mogler
really does need to stop from the left. So you're comparing someone to Mussolini, Hitler, Franco, all these guys. It's evil, and we just can't have this in this democracy.
I'm not.
If Trump had the kind of support that Mussolini did, that Hitler did, that Pol Pot did, he would absolutely have ruled just as despotically. I don't know if that's a hot take. if the institutions of America's system of government were as weak as the German and Italian institutions were at that time, and if Donald Trump had the kind of support that Mussolini and Hitler did when they were ascendant, then he would absolutely throw political dissidents in work camps, murder people extrajudicially, judiciously. Maybe he would do like a genocide. The thing with Trump is that he's up against America's girthy constitutional protections. And he very oftentimes loses that fight. He is constrained by our system. Donald Trump, almost single-handedly made me appreciate our constitutional protections for the first time in my life. I think I for sure took that shit for granted, especially when I was younger. Didn't really have a lot of life experience. Didn't really understand that other countries existed. There are different ways of doing things. And as it turns out, there are much worse ways of doing things. He made me appreciate these aspects of our government because they constrained him, and they continue to constrain him.
I'm saying he's genociding people like Hitler, but I'm saying the election denial, the erosion of democratic norms.
Hutch, delusional take. It's just obviously true and just firm. You can very easily establish that the courts have checked Donald Trump in numerous ways. The system has checked Trump in numerous ways and continue to do so. You would have to, if you're going to make a counter argument there, you would have to try to make the claim that they haven't. And I don't know how you could do that.
Norms and everything that Trump has done to my city of Chicago is absolutely insane. It's definitely fascistic, and there's just no doubt about it.
All right, time is out. See me return to the chair.
Well, maybe try to find some time to watch that full Jubilee appearance.
I love that one. Hey, drug trafficking. Okay, there you go. I love that. This is cool. It's cool. He's doing the actually all the time. This is it. He is Mr. Actually, which is pretty awesome. He has to actually everything. Donald Trump will just come out and be like, I think Venezuela is woke and gay. That's why I invaded it, because I hate it. And also because I think they stole the election in 2020. And JD Vance has to be like, actually, the reason why we're invading Venezuela is because they're actually a narco trafficking hub, even though there's no evidence to suggest this. And no one is really even trying to fake evidence to make it seem like that's really the case. Bernie's statement, let me hear it. Let's see. He's going to say something about Maduro. Oh, wow. He doesn't, it seems. Donald Trump has once again shown his contempt for the Constitution and the rule of law. The president of the United States does not have the right to unilaterally take this country to war, even against a corrupt and, oh, no, he is saying corrupt and brutal dictator Maduro. Okay, I need you guys to understand something.
Here's the new poll. Here's the new poll, guys, for the Venezuela stuff. This is not surprising. Anybody who tuned into yesterday's stream, this is not surprising. Washington Post poll. I assume they did polling starting on Saturday and then through yesterday. I assume it was Saturday, Sunday, Monday where they did the poll. I don't know what the methodology is. They didn't link to the poll. Overall, in America, the net approval for Donald Trump having sent its military into Venezuela is negative 2%. Among Democrats, it's negative 63%. With GOP voters, plus 64%. So almost identical in the inverse. And with independents, negative 8%. So we might call this divisive. Might call this situation divisive. And I just want to reiterate my prediction that I think these numbers will kind of creep more towards support than oppose over the next couple weeks. Assuming the situation does not devolve into a totally destabilized mess.
I don't give a f how dog shit Maduro is. I need to make this very clear. Okay. The moment that you turn around and you go, oh, well, it's a corrupt and, tyrannic rule of Maduro. Brother, we're the American government. Do you understand how much more corrupt and tyrannical we are? Even just by like our.
Wow. Fuck. I mean, these days, I think he's probably right. These days, I think he's probably right. That But again, Donald Trump is uniquely corrupt. He very brazen. Who's going to stop him? He's just, they're doing all kinds of the shitcoin thing. That alone is just astonishing. The fact that we have just kind of moved on from that as a country is pretty fucking incredible. You have this mechanism where anybody can launder money into this guy's pockets, directly into this guy's pocket, is just fucking insane to me. But I would say, like, overall, America is more corrupt than Venezuela. I don't know. I'd have to do a little bit of homework there.
Unlimited allegiance to Israel, right? Like, what are we talking about here? If we're looking at, like, if we're looking at pound for pound, like, corruption and tyranny, I mean,
it was probably this poll, January 5th, 2026. It was 104 Americans were polled. Read the article. Is this paywalled? We texted 1,000 Americans about U.S. actions in Venezuela. I can't read this because it is paywalled, and I canceled my WAPO subscription in protest of what Jeff Bezos was doing with the institution.
Very fact that we just kidnapped the head of a f***ing state, that's insane. We just kidnapped the head of a foreign nation state, brother. That's like, you're trying to be like, oh, Maduro is really repressive against, like, student protesters. He's like killing protesters, right? Like, it's like, oh, wow, I can't believe he's doing that. Yeah, is that fucked up? Absolutely. Absolutely. What we do is infinitely worse, even in this argument. And when you bring shit like that up, all you're doing is basically get people to read that and go, okay, if he's actually a corrupt and brutal dictator, why should I feel bad that Donald Trump arrested him? Because the reality of the matter is, why should you feel bad, right? Why should you even remotely feel bad? Why? Because you care about, like, process? Really? That's the reason why we're against intervention in Venezuela, because process was not applied. It's stupid. And this is exactly why Trump wins on these arguments, right? Because liberals don't ever talk about this from the perspective of, like, the average American. They never talk about this like, why the fuck are we bombing Venezuela, dude? What? Fix the potholes, Why are we bombing Venezuela? Give us free healthcare. Spend the money on...
I mean, this is just not true. I mean, we can watch we watched a clip from Hakeem Jeffries yesterday on Meet the Press with Kristen Walker, where he was doing literally this. Like, literally it was this. He questioned the action in the absence of any kind of notification to Congress, and then immediately pivoted the discussion to affordability issue. I've seen, what did Kamala do in her statement that she gave? I don't know if it's just like these guys just don't have any fucking idea what the Democratic Party members are actually saying. That's my best guess, is that it's just kind of echo chamber stuff. So they don't see, like, the statements from politicians. They don't actually see them. And so it's just out of sight, out of mind to them. So it's like it never happened. BM669 with $10. Prominent Democrats only contesting the way Trump went about regime change instead of the regime change itself is understandably worrying for progressives that don't want Dems to do that kind of thing. But again, I've seen a number of prominent Democrats speak up specifically against regime change. You do have to do some kind of political calculation here, guys, because it gets a little complex. It gets a little complex. Because I think a lot of people, even if they disagree with the process, you don't want to be seen politically as, like, sticking up for a dictator. And so you have to navigate that, I think, a little carefully. Acid Zambies with the tier 1 membership. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Something good. right? Instead of making sure that Exxon generates higher profits next quarter. Like, this is unacceptable. That's all you need to say. You don't need to do this like, oh, Donald Trump is
Let's be shrewd, fellas. True.
not following the legal process here. That's all. If this is the best we have on the Democratic Party, we're cooked. That's it. The president of the United States does not have the right to unilaterally.
We. Says we. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like a discussion about the Democratic Party and him using the word we. I don't like that.
Take this country to war, even against a corrupt and brutal dictator like Maduro. The United States does not have the right, as Trump stated this morning, to run Venezuela. Congress must immediately pass a war powers resolution to end its illegal military.
I was curious on your thoughts on the tolerance paradox. If you've discussed it in the past, I'd be happy to watch said video instead. Just general thoughts on the tolerance of paradox of tolerance. I don't know if I've ever spoken about that.
Military operation and reassert its constitutional responsibilities. I mean, the rest of this stuff is good. Trump's attack on Venezuela will make the United States and the world less safe. It's true. This brazen violation of international law.
The German system was more robust. Hitler had to at least pretend to get power. Trump does not even have to do that. Ooh, that seems like a hot take to me. That seems like a piping hot take to me.
Gives a green light to any nation on earth that may wish to attack another country to seize their resources, to change their governments. Also true. This horrific logic of force that Putin used to justify his brutal attack on Ukraine. Also true. Trump and his administration have often said they want to revive the Monroe Doctrine, claiming that the United States has the right to dominate the affairs of the hemisphere. I mean, we kind of haven't really let go of that principle, if we're being real. Maybe we've
really? You don't think? Okay. Well, listen. Again, the Iraq War, not great. We had a 20-year quagmire in Afghanistan, not great. But the idea that America never really stopped the Cold War policies of CIA-backed coups and very kind of like out in the open sort of like interventionism in the way that it was done back then, the way that the idea that we haven't moved away from that in recent decades is a bit silly.
Just like escalated it a little bit more, but they've spoken openly about controlling Venezuela's oil reserves, the largest in the world. This is rank imperialism. It recalls the darkest chapters of U.S. interventions in Latin America, which have left a terrible legacy. It will and should be condemned by the democratic world. It won't be condemned by the democratic world. It won't be. Europe is comprised of cucks.
What is he talking about? This hasn't been condemned by the... Find me one except, what's his name? Fucking Pennsylvania guy. What the fuck is his name? Fetterman. Except for Fetterman. Which Democratic politician that's spoken up has not condemned it? I mean, we saw the clip yesterday from Ruben Gallego, who was speaking out very strongly against this military action, condemning imperialism.
I'm sorry to say we've just like escalated it a little bit more, but they've spoken openly about controlling Venezuela's oil reserves, the largest in the world. This is rank imperialism. It recalls the darkest chapters of U.S. interventions in Latin America, which have left a terrible legacy. It will and should be condemned by the democratic world. It won't be condemned by the democratic world.
Oh, he's reading... Huh? Is he reading the statement here? Oh, hang on. It will and should be condemned by the democratic world. Oh, okay. I misunderstood him. I thought he was talking about the Democratic Party.
It won't be. Europe is comprised of cucks. I'm sorry to say this. I apologize to the European chatters in here that know this reality. I hate to say it. I mean, obviously we're Americans, right? We're doing the evil here, but the reality of the matter is European leadership is unimaginably cucked. This is funny. If we leave dictators like Maduro unchecked, we will pay the price down the line. Do we really want an egomaniac like that in the Western Hemisphere?
Not a lot of moral high ground to make that comment with Trump in charge of the United States.
Also heard that Maduro might have actually been hanging out with elite pedophiles. We can't let that stand. What if he begins bombing civilian vessels in our ocean or invades or abducts our president with no approval from his voters or government? This is scary behavior beyond what we could ever accept. I agree, chatter. That's a good one. I like that. Yeah. What if there was a country in the Western Hemisphere led by a corrupt psychopath?
Yeah, it's a little bit gets a little murky.
Who was just bombing civilian ships. Also, that's the joke. The chatter is doing a joke. For those of you who don't understand, this is a joke. He's saying the things that we have done. I don't disagree with your take, but it makes me wonder, do you think there's ever a point where invasion is justifiable? Yes, Israel. It'll never happen, though, because it's a nuclear armed nation state and also an extension of America. It's all.
If that, okay. If we're saying it would be justified to invade Israel, you could also use that justification or a similar justification to invade like 2 or 3 dozen other countries. Why would it only be Israel?
Also pretty funny because like even the Trump administration didn't try to present that argument, really. Like they didn't even do that. They didn't even do that like liberal you know, oh, we're actually doing this to save the Venezuelans. Like they just straight up were like, I want the oil. You have oil, it's mine. And there are still people that are trying to do propaganda after the fact when the administration is not even doing it. The administration is like, we're pirates, you have bounty, we will plunder, we will rape, we will pillage. And there are still people in the chat being like, no, you don't understand actually. They're doing this to save Venezuelan democracy. It's like, who is this for? Is this for yourself? Do you think someone is going to hear your statement in this chat and go, you know what? Even though the American government that I do not trust any longer to have my best interest in mind has openly stated their desire for why they're bombing Venezuela and kidnapping Maduro is actually just to literally rape Venezuela, I'm going to still assume that there is some decent purpose here, some honorable purpose here. At what point will people go, yeah, maybe America doesn't really care about installing democracy elsewhere and simply installing puppet leadership so they can keep unlawfully extracting all the natural resources from the global south. And it won't even like actually return with redistributive policies into the pockets of the average citizen either. It'll just go to a handful of elite pedophiles. It's pretty cool. Nah, keep assuming that the American government is actually doing world police. Yeah, Pam Bondi indicted for possessions of machine guns. Yeah, it's pretty funny because
I find myself agreeing with Hassan more than not agreeing with him in this conversation. Okay, so I didn't want to just stay stuck on him. This is a congressional candidate. She's running for which seat again? Kat Abu. I don't know how to say. She's running in Illinois in the 9th district. Do we have any polling on that right now? Do we have any idea how she's doing? Illinois 9th district, Democratic Party primary poll. It's super competitive. She's super competitive. I don't believe you. Oh my God. What the fuck? Really? That is. I'm going to be honest with you. That is surprising to me. Oh, these are just favorability numbers. So she's obviously doing a good job getting her name out there, which is kind of the name of the game, especially when you're pretty... What the fuck? Guys, she's tied for first? That's crazy to me. It's a poll of 569 likely Democratic primary voters. Not the biggest sample size, but you can still get a decent sense of things. So done by Data for Progress. I'm pretty sure they're a pretty progressive pollster, right? Am I crazy about that? Apparently it's competitive. Okay. All right. And this was her reaction to what's happening in Venezuela. She does some flowchart stuff here in this video.
On Friday night, Donald Trump launched an unconstitutional war of aggression against Venezuela, kidnapped its president, and is now trying to pretend this is about anything besides oil. It's not. My name is Kat Abou-Ghazaleh. I'm running for Congress.
I don't know when she recorded this, but I don't think he's pretending that this has anything to do with anything besides oil. He's been pretty explicit about that. Yeah.
In the 9th district
I don't think he's pretending that.
Of Illinois. And personally, I think international law is good. Of course, this administration would probably disagree with me. But I think a lot of people are unclear right now about what's going on with Venezuela. So let's talk about Maduro, oil, and forever wars. Because right now it looks like the president of the United States wants to get us into a generational war with an oil-rich nation while lying about weapons of mass destruction. Sound familiar? That's because we already did this less than 30 years ago. Friday night's attacks in Caracas, one of the most densely
Well, when you put it like that.
populated cities in Latin America, were a sharp escalation from the consistent war crimes this administration has been committing over the past few months. In December, Trump announced his illegal, immoral, and batshit crazy plan to extort Venezuela by imposing a naval blockade of its oil tankers. When asked what he would do with the oil and the tanker, Trump said, "We keep it, I guess." Sure. Why not? And all of that was already an escalation from this administration's terror campaign against random civilian boats in international waters. As of recording this, more than 100 people have been murdered in illegal drone strikes conducted by our military. The administration claims it's because of drug trafficking, but has offered no proof of that claim. And apart from these strikes being
Control, fire, and fury. Was the polling for the last 3 elections for president basically worthless? Why are you relying on polls so much? The polling in 2016 at the state level was really bad for the swing states. Or you could argue that the dynamics of the election changed pretty dramatically in the final 2 weeks of the election with the Comey letter, which might have been the reason why so many state level polls were so off the mark in 2016. The national polls in 2016 in the aggregate were pretty good. 2020 was a similar story, where you had some state level polls that wildly overestimated Biden's strength in those steps or in those states. But the national polling again was pretty good. The polling in 2024 was generally pretty good, even at the state level, with the exception of Iowa, which we don't talk about. And Seltzer injected us with just almost lethal levels of hopium. With the exception of that, the state level polls and the national polls were pretty good in 2024, pretty accurate. And then also polling just in general in off presidential cycles has been pretty good. Now, there's a new thing that's happening where the polls right now are actually not that great. They're wildly underestimating Democrats. So I don't know what's happening, but it's theorized that because Americans moved away from landlines, that just fucked everything up. It's just really difficult to come up with a reliable weighting system. With online polls, text message polls, they're just not yielding the kind of results that we used to get. Polling used to be generally a lot better. Could be because of the landline thing. Could be because Trump himself is so, what's the word? Disruptive. Between Home Depot and Lowe's, Lowe's has better logo. Wait, what are we talking about in chat? Anyways, the polling right now is not worthless. I would not say that people should ignore polls. I don't think Republican leadership and strategists would say that. I don't think Democratic leadership would say that. Yeah.
being a tremendous and unnecessary waste of our resources, they're also
My memory is 2016 polls said Dem 2020 same, 2024 same. Polls are not okay. So I think I see what's happening here. Polls are not perfect predictors of outcomes. Polls are supposed to give you a general idea within a margin of error what the numbers are going to ultimately end up. And typically when you have solid methodology in polling, you're going to get between like 2 and 4 point margin of error. And American elections, presidential elections, not even just presidential elections, but like if we want to limit it to just presidential elections, have become very close races in the modern era. The last 3 presidential elections have been extremely close races. And so when that happens, you're within that margin of error. And so even if you have polls that say that Kamala has like a 1.5, 2 point edge in the polls, and then Donald Trump wins the popular vote by 1.5 or 2 points, however much he won by, that's still, we would call that still a good poll. So I think the way you're viewing polls is probably the issue here, I would say.
So the administration civilian boats in international waters. As of recording this, more than 100 people have been.
I wish you would record in 60 FPS. Tell you what, I don't like that. She's recording in 30 FPS.
Murdered in illegal drone strikes conducted by our
I feel like I'm playing Assassin's Creed on the Xbox 360.
military. The administration claims it's because of drug trafficking, but has offered no proof of that claim. And apart from these strikes being a tremendous and unnecessary waste of our resources, they're also war crimes. Remember those? They're bad. So why are we doing all of this? And what's up with the sudden escalation? Well, the Trump administration has several different bullshit reasons. Trump and his cronies often claim this is all about the drug trade and the unhinged conspiracy theory that President Nicolas Maduro is emptying Venezuela's insane asylums and sending patients to infiltrate the U.S.
We don't know that he's not doing that.
by going over the U.S. southern border.
We don't
In
know.
case it wasn't clear, that's bullshit. The president hasn't shown
How do you know?
any proof of drug trafficking to justify these strikes.
You haven't shown any proof that it's not happening.
And the latter claim is actually a white supremacist conspiracy theory called the Great Replacement. Trump has even reclassified fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. So I guess all that's left is to dig up Dick Cheney's corpse for Iraq Part 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Did Dick Cheney die? Yeah, he did. He did die. When did he die? That like 4 months ago, 5 months ago? Forgot about that.
But since attacking Caracas, the administration has also tried to blame these crimes on Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro being a tyrant, despite promising Congress that none of this was about regime change. And look, Maduro is not a good guy, but there is a reason countries aren't allowed to randomly bomb cities and kidnap heads of state. What's especially interesting here is that we're apparently allowed to arrest other presidents, but our own president is exempt from the law, at least according to.
Well, technically he was arrested and indicted. We just decided he would face no consequences by electing him president for a second time.
The Supreme Court. We'll see what they have to say about this one. But Friday's night's attacks is essentially Trump showing the world, and especially our allies.
Not for federal charges. That's not true. He faced state level charges in New York. He faced state level charges in Georgia with the RICO case, but he faced federal charges in Florida and DC. He was charged federally, and he would have been found guilty, and he would have gone to prison if he lost that election.
That we're going to do whatever we want. And don't question us, because maybe it'll be you next. But once again, this is really all about oil. Venezuela has the largest proven.
Like, technically, the system worked in terms of holding Trump accountable. It was the voters who decided to supersede the system. Number one, the system was too delayed. That process should have begun 6 months to a year before they actually did. We've talked about Merrick Garland dragging his feet 1,000 times. But it ended up happening. He did it the right way through a special counsel. The special counsel brought 2 different sets of charges in 2 different jurisdictions. He very likely would have been found guilty of at least some or many of those crimes, and he would have gone to prison. And it was the voters who decided that they didn't want him to experience that accountability. Instead, they wanted him to lead the country again.
Oil reserves on the planet, about 17% of the world's oil. And because we're America, apparently that should be ours for some reason. The tragic, laughable part about all of this is we are about to waste trillions of dollars and countless lives so Trump can fearmonger us into another generational war without congressional approval. Less than 30 years ago, we were lied to about WMD.
I just don't know. Again, I don't know enough about Venezuela, but is the risk of the kind of destabilization that we saw in Iraq post invasion the same in Venezuela? That's a serious question, not rhetorical. I'm leaning on people who know more about Venezuela than I do. Is there the same risk? I mean, Iraq was basically a tinderbox. A big reason for why it was a tinderbox is because Iraq had their own police system, law enforcement system. And when we invaded Iraq and deposed the Saddam Hussein's regime, we fired all of those policemen. So now you had a situation where the economic circumstances in Iraq were dire. And then you fired thousands of armed men who had families, which allowed for groups like ISIS to come in and more easily recruit. Is there a similar kind of power dynamic? Maybe not similar in terms of the specifics, but like, is there a similar risk of that kind of mass destabilization? Is there, for example, a significant movement in Venezuela that is based in resisting American imperialism? I don't know the answer to that question. I really don't. Testy Johnson, what's up? Thanks so much for 5 months. Hail Satan, he said. Damn. TC says yes and no. I haven't done my homework yet, guys. I haven't done my homework yet. There are some gangs, I suppose, but it's nothing like Iraq. Also in Iraq, we removed the entire regime, not just Saddam. Yeah, there was like a de-Baathification policy. We just like every member of the Ba'athist Party, I think, was fired from their government position. And that, in conjunction with like firing all the police as well, just created a really horrible situation. There was no forward thinking. Like the Bush administration were, I don't even know what word you would use. We need something more than just naive, but they didn't really think that they needed a comprehensive post-invasion plan. And it just completely blew up in their faces.
To manufacture consent so we could invade Iraq. And just like Iraq, this is going to end the same way, with the destabilization of a region and countless lives thrown away for oil that we could have bought on the open market. Except now, fossil fuels are going to be less profitable than clean energy. We are spitting on the idea of sovereignty, the health of our planet, and international law just to make a few already ludicrously rich guys even richer. All of this is a revolting cocktail of corruption. Part greed, part power, part racism, part distraction. Distraction from what, you may ask? Well, everything that Trump is screwing up. And that includes the Epstein files, which I mention because invading Venezuela is in the Epstein files.
I am so convinced that Trump ultimately decided to pull the trigger when he did because of that article in the Wall Street Journal about him getting old and weak. I am so fucking convinced, you guys, that bruised his ego and he wanted to demonstrate that he was strong and big and girthy and mean because of that article. I can't prove it. Can't prove it. Carefree Traveler says, no, it's not the same culture, religion, Western hate, or Islamism, not remotely the same conditions. Stupid lady, no nuance at all. I'm not qualified to tell you that the situation seems like there's, I don't know if there's I don't know if there's a risk of the kind of like destabilization that we saw in Iraq post-invasion in Venezuela, but I don't know enough to. But the people I follow don't seem to think that that's true. I don't know.
In 2018, Jeffrey Epstein had an entire text exchange with someone where he said we needed to take over Venezuela because they have more oil reserves than Saudi Arabia. and called it soon to be the best investment of a lifetime. But back to the attacks. All of this is so fucked up. The president of the United States is about to drag us into another forever war without congressional approval. I'm scared of that, but I am equally scared that Congress is just going to play along like they did in 2003. I mean, you don't want to be pro-drug trafficking, right? Even if we've given zero proof for our claims. We need Democrats right now to grow a fucking spine and stand up to Trump, along with any Republicans of conscience. And that doesn't mean strongly worded letters. This man needs to be impeached, convicted, and removed as soon as humanly possible.
Okay, Kat, how do you see that playing out? We're just doing flowchart stuff here. This is just flowchart shit right here. You guys are saying based. Democrats need to grow a spine and force an outcome that would result in an impeachment and conviction of Donald Trump? How the fuck is that going to happen? She ain't wrong, correct? Excuse me? Not wrong? Yes? Can someone articulate to me how the Democrats are supposed to force that outcome? She's 100% correct. Just answer the question. How are Democrats supposed to force the impeachment and conviction? She is saying, or rather, I suppose, implying that it demonstrates a lack of a spine if Donald Trump is not impeached and removed when they do not have the power to do that. They cannot do that. The Republicans in Congress control the legislative branch. Do you see the Republicans impeaching and convicting him? The Democrats can't do it on their own. Number one, they cannot initiate the proceedings. They cannot force impeachment proceedings. Number two, even if they could, if they agreed to some rule where either party could do that, do you see a future, a possible outcome where you would get sufficient amount of Republicans to vote to impeach and convict Donald Trump? This rhetoric is a problem. It's self-serving. This is a self-serving situation. She's doing this thing that all fucking populists do, where they traffic in this stupid rhetoric and then position themselves as someone who's going to be like fighting for the ultimate good. You know, I'm going to step up and do the thing that these spineless Democrats aren't doing, and it's a thing that they can't do. What do you mean? What leverage do New York and California have as the largest economic drivers of the country by a mile? Literally none. Wait, what are you proposing? You're saying California, New York, ... What? Are we talking like shut the economy down? Like not pay our taxes? Like what are you saying? I don't understand. Have you seen the video of the Venezuela protester being arrested? No. What is this?
This is not just a foreign issue, it's our tax dollars that are also being used to commit these war crimes. It is also the duty of us, the people, to stand against the Trump regime, the Trump administration that are committing crimes both here in the U.S. and against people in Venezuela.
Now, in the background of this interview, you could see that police car. And now right here, we're showing you video we have. Immediately after the interview finished, Plickta was arrested by 2 Grand Rapids police officers. You can see it in the video. And an officer tells Plickta that she is being arrested for obstructing a roadway and failure to obey a lawful command from a police officer. You can see as she's taken away in that car.
Wait, what? Is there more context? Perhaps there was more context? What state is this in?
She was issuing.
This is not just.
What state is this in? Michigan? Do we have more context on this? Does anyone know what she was like specifically charged with? But the guardrails, Hutch. Oh yeah, okay. Some police in, what is this, Michigan? A couple police officers in Michigan decide to protest a protester. This means there's no guardrails. God damn, do you hear yourselves? Jesus Christ. So she was obstructing by being interviewed? I have no idea what led to this arrest. Do we have an arrest report yet? That is bananas. If it's literally just her being interviewed and that's why she got arrested, that is fucking bananas. And I assume ripe for litigation, by the way. That makes more sense. Hang on, JRET. What did JRET say? I don't know what JRET said. Where's JRET? What did you say? Grand Rapids? She organized the protest in Grand Rapids. Oh. Gotcha. I think cities can force people to apply for a permit. My understanding is that most of the time they don't prosecute people. I don't know if there's more context here. I'm very curious if there is. That's obviously optically pretty insane.
This is literally what impeachment.
Don't you need approval for large protest gathering? So it has been ruled constitutional that cities can require a permit to protest. And you can arrest people for violating, like, what's the phrase? An unlawful gathering, I'm not sure. But in America, at least, I think most of the time people are not prosecuted. So I don't know if something happened at this protest in particular. I have no idea, but I have a lot of questions about that arrest. Hutch can't do research. Why would you say that? You need a permit depending on where you want to hold your event, and there are many stipulations depending on the amount of people attending. Yeah, but like, for example, I think for No Kings, did every protest organizer get a permit for those? I don't even know. She was arrested for being fabulous. Yes. Bro is calling out mods, but also it's literally true. Do the research. I don't understand. What is literally true? Most probably did. Big legit protests are usually fine. You know what? Grand Rapids. Protester arrested. This is just a video. That's not an article. Filter it by this week. How the fuck do you do that with Bing? The fuck? Tools? Anytime. Past week. Fucking Bing. 2 days ago, protesters gather in response to U.S. strike capturing Venezuela, breaking and developing news. I don't see any news articles about this yet. Grand Rapids, Michigan police reports and department records. Recordfinder.com. Yeah, I don't see any reports about this arrest. Grand Rapids protesters, local professor react to U.S. strikes. You look like a Bing user. That checks out. I use Microsoft Edge. Okay. Can you set a can you set like Google as your default search engine in Microsoft Edge? You probably can, right? How the fuck do you do that? Oh, that's page settings. How the fuck do you do that? So you go over here and then settings, default browser. Okay, there it is. Okay. No, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for default search engine. I'll figure it out another time.
Impeachment is for. And I don't want to hear any excuses. 30 years ago, lying.
No, can we revisit what she's saying, guys? What can I just ask, like, what do you guys want to... She's saying that Donald Trump needs to be impeached and removed from office right now. How are the Democrats supposed to force this to happen? What are they supposed to do? What leverage do they have to force this from happening? She's calling on Congress to be impeached. It's not that hard. Does she do that later in this statement? Because I didn't hear her say anything about that.
They did in 2003. I mean, you don't want to be pro drug trafficking, right? Even if we've given zero proof for our claims, we need Democrats right now to grow a fucking spine and stand up to Trump, along with any Republicans of conscience. And that doesn't mean strongly worded letters. This man needs to be impeached, convicted, and removed as soon as humanly possible. This is literally what impeachment is for. And I don't want to hear any excuses. 30 years.
What? I don't want to hear any excuses like you don't have enough votes to do it and you can't force impeachment proceedings. Those are just silly excuses. Is she going to get into specifics here? This is what drives me insane. This is what drives me fucking insane when people, and you can apply this to so many different things that you hear in terms of like rhetoric from people like her. They never get into specifics about what that looks like. And when they do, it's always this insane, stupid, juvenile shit, you know, like the arresting Joe Manchin's daughter and shit like that. Does she have any ideas? Anything? Just like anything. Any kind of, here's what I think they should do right now. And dot. It's none of that. They never get into specifics. It's only just grow a spine and make it happen. Like, what the fuck does that mean when you're the minority party?
Years ago, lying about to Trump, along with any...
No. Hang on. Captain Flavortown. I see you in chat. Mocking me. Dems are useless. Stop talking mean about them. Dems have no power. Stop making demands of them. Make your demand. Make your demand, and it needs to be more than just like find a way to impeach him. Give me specifics. The fuck are they supposed to do right? Do you guys understand? We are on this roller coaster. The voters in America decided that the Republican Party should be given full control of government through 2026 at least. Wait, are you trolling me right now? You don't hate Democrats enough. Keep making excuses. I am asking you for specifics. Are you trolling me right now? Is this a troll? Am I being trolled? Is this bait? This is bait. You're baiting me. And I'm falling for it. Just roll over doggy. I don't know if you're baiting me though. She's calling on Congress cop-brained? You called me cop-brained? What the fuck does that even mean? Can I just get any specifics? Like what, how are Democrats right now How could they force impeachment proceedings to start? Did anyone try to tackle this? Did anybody? Okay, but for the record, people always complain that the electorate is not informed and they don't look into details, but then you simultaneously advocate for not holding the vote unless they can succeed, forcing anyone curious to have to do a bunch of digging to find out why it was never brought up instead of just seeing the Republicans are dicks. But the Democrats cannot force a vote on impeachment to initiate impeachment proceedings. They cannot force a vote on that. What are you talking about? Not hard if you win the House in 2026. If the Democrats win the House in 2026, I fully expect that they would initiate impeachment proceedings at some point. That's very likely to happen. But they will have the power to do that by that point if they win the House. Expect or want both, but I think they should do it like they did it the last time. If they're elected and they just immediately initiate impeachment proceedings, that could end up backfiring politically. The way that they did it last time, I think, was good. They did not blow their wad right away, but they pulled the trigger as soon as there was like a very clear line of attack with the Ukraine stuff. Start investigations and have hearings. You cannot force official congressional hearings when you are out of power. You understand that? The Republicans control the House. They lead all of the various subcommittees. Democrats are the minority party. Ignore the foolishness. I think binder your heart. You hope for social order capable of realizing human emancipation from suffering. Such a thing is possible, but not in this conversation. It would be a joy to have a more fertile conversation, perhaps offline, about what that might look like. That was pretty intense. She said Democrats and Republicans of conscience, not just Democrats. She said Democrats need to grow a spine and do something. She then said that Donald Trump needs to be impeached and removed immediately. And she has not connected the dots in any way whatsoever to even begin to describe what that would look like. It isn't, people don't like hearing this in politics, I think. People don't like hearing, like, some things are just not possible. We want our politicians and we want our messaging to be aspirational, idealistic, bold. That's what American voters respond to. People don't like hearing. You literally cannot do that. There is nothing that you can do to force that outcome. People really don't like hearing that. Have you considered they could call for a general strike? There is no appetite for a general strike in America. Stop proposing that. There is no appetite for that. It isn't gonna happen. It's like the rapture. It's like the revolution. They want virtue signaling, Hutch. It just drives me nuts. Like, get into specifics, bro. You're saying they're spineless. Like, what are you suggesting that they do to force this outcome?
We're going to be pro without congressional approval. I'm scared of that, but I am equally scared that Congress is just going to play along like they did in 2003. I mean, you don't want to be pro drug trafficking, right? Even if we've given zero proof for our claims, we need.
Kat, they are going to play along because the Republican Party has become a death cult. That's what happened. That's what happened. They control the Congress, the Republicans, and the Republican Party has become a death cult. That's why he will not be impeached and removed. It has nothing to do with democratic spinelessness. Measure your heart rate? Do Do I have my thing? It's up. I'll tell you that much. It's up. My heart rate is up right now. It's fucking so frustrating. So fucking frustrating. I don't know what needs to happen. I don't know if we need to fucking, I don't know, man. I feel like the next Democratic presidential candidate, you know what I want them to run on a platform of? I want them to run on a platform of re-education. Fuck it, bro. We need re-education camps in this country. And it's for everybody. Everybody has to check into the education camp. Everybody. And the purpose of the education camp, it can be a day. It can be a day, and we can split it up. We can put people in groups, you know. But we need forced re-education camps where people are forced to stay in the camp for like 8 hours. They will be well fed. The conditions will be so humane, and people will simply be required to take a high school level civics course. And that's it. 10 question quiz at the end of the day. You fail the quiz, you can take it right over again. Just a basic, like, sophomore level civics course. This shit is so frustrating. Lake of the Wild, thanks so much for the primer. Swanee Bird with $5, but Hutch, don't you know if Democrats just try hard enough, they can do anything? Dazvidania with $5. Unfortunately, data consistently shows that voters don't give politicians credit for trying, either credit for success or blame for failing. Yeah. Show me one time where like a president got caught trying and then like people liked him for doing that. I don't think it's ever happened, pretty sure. Zabzy, did I get you for 10 months? Appreciate it. Is Kat friend of the channel? You know, I don't really know much about her. But this is just, to me, this is just populist brain rot. It's just brain rot. It's just populist brain rot. It's just nonsense. Hutch wants people to just give up. Oh God, I'm getting not the most flattering. I didn't do that on purpose. That was not the most flattering freeze frame. Then maybe talk to her and have this discussion. I would be okay having a conversation with her. Maybe we can get her on Live and Learn. How long until we find out she has a Nazi tattoo? Okay, hang on. Let's not go that far. We already knew Hutch hated women. Look how he treats Mira. It is true that her womanly qualities upset me, just generally. Biden got caught trying to defeat healthcare. He got caught trying to end. He got caught trying to beat Medicaid, or what did he say? Medicare? I don't even want to think about that. People need hope. They need something to latch onto. Just saying the poll or be pragmatic won't poll people. It just ends up with a copy paste of Biden's term. Good, but no one thinks it's good. People need hope, okay, but what people don't need is a lie about what is possible. You can give people hope, but not lie about what's possible. Imply that something can be done that cannot be done. There's no legal.
Able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden.
Oh, pain. 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 That is painful. Hutch forgets what year it is. Uh-oh. When did I do? Oh, this was yesterday. New Jersey governors is this year? Wait, are you sure? Because the poll that I just looked at said it was New Jersey 2025. Oh God. You could probably make like a 30-minute. I'm having so many more fucking boomer moments. I am definitely getting older, bro. I am definitely, I mean, it's going to be bad. And it's only downhill from here. I need to take Joe Rogan's Gorilla Jizz pills or something. I don't know what I need. You know how I know it's bad is like, I'm forgetting the names of like, I've said this so many times on stream, but like, I'm forgetting the names of like major celebrities and historical figures. I'm like trying to talk about a movie with you guys and I'll be like, what's that one movie with the guy? You know the guy. Who's that guy again? And it's like Denzel Washington. And I just can't for the life of me fucking remember the name. That's literally, that is happening. That is happening. Easily forgettable people. I'll be like, who's that guy again? That one guy? Oh yeah, like Frank Sinatra. What was his name again?
Democrats right now to grow a fucking spine and stand up to Trump, along with any Republicans of conscience. And that doesn't mean strongly worded letters. This man needs to be impeached, convicted, and removed as soon as humanly possible.
These people exist in an alternative universe where elections don't have consequences. That's what's happening. They seem to think that the system is a bit more flexible than it actually is. They seem to think that if you give a party control of government, you can stop them from doing things when they have control of government. And they never get into fucking specifics. They never explain how this works. That is not, we are locked in, okay? The voters locked us in with a Republican trifecta for 2 years. The full 2 years. Not 6 months, not 3 months, not a year where we're at now. We have another year, guys. There's another year where they are locked into power. And they get to do whatever they want to do within the confines of the system during that period. So the alternative is just do nothing? Oof. All right, you know what? Where's the lemur video? Can somebody put the lemur video on? We got to do lemurs for a second. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, there it goes. Look at that little guy. That's God's most magical creature right there, guys. Look at this guy. Look at him. Lemur holding an umbrella? What's that all about? That's just silly. When I die, I want to come back as a lemur more than any other. Maybe it's like a cat or a lemur. One of the two. They stop petting him and then he tells them, no, keep petting me. What are you doing? Do that thing again. Yeah. Look at that little guy. Did you know that all lemurs have the same number of rings on their tails? Guess how many it is? I'll just tell you, it's 13. I think. 13. 13, bro. Just the sight of a lemur make you happy? I mean, it's... Fucking love these little animals. They did the sunbathing. It gets me. It gets me every time. They're like little Buddhas, you know? They're like little Buddhas when they do the sunbathing. I fucking love the sunbathing thing they do. Hutch hopes that Trump stays in power for content? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We got to get through the rest of this video, though. Hang on.
Along with any Republicans of conscience, and that national approval. I'm scared of that, but I am equally scared that Congress is just going to play along like they did in 2003. I mean, you don't want to be pro-drug trafficking, right? Even if we've given zero proof for our claims. We need Democrats right now to grow a fucking spine and stand up to Trump, along with any Republicans of conscience. And that doesn't mean strongly worded letters. This man needs to be impeached, convicted, and removed as soon as humanly possible. This is literally what impeachment is for. And I don't want to hear any excuses. 30 years ago, lying about a blowjob was a convictable offense. Starting a war without congressional approval has to be one too. Draft articles of impeachment today. And in the meantime, until that happens, we cannot allow Congress to sign off on this.
I don't know what that means. Okay.
Congress alone holds the power to declare war. The military is not supposed to answer to just a single man. It is ultimately responsible.
What's up, Wick? How's it going?
Responsible to the people and those that the people elect. I'm a former journalist running for Congress, and I'm not just making this video as a commentator and a candidate, but also as a person. I grew up in the wake of 9/11.
Democrats and Republicans, not just Democrats, but what do the Democrats have to do with this? What do they have to do with this? They do not decide if Donald Trump gets, if there are impeachment hearings or proceedings. They are not the ones, they do not have the power to do that.
9/11. And I watched as we sowed terror and threw away countless lives for the greed of just a few men. And I refuse to let that happen again if I have anything to say about it. That means holding Republicans accountable. But as we saw in 2003, it also means making sure that our party is held accountable. You don't get to side with the military-industrial complex just because it's a good golden parachute or an extortive bully. Because in the end, our representatives answer to us. And we want to make our country better, not everywhere else in the world worse.
I hope that she is unsuccessful in her bid for Congress, because that shit drives me bananas. All right. I have not watched any of this.
Late last night and
apparently Destiny was calling for the impeachment.
Early today, at my direction, the United States...
Ooh, we got some Arc Raiders gameplay. How do you play Arc Raiders and then watch politics at the same time? Is he in the Baby Buffalo lobbies? Is he in the PvE lobbies, or does he PvP in solos? You cannot do this shit. Like, do you guys understand this is a game where you turn night mode on in your audio, and you will hear just the slightest tiny little footstep. And the directional audio in this game is not fantastic. I had a situation happen, you guys, like, I don't know, the audio is kind of fucked in Arc Raiders, you guys. It's kind of fucked. I had a situation where I was like creeping, like I used the walk key a lot. My gameplay is very slow and methodical, just because footsteps are so loud in this game. And I had a situation where I was, there's two entrances to the testing annex. on damn battlegrounds. There's one that is on the first floor. If you're coming straight from control tower, there's like one on the first floor. And then there's one on the back side of it that goes up to the second floor. And I was outside the first floor, like, door. So I'm not even in the testing annex. I'm not even in the building. And I heard a fight. I heard a fight, shots, different guns. The sound of a Raider flare went up, indicating that somebody died. And when I heard it with my headphones, I was like, okay, they're in the room right next to me. That's how I perceived it. And then I go in, I'm super slow. I cleared the whole building. I was like, there's nobody in here. There's no fucking bodies, nothing. And then I found them, and they were outside the annex on the opposite side of the building. And it sounded like it was right next to me. Like, the audio is so fucked. All that to say, the audio in ARC is so important. You have to be able to hear if someone is walking up on you, and you can't do that if you're playing fucking ARC Raiders. Like, how do you do that? Also, when did oh my god, when did Destiny start doing 21:9 videos? I'm not complaining. I like the cinematic. Did you see Tallarico's losing Jewish support? No, I didn't see that.
Armed forces conducted.
We'll see what kind of lobbies he gets, because you can't do this if you're playing in the demon lobbies. I have the demon lobbies. Everybody shoots on sight in the demon lobbies.
Extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela.
The capital, nice, on the ground.
Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch.
Our first TV ad just hit the airwaves. All right, this is Tallarico's first ad.
Before I was a legislator, I was a middle school teacher. I don't scare easily. I stood up to the billionaire mega donors defunding our public schools. I led the fight against.
Oh my God, the fucking cinematography, the lighting, the production value. Oh God, I'm horny. Oh God, the lighting, you guys. What did Denis Villeneuve's cinematographer work on this movie?
Against politicians redrawing our districts to rig elections. And I fought the most extreme abortion ban in the country. Now I want to take that fight to the U.S. Senate to take on corruption and make life more affordable. My name is James Tallarico, and I approve this message.
Production value, bro. That shit matters. I saw this. Yeah, Mark Kelly, the censure of Mark Kelly. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said on Monday that he had issued a formal censure to Democratic Senator Mark Kelly and initiated proceedings that could strip Arizona lawmaker of his retired military rank and cut his pension, escalating a dispute that began when Kelly urged service members to resist unlawful orders just days after a covert mission to blah, 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 blah. Hegseth announced that Kelly faces retirement grade determination proceedings, a rare administrative action that could see the former astronaut and Navy captain demoted in his retired rank. Now, is he subject to a military tribunal? Or, in other words, can Hegseth in his capacity as Secretary of Defense just unilaterally do this, or does he have to go through a military process? I assume there's a process. You would have to take it to some kind of court, right? Because that would be kind of insane if you could just do that. Kelly has 30 days to respond to the censure, which will be placed in his permanent military personnel file. The Pentagon chief has directed the Navy secretary to complete the rank review within 45 days. I mean, we'll see what happens. We've seen the administration do this a number of times, and it just completely fails and blows up in their face. I am not clicking on that, whatever that is. Okay, fine. The mayor is listening. 21-minute video from Zoran. This is okay. A useful link. Let's go. We'll take a look at that after.
A spectacular assault, and it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II. It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history. And if you think about it, we've done some other good ones like the attack on Soleimani, the attack on al-Baghdadi, and the obliteration and decimation of the Iran nuclear sites just recently in an operation known as Midnight Hammer.
No new wars, guys.
All perfectly executed and done. No nation in the world could achieve what America achieved yesterday, or frankly, in just a short period of time. All Venezuelan military capacities were rendered powerless as the men and women of our military, working with U.S. law enforcement, successfully captured Maduro in the dead of night. It was dark. The lights of Caracas.
Like Trump did a blatantly illegal thing, this would be the perfect time to call for impeachment. To be clear, I fully assume that some Democrat is going to file for, or is going to try to make a motion to impeach or something like that. Like similar to what Marjorie Taylor Greene did that with Biden when Democrats controlled Congress. Nothing happened. No one talked about it. Nobody gave a fuck. Did Al Green try to make a motion to impeach last year or something like that? Yeah.
Because we're largely turned off.
It doesn't matter. Nobody gives a shit. It doesn't make any waves. Nobody talks about it. Nobody takes it seriously.
Due to a certain expertise that we have, it was dark. It was deadly.
I hate him so much.
But captured along with his wife, Celia Flores, both of whom now face American justice. Maduro and Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. It's Jay Clayton, for their campaign of deadly narco-terrorism against the United States and its citizens. I want to thank the men and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success overnight with breathtaking speed, power, precision, and competence. You rarely see anything like it. You've seen some raids in this country that didn't go so well. They were an embarrassment. If you look back to Afghanistan, or if you look back to the Jimmy Carter days, they were different days. We're a respected country again, like never before. These highly trained warriors operating in collaboration with U.S. law enforcement caught them in a very ready position. They were waiting for us. They knew we had many ships out in the sea, just sort of waiting. They knew we were coming. So they were in what's called a ready position, but they were completely overwhelmed and very quickly incapacitated.
I actually haven't seen this press conference yet.
If you would have seen what I saw last night, you would have been very impressed. I'm not sure that you'll ever get to see it, but it was an incredible thing to see. Not a single American service member was killed, and not a single piece of American equipment was lost. We had many helicopters, many planes, many people involved in that fight. But think of that, not one piece of military equipment was lost, not one service member was, more importantly, killed. The United States military is the strongest and most fearsome military on the planet by far. With capabilities and skills our enemies can scarcely begin to imagine. We have the best equipment anywhere in the
If Republicans were able to scream about Obama wearing a brown suit, it seems fine to me that Dems should be screaming for impeachment and for Republicans to have the balls to follow through with it. Again, I think you definitely need to be calculated. Like, I want to live in a world where things that are just blatantly unconstitutional would be grounds to impeach, and this would just be self-evidently obvious to everybody, but that's not the world that we live in. And anytime you take a significant step of calling for impeachment, for example, you run I think a couple different risks. Number one, you run the risk of like cheapening the idea of impeachment, which I'm not suggesting that would apply in this spot, because I do think this is an impeachable offense. I mean, I think before he even entered office, the shitcoin stuff I think is impeachable. There's like a dozen impeachable offenses so far in Trump's term. But yeah, you run the risk of cheapening the idea of impeachment, and then you also run the risk of it kind of blowing up in your face and making the action more popular. even if it's quote unquote the right thing to do. I'm not really as interested in that conversation as I am like, what is the most politically smart thing to do? Would you agree this is the most impeachable? I don't know if this is more impeachable than the shitcoin. I think the shitcoin is corruption at an astonishing level. Corruption on the order of billions of dollars of wealth generated. That to me, I don't know. That to me feels a little bit more impeachable than this, but yeah.
In the world, there's no equipment like what we have, and you see that even if you just look at the boats. You know, we've knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by sea. 90%. Each boat kills 25 on average, 25,000 people. We knocked out 97.
Jesus.
The numbers, man. It's like with Trump math, it's like we saved 3 trillion lives by blowing up like 30 boats.
And those drugs.
One boat, 25,000 dead Americans. True.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So
Jesus Christ.
We don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last.
I mean, yeah, this is obviously impeachable. Stuff like this. I mean, it's so brazen what he's doing. It's so brazen.
Speak with them before the operation took place.
Yes.
So did you speak with the oil companies before the operation?
Maybe tip them off.
Before and after, and they want to go in, and they're going to do a great job for the people of Venezuela, and they're going to represent us well.
This is just conquest. This is just imperialism. It's just that's just that is just imperialism. We call that imperialism.
It's a long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious.
Oh, also, just as a quick thing for you, my audience. So I quote tweeted Dave Smith, and I said these people have no values. They'll support anything. And people are like, actually, if you read Dave Smith's tweet, he wasn't supporting it at all. You, okay? Was he?
What did he say? Well, that was the quickest regime change I've ever seen or remember reading about. I have to admit, I'm surprised and frankly impressed that they got Maduro so quickly. A couple of things that I think are important to remember here. This whole thing was sold on lies, like all wars. This was never about drugs, and all you have to do is look at the percentage of drugs that come from Venezuela to know that. Trump overthrew a sovereign government without authorization from Congress for reasons that he won't tell the American people, none of whom wanted this war. The most important question is always what comes next. And it's a question DC is famous for ignoring. In the case of Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria, Yemen, it was disaster despite all the war hawks immediately celebrating the, quote, success. I hope what comes next is better for the people of Venezuela and the region, but I'm not optimistic. These events have a tendency to destabilize, and unlike the Middle East and North Africa, this is in our backyard, and we will pay a steeper price if the results are another destroyed country. I mean, I don't like Dave Smith. Disclaimer aside, this doesn't sound like a resounding endorsement of what Trump did. Swanee Bird with $10. To be honest, I don't think a president will ever be impeached and removed from office the way things are now. I wish we had something like a people's veto, a nationwide vote to overturn congressional decision. Ooh, that would be something. Yeah, I mean, as long as things stay as hyper-polarized as they are, it's very difficult to imagine anybody being removed. I mean, impeached, yeah. You can secure an impeachment if you have a simple majority in the House, but to get a conviction in the Senate, I think you need 67 senators, and the most they got the last time was what, like 7? I think 7 Republicans, 7 Republicans voted to convict Donald Trump in the Senate for the January 6th impeachment. Vidani with $2. He's got that military grade Vyvanse. Yeah, but still, I mean, I don't know how you hear footsteps. I want to see how much he PvPs in his solo queues. You can't do this shit in my fucking lobbies. Adam with $5. I'm 41 and I am experiencing the same memory loss. It sucks. Yeah. I'm just like, I can feel my brain aging.
Supporting into the tweet? No, he wasn't. Not really. But it was the most hedged language. The most like, well, guys, the important thing is next, and we'll see what happens, and this, the next stage, and we'll blah, blah, blah. But if this was a Democratic leader, he would have gone off. It would have been, I can't believe.
Well, he's right about that. I agree. Louis with $2.67 and says 6'7". Okay.
believe we're doing a legal regime change. It's the worst possible thing. America is making the same mistake. Remember, Dave Smith is literally only popular. The Iraq war to Dave Smith is like Palestine and Israel to Hassan Piker. If it wasn't for Iraq and him reading a single book about this and having every CIA conspiracy theory in his mind about it, nobody would know or give a about who this guy is. Okay, his whole political schmuck was driven by the hatred that he has about the Iraq war. And so for him to give such lukewarm, tepid kind of sort of criticism over the bullshit that he's basically supporting it. He's basically saying like, well, if the outcome is good, then everything will be okay. Him and fuck that and fuck you.
Transition, and it has to be judicious, because that's what we're all about.
Judicious.
We want peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela.
Right.
And
it has to be judicious. The fuck does that even mean? Hutch, you are vindicated. We'd like that. CEO of Embark Studios now confirmed in a video that there apparently is skill-based and aggression-based matchmaking. The quote is, first, it's skill-based, of course. Then you have solos, duos, and trios. Then also we have, since a week ago or so, we introduced a system where we also matchmake based on how prone you are to PvP or PvE. I think this was longer than a week ago. But, I mean, I don't feel vindicated because I feel like everybody who plays this game religiously already knew that this system existed. It was so obvious and so easily demonstrated.
And that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind.
That's what we care about. True, King.
We're not going to let that happen. We're there now. And what people don't understand, but they understand as I say this, we're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place.
What the fuck does that mean?
As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has...
That's the thing, too, is like you really have no fucking idea what is happening. When if anything, when the president speaks on this stuff, he just ends up confusing people, which is like the worst quality you could imagine for a president. It's the same thing with like the Gaza policy. Like, what is our Gaza policy? What is the plan? What are we doing? Like, nobody can answer that question now.
Has been a bust, a total bust for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large...
He's in the friendly lobbies, you guys. He's in the friendly lobbies.
United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. So we were prepared to do a second wave if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would be necessary, but now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that, the first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually.
Thanks.
This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do. This partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish, will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make the many, many people from Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. They suffered. So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore. The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal.
How long do you think we'll stay there? I have no idea. I don't even know what he means when he says we'll run the country. I don't know what he means for like any of this.
I don't think he even knows, to be honest with you.
Or what that entails. Or
I don't think Donald Trump could give you specifics about what he means. I don't know if he thinks about these things.
Or like what? Because I mean, weren't we supposed to do this for Gaza? And they released like that, like a high schooler's guide to like.
I swear to God, I did not fucking pre-watch this.
Oh, this is how everything's going to work out. I don't think we've done anything with that, have we? So who the fuck knows?
Criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs into the United States. As alleged in the indictment, he
run the country equals oil. Yeah, but like, what does that mean in terms of like the administrative day-to-day function of the government? Like, what does that look like? What are we talking about? Establishing a military presence to secure the oil fields? Like, what does this all mean? Like, they never get into these. He just says shit. I'm just telling you guys, he just says shit. Like, there's a very strong chance that he was not supposed to talk about this during this press conference.
He personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel.
There's a very decent chance that Marco Rubio in this moment is like, oh, wait, what is he saying?
De La Solis.
Oh, another
which flooded
one.
our nation with lethal poison,
True.
responsible for the deaths of countless Americans, many, many Americans. Hundreds of thousands over the years of Americans died because of him. Maduro and his wife will soon face the full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil.
Also, where's my international law historic people capturing other nationals to force them to stand trial in your country? What is that seems like a not good, a no bueno thing. But I don't know what historical analogs would.
Noxus with $5. Do articles or videos exist that present justification for impeachment for Trump's actions in Venezuela? Is lack of cooperation with Congress enough? Like just doing regime change without Congress? Actually, I don't. I said this in the last few days. Like, I don't know what the legal arguments are here. I can't cite what international law was broken. I can't tell you if he violated the Constitution or if his actions were in line with the AUMF. Like, I don't know. Already, yeah, I'm all caught up. Yeah,
exist for this, but
now their ownership they'll be heading to.
Like even for Saddam Hussein, he stood trial in Iraqi courts that were set up after his deposing.
Yeah, and somebody filmed his execution, which was, I think, culturally considered like really bad. But yeah, somebody snuck a phone in and filmed his execution.
You wouldn't say deposition, right? His deposure? I don't know what you would say, but whatever. Bush Sr. did this in Panama? Okay, I don't know anything about the Panama shit, so.
Well, it all starts with a guy named Manuel Noriega. And we used to be cool with him until we weren't.
New York, and then a decision will be made, I assume, between New York and Miami or Florida. But we have people where the overwhelming evidence of their crimes will be presented in a court of law. And I've seen it. I've seen what we have. It's
Israel kidnapped Adolf Eichmann and held a trial for him in Israel. What was Eichmann's background? He wasn't the leader of the country, though, right? I don't know. Like, Israel does some stuff that is, in terms of international law, like the Mossad does stuff that is not, or it did in the past. Well, arguably with assassinations in other countries still kind of does. I don't care as much about them, though, because they do it in other countries that don't give a fuck about international law, so.
It's both horrible and breathtaking that something like this could have been allowed to take place. For many years after his term as president of Venezuela expired, Maduro remained in power and waged a ceaseless campaign of violence.
Yeah, that Gaddafi video is so disturbing. They sodomized him with knives. I mean, fuck Gaddafi. He was a butcher. That guy was a murderer. That guy was horrible. But the sight of that, the sight of like that brutal violence, that's enough to like, I don't care who it's being done to. That'll make your heart drop into your stomach.
Terror and subversion against the United States of America, threatening not only our people, but the stability of the entire region. And you all saw it, in addition to trafficking gigantic amounts of illegal drugs that...
No. He was alive. Like, they sodomized him with knives while he was alive. After they shot him multiple times, I mean, he died a brutally violent death.
Inflicted untold suffering and human destruction all over the country, all over in particular the United States. Maduro sent savage and murderous gangs, including the bloodthirsty prison gang, Tren de Aragua, to terrorize American communities nationwide, and he did indeed. They were in Colorado. They took over apartments.
Everybody keeps saying Eichmann was a senior official Nazi or orchestrated the Holocaust, blah, blah. I'm saying what positions, he didn't have any like positions in government though in like Argentina or wherever the fuck he captured him from, right? That's what I'm saying. Like Maduro was the president of a country that I imagine has a legal system that can prosecute him there if they so choose to do so. Like
I think he needs to turn his sensitivity down. I don't know if he's distracted or...
Capturing people and taking them to your own country. Fuck! To stand trial in your legal system is...
Oh dear. Is that a rocketeer?
Oh my god.
Oh, you're done, buddy.
It's generally not an okay thing to do. This thing's gonna kill me.
It is 100% going to kill you.
I just have to make it close enough to call the thing.
Not going to happen. No, he's done. If he survives, there's no way he survives this, right? No, you're done. That's it. GG.
187. Can I make it? I have coils in my butt, I guess. I don't think I can make this crawl.
Alexis, they cut the fingers off people if they call police. They were brutal. But they're not so brutal now.
I don't have the healing looting one, do I? I don't think I do.
Congratulate our military, Pete, and everybody. And
no, you're done. Pack it up.
Our National Guard, because the job that they've done, whether it's in Washington, D.C., where we have a totally safe city, where it was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the world, frankly, and now we have no crime in Washington, D.C. We haven't had a killing. We had the terrorist attack a few weeks ago. A little bit of a different kind of a threat, but we haven't had a killing in a long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have two, on average.
Did the meme.
In Washington, our capital, we don't have that anymore.
No,
the restaurants are opening. Everyone's happy. They go in. They're walking their daughters. They're walking their children, their wives. They walk to restaurants. Restaurants are opening all over Washington, D.C.
Amy Klobuchar commented on Walz dropping out of the race. She said, Governor Walz made the difficult decision to focus on his job and the challenges facing our state. Rather than campaigning and running for re-election, he has always dedicated his career to delivering for Minnesota, from providing school breakfasts and lunches to our kids, to passing gun safety legislation, to maintaining our state's AAA bond rating. He's a true public servant.
So I want to thank the...
Is she running for governor? Like, is she 1,000% running for governor?
National Guard, I want to thank our military, and I want to thank law enforcement. Been amazing. And they should do it with more cities. We're doing it, as you know, and we're doing it in Memphis, Tennessee right now, and crime is down. We just sort of started a few weeks ago, but crime is down now 77%. And the governor of Louisiana called, great person, and he wanted us to help him, as you know, in a certain very nice...
No.
What the fuck? What are these lobbies he is in? Somebody just fucking defibbed him?
Shot. Wait, do you want an item? Hold on. Wait. There we go. Thank you so much. I love you, buddy.
What did he give him?
Wait, do you want an item? Hold on. Wait.
He gave him the Renegade. Okay, all right.
There we go.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair.
Thank you so much. I love you, buddy.
I think there's too many people in this game to stream snipe. There's too many people. I mean, I don't know, maybe, but like, apparently the game reached its peak player count just a couple of days ago. 3.4 million people. They hit a new peak just a couple of days ago. That's a lot of people. It'd be difficult to stream snipe somebody.
Louisiana, and we have done that. It was a rough section, and we have crime down. I understand it's down to almost nothing already after 2.5 weeks. New Orleans, it's down to almost nothing, and we've only been there for 2.5 weeks. Can't imagine why governors wouldn't want us to help. We also helped, as you know, in Chicago.
I had a few rounds off stream last night. Ooh, they were nice, guys. They were nice. I did some bad things, man. I did some bad things. I had one round where I went in with a level 4 volcano and I lost to an Arpeggio. That sucked. I didn't really lose a lot, and then the next 3 rounds were crazy. The next 3 rounds, I killed like 3 or 4 people each round. I have like 3 extra level 4 Venators now. Level 4 Kettle, level 4 Stitcher. I got another Tempest. The gods were kind to me after that. After that loss.
Chicago, and crime went down a little bit there. We did a very small help because we had no working ability with the governor. The governor was a disaster and the mayor was a disaster, but it knocked down crime. But we're pulling out of there when they need us. We'll know. You'll know. You'll be writing about it. And likewise, Los Angeles, where we saved Los Angeles early on.
They saved LA.
Head of the police department made a statement that if the federal government didn't come in, we would have lost Los Angeles.
Don't shoot.
What? Who the f is he talking about here? What?
Long after the fires. That's when they had the riots in Los Angeles. We did a great job. Got no credit for it whatsoever, but that's...
The riots? When did we have mass rioting in Los Angeles? What is he talking about?
Okay, it doesn't matter. We don't need the credit. But we'll be pulling out when they need us. They'll call, or we'll go back if we have to. We'll go back. but we did a great job in various cities.
It's just so insane when you actually are on the ground. Like, I was at the protest at the very specific spot when stuff popped off for like one day for the No Kings protests. There were some people that were like trying to block traffic. They were immediately herded off the road. Like, at no point did it even approach getting out of control. Do you know what an arpeggio is in a non-arc context? No.
The place that we're very proud of is Washington, D.C., because it's our nation.
Did the burning Waymos happen in Los Angeles or San Francisco?
Capital. We took it from being a crime-ridden mess to being one of the safest cities in the country. But the gangs that they sent tortured and murdered American women and children. They were in all of the cities I mentioned, Tren de Aragua. And they were sent by Maduro to terrorize our people, and now Maduro will never.
Oh, he's talking about when the fires happened.
Oh,
okay, good one.
Anybody from Venezuela.
No, I think he specified after the fires for the protests, I think, is what he just said.
There will no longer be threats. For years, I've highlighted the stories of those innocent Americans whose lives were so heartlessly robbed by this Venezuelan terrorist organization. Really one of the worst. One of the worst. They say the worst. Americans like.
Arpeggio is a Italian word. It's a type of musical chord, hence why the arpeggio is a burst gun. Oh, interesting. The Waymos were in LA. Remember Hassan was streaming near them. There were like a couple nights where like right after the sun went down. And again, this is like the golden rule. If you guys go to a protest, you should probably get the fuck out of there before the sun goes down, because not every time, but a lot of times when the sun goes down, that's when the weirdos come out and do stupid shit.
12-year-old Jocelyn Nungary from Houston. Beautiful Jocelyn Nungary. What happened to her? They, as you know, they kidnapped, assaulted, and murdered by Tren de Aragua animals. They murdered Jocelyn and left her dead under the bridge. There was a bridge that will never be the same to so many people after seeing what happened. As I've said many times, the Maduro regime emptied out their prisons, sent their worst and most violent monsters into the United States to steal American lives.
His ranting, Donald Trump's ranting, provokes like a visceral, like anger or rage. It is, I find it so aggravating. I find it so fucking aggravating.
And they came from mental institutions and insane asylums. They came from prisons and jails. The reason I say both, they sound similar. Actually, prisons a little bit more hostile, a little bit tougher. A mental institution isn't as tough as an insane asylum, but we got them both. They sent from their mental institutions. They sent from their jails, prisons. They were drug dealers. They were drug kingpins. They sent everybody bad into the United States.
Everybody.
But no longer. And we have now a border where nobody gets through. In addition, Venezuela unilaterally seized and sold American oil, American assets, and American platforms, costing us billions and billions of dollars. They did this a while ago, but we never had a president that did anything about it. They took all of our property. It was our property. We built it. And we never had a president that decided to do anything about it. Instead, they...
What was our property? I don't even understand. Montero with $5. Hey, Hutch, I've been out of the loop for a while, so I need some catch up. I thought Lauren Chen was prosecuted and sent to jail. How is she back already? I don't think she was prosecuted. Lauren Chen? I don't remember anything about her being prosecuted. Guys? Was she prosecuted? I don't think so.
They fought wars that were 10,000 miles away.
Yeah, that's the tenant media check. Yeah, I know that, but I don't think she was prosecuted. I think the Russians were prosecuted or indicted.
We built Venezuela oil industry with American talent, drive, and skill, and the socialist regime stole it from us during those previous administrations, and they stole it through force. This constituted one of the largest thefts.
Dillis Filler was 17 months. He's talking about the nationalization of oil assets decades ago. Okay, gotcha.
Of American property in the history of our country. Considered the largest theft of property in the history of our country. Massive oil infrastructure was taken like we were babies. We didn't do anything about it. I would have done something about it. America will never allow foreign powers to rob our people or drive us back into and out of our own hemisphere. That's what they did. Furthermore, under the now deposed dictator Maduro, Venezuela was increasingly hosting foreign adversaries.
What is he doing with all these Hornet drivers and Wasp drivers? What is he doing?
In our region and acquiring menacing...
Is he working on the expedition?
Offensive weapons that could threaten U.S. interests and lives. And they used those weapons last night. Potentially in league with the cartels operating along our border. All of these actions were in gross violation of the core principles of American foreign policy, dating back more than 2 centuries, and not anymore. All the way back, it dated to the Monroe Doctrines, and the Monroe Doctrine is a big deal, but we've superseded it by a lot, by a real lot. They now call it the Monroe Document. I don't know. It's
did he just say we now call it the Monroe Doctrine? Is that what he just said?
And the Monroe Doctrine is a big deal, but we've superseded it by a lot, by a real lot. They now call it the Monroe Document. I don't know.
He did. He called it the Monroe Doc.
It's Monroe Doctrine. We sort of forgot about it. It was very important, but we forgot about it. We don't forget about it anymore. Under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again. Won't happen.
It's just 3 more years, guys. That's not that long. When you think about it, you know, like in the context of 2 terms, what's our progress bar at right now? We're basically almost 2/3 the way through his time as president. When you think about it that way, helps to contextualize things a little bit. We're almost through this thing. We're almost done with this fucking guy.
So just in concluding, for decades, other administrations have neglected or even contributed to these growing security threats in the Western Hemisphere. Under the Trump administration, we are reasserting American power in a very powerful way in our home region.
You could say that.
And our home region is very different than it was just a short while ago. The future will be, and we did this in my first term. We had great dominance in my first term, and we have far greater dominance right now. Everyone's coming back to us. The future will be determined by the ability to protect commerce and territory and resources that are core to national security. These are core to our national security. Just like tariffs are, they've made our country rich, and they've made our national security stronger than ever before.
Really,
but these are the iron laws that have always determined global power.
Here's the actual video of Walz announcing that he is not going to run again. You haven't seen this video yet? That is a cat.
Which brings me to this. 2026 is an election year. Election years have a way of ramping up the politics at a time when we simply can't afford more of that in Minnesota. In September, I announced that I would seek a historic 3rd term as Minnesota's governor, and I have every confidence that if I gave it my all, we would win the race. But as I reflect on this moment with my family and my team over the holidays, I came to the conclusion that I can't give a political campaign my all. Every minute that I spend defending my own political interest would be a minute I can't spend defending the people of Minnesota against the criminals who prey on our generosity and the cynics who want to prey on our differences. So I've decided to step out of this race, and I'll let others worry about the election while I focus on the work that's in front of me for the next year.
We stand selfless politicians. You'd like to see that. You'd like to see the selflessness.
And we're going to keep it that way. We will secure our borders. We will stop the terrorists. We will crash the cartels, and we will defend our citizens against all threats, foreign and domestic. Other presidents may have lacked the courage or whatever to defend America, but I will never allow terrorists and criminals to operate with impunity against the United States. This extremely successful operation should serve as warning to anyone who would threaten American sovereignty or endanger American lives. Very importantly, the embargo on all Venezuelan oil remains in full effect. The American Armada remains poised in position, and the United States retains all military options until United States demands have been fully met and fully satisfied. All political and military figures in Venezuela should understand what happened to Maduro can happen to them, and it will happen to them if they aren't just fair, even to their people. The dictator and terrorist Maduro is finally gone in Venezuela. People are free. They're free again. It's been a long time for them, but they're free. America is a safer nation this morning. It's a prouder nation this morning because it didn't allow this horrible person and this country that was doing very bad things to us. It didn't allow it to happen. And the Western Hemisphere is right now a much safer place to be. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank General Raisin Kane. He's fantastic. Man, I've worked with a lot of generals. I worked with some I didn't like. I worked with some I didn't respect.
Fucking nicknames.
I worked with some that just weren't good. But this guy is fantastic. I watched last night one of the most precise attacks on sovereignty. I mean, it was an attack for
Attack on sovereignty? Did he just say that out loud? Was that like a Freudian slip? What the fuck? Attack on sovereignty. Did he really just say that?
Justice. I didn't respect. I worked with some that just weren't good. But this guy is fantastic. I watched last night one of the most precise attacks on sovereignty. I mean, it was an attack.
What the fuck, dude?
For justice. And I'm very proud of him, and I'm very proud of our Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who I'm going to ask to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Okay. Let's go. Thank you, Mr. President. Finally, a commander-in-chief the world respects.
Where did he get all of these blueprints? What the fuck? Is he being fed? Or DGG people like feeding him these? Where do you go to farm blueprints? To be honest with you, I don't even really do that.
And the American people deserve.
Nah, he's just addicted? Bro, I have how many hours? It's kind of obscene. It might be the most hours I have of any game besides Skyrim, maybe? $254 hours I have played. What about Skyrim? Skyrim's got to be number 2. Then maybe one of the Horizon games. Starfield I have 258 hours in Starfield. What? What the fuck? Skyrim. 289 hours. Cyberpunk's probably up there as well. 309 hours for Cyberpunk. Death Stranding is probably like 150-ish. What are some of the other ones? Hogwarts Legacy is probably a decent amount too. 171 hours. I have a lot of hours. For Arc Raiders, this is just in the last like 2 months. 2.5, 2 months, 254 hours. That's a lot. I've been fucking binging this game.
And as the president said, words can barely capture the bravery.
Do you not have a single 1,000-hour? It would be Call of Duty. So like the old Call of Duty, like Call of Duty 4, I would assume is probably my most played game. COD 4, it was a lot. COD 4 was like 6 to 10 hours every day for months and months and months.
And the power and the precision of this historic operation. A massive joint military and law enforcement raid flawlessly executed by the greatest Americans our country has to offer. American warriors are second to none. The best in the...
Regarding Senator Kelly, former Army Grade Determination Review Board member here. For those wondering why no CM, simply the government likely would not win. Administrative actions don't come with the same burden of proof, standards of evidence, given CDR's wide latitude. I don't really know what that means. They're quoting another tweet that says, no court-martial for Senator Kelly, it seems. Secretary Hegseth says DOD has initiated an administrative punishment. The department has initiated retirement grade determination proceedings under 10 USC 1370F with reduction in his retired grade resulting in corresponding reduction in retired pay.
The world and the best of our country.
Well, I don't have much to add to what you've heard.
Oh, Destiny 1, actually. Destiny 1, yeah. Destiny 1, wow. That I don't know. I'd have to open up my Xbox account, but Destiny 1, that's got to be 3,000 to 4,000 hours, I would assume.
Now, other than the following points, Nicolas Maduro was indicted in 2020 in the United States. He is not the legitimate president of Venezuela. That's not just us saying it. The first Trump administration, the Biden administration, the second Trump administration, none of those three recognize him. He's not recognized by the European Union and multiple countries around the world. He is a fugitive of American justice with a $50 million reward, which I guess we saved $50 million. And
make sure.
Yeah, exactly. But
don't let anybody claim it. Nobody deserves it but us.
But I want to be clear about one thing. Nicolas Maduro had multiple opportunities to avoid this. He was provided multiple very, very, very generous offers and chose instead to act like a wild man, chose instead to play around. And the result is what we saw tonight. The other message here is the following. You have a guy, like many people around the world, they like to play games. You have a guy who decides he's going to invite Iran into his country, is going to, do the confiscation of American oil companies, is going to flood our country with gang members, is going to take Americans prisoner and try to hold them for hostage and trade them like he was able to do with the Biden administration. Basically likes to play games all this time and thinks nothing's going to happen. And I hope what people now understand is that we have a president. The 47th president of the United States is not a game player. When he tells you that he's going to do something, when he tells you he's going to address a problem, he means it. He actions it. I can tell you, I've watched this process now for 14, 15 years, been around it. Everybody talks, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. When I get there, we're going to do this, we're going to this is a president of action. Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now, if you don't know, now you know. Because this is
what happened to that day zero solving the Russia-Ukraine crisis. Why did it take a year or whatever to figure out, or 9 months to figure out the Gaza Strip thing?
Way it's going to play out. And I think people need to understand that this is not a president that just talks and does letters and press conferences. And, if he says he's serious about something, he means it. And this is something that was a direct threat to the national interest of the
Need more arc on screen? Boot it? No.
United States, and the president addressed it. There's a president of peace, by the way. I told you what I just said earlier. This guy had.
I mean, I guess if he's doing free loadouts, I guess that makes sense if you're doing free loadouts. But I would never bring in like a level 4 gun and, like the blue shield rechargers. I would never do that if I was like watching a video at the same time.
Multiple opportunities to find his way somewhere else and figure out.
Hi, what? Well, I have 20 minutes. Let me finish this.
Hutch made a video for how to pronounce things. What is this?
Anvil. Arpeggio.
Arpeggio.
Bald
Okay, all right.
Okay, I went through the thing.
Somewhere else right now, very happy, but instead he wanted to play big boy. And so now, he's got other sets of problems on his hands. And but I think that the message here should be for the world. Look, the president doesn't go out looking for people to pick fights with. He's not generally wants to get along with everybody. We'll talk and meet with anybody, but don't play games. Don't play games with this president's in office because it's not going to turn out well. And so I hope that I guess that lesson was learned last night, and we hope it'll be instructive moving forward.
Mr.
President. Wait, was this Hassan prediction for Venezuela? This wasn't last night, was it? He wasn't literally like 2 hours off this, was he?
That's incredible. That's pretty incredible if true. Is there an AUK clip? There's got to be an AUK clip, right? Favorite Arc Raiders gun? That's the thing. I don't have a favorite gun. Like I like most of the guns are a lot of fun. Like the what's it called? The Vorente? Is that what it's called? The Vorente? Torrente is a ton of fun. That thing's just a bullet hose. Shotguns are super fun. The Kettle's super fun. The Stitcher's super fun. The Bobcat's super fun. The Renegade's super fun. The Anvil's super fun. The Pharaoh's super fun. Like I think they do weapon variety like really well in that game, where it feels like a lot of games try to balance guns to be good in certain scenarios, but they just don't do a very good job. Like in Call of Duty, you can have these meta guns that you can have SMGs that outperform ARs at mid-range and shotguns that are like pea shooters. But this game, it really does feel like each gun has its own individual strengths that make each gun just like fun. There's only like a couple guns that are kind of bad, like the hairpin but I've honestly never even used a hairpin like level 4. Is it decent? I don't even know. What about burst rifles? The Arpeggio is like very strong at like 10 to 15 yards. It's very strong. Decepticon with a level 4, obviously. You need to level up your guns in this game. If you guys didn't know, like leveling up your guns totally transforms them. It makes them twice as good in many cases. The Torrente is good because you don't even really need to upgrade that gun. Like the Torrente, in fact, I think it's advised that you don't upgrade it. But that's the exception. Every other gun gets so much better. Decepticon with 5 Canadian, a good place to find blueprints or trash cans and desks. Also, save any BPS you've learned and trade them with other raiders. 30 plus BPS with this method. I don't really interact with other players apart from just murdering them. From the ashes with $2. He does PvP with Mr. Mutin almost daily. Unk rating. Okay, interesting. I wonder if it's different matchmaking parameters for each queue. Like if you're in the demon lobbies because you play a bunch of PvP in duos, is it a separate algorithm for solo queues? What were we talking about a minute ago? I already lost my train of thought.
This thing, this is apparently from a stream yesterday or whatever. 5 hours prior.
Trump expands Latin American posturing. I don't think Trump is gonna, dude. This is gonna be a Russia-Ukraine situation possibly, but Trump doesn't invade Venezuela.
That is too fucking funny.
Well, there you go. How does he do it?
Please.
Maybe it's his fault.
That is too fucking funny.
Well, we're going to be running it with a group, and we're going to make sure it's run properly. We're going to rebuild the oil
And then it
infrastructure.
happens like a couple hours later. That is so funny.
Which will cost billions of dollars. It'll be paid for by the oil companies directly. They will be reimbursed for what they're doing, but that's going to be paid. And we're going to get the oil flowing the way it should be. As you know, it's just a minor flow. It's actually a minor flow for what they have. But we're going to run it properly. We're going to make sure the people...
Dustin, you're always right. I mean, I don't think I called for him to... I don't think I thought he was going to do this. I wouldn't have predicted he would have done this. Would I have... Wait, what would I wouldn't have predicted he wouldn't have done it, though. I would just have no idea. Trump is a lunatic. Who the f knows?
Yeah, in Hassan's defense, like if you asked me, do you think Trump would like invade Venezuela and arrest Maduro? I would have said no. I would have also said no. It's just incredible timing.
Unless I did predict it. If I did predict it, then I get full credit for that 100,000,000%.
Venezuela are taken care of. We're going to make sure the people that were forced out of Venezuela by this thug are also taken care of.
President, does the U.S. running the country mean that U.S. troops will be on the ground? How will that work?
Well, you know, they always say boots on the ground. So we're not afraid of boots on the ground.
I don't have a lot of critiques for what Destiny is saying so far because he hasn't really commented. I'm waiting for him to jump in and comment.
The ground we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night.
And I'm using this because I haven't actually seen this press conference yet.
At a very high level, actually.
Oh.
We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it. But we're going to make sure that the
now we don't give a...
We're not doing this in vain. This is a very dangerous attack. This is an attack that could have gone very, very bad.
Will the court case be televised? My understanding is that federal cases do not get televised, but there may be exceptions. Like I think Congress can vote to... Hold on. Are federal trials able to be televised? Like, I think there is a way that you can, federal judicial panel has turned down a bit. So you can, you can petition the courts to televise federal trials, but I don't remember the last time that ever happened. I assume there has to be like a massive national interest. Like, did the trial for the what are they called? Rosenbaum or Rosenbergs? They were like those two spies, those two Soviet spies. Were those televised? I don't even know.
Badly, could have gone very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost a lot of dignity. We could have lost a lot of equipment. The equipment is less important, but we could have lost a lot. And we're going to make sure that this is proper. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the company.
Wasn't that before television? No. And 1951. They had TVs in 1950. Hold on. When did TVs? 1924. When did they become like mass? When was it like that everybody had a TV? I don't know that.
Country right. It's going to be run very judiciously, very fairly. It's going to make a lot of money.
Imagine being on Maduro's jury. Yeah, I don't even know.
We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse people that were taken advantage of. We're going to take care of everybody. It's very important. We couldn't let them get away with it. You know, they stole our oil. We built that whole industry there. And they just took it over like we were nothing. And we had a president that decided not to do anything about it. So we did something about it. We're late, but we did something about it. Yeah, please.
Mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S. official?
Yes. It's all being done right now.
Yeah, just who cares about the details?
We're designating various people, and we're going to let you know who those people are.
We'll figure it out.
Run Venezuela.
Well, it's largely going to be for a period of time. The people that are standing right behind me, we're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead. You know, I talk about a dead country. A year and a half ago, we were.
It's going to be the hottest country. True.
The hottest country anywhere in the world. We're a country doing better than any country anywhere in the world, and it required leadership. Venezuela has a lot of bad people in there, a lot of bad people that shouldn't be leading. We're not going to take a chance at one of those people.
I don't know. I like the Renegade, but I feel like I put it on a pedestal because I've just been murked so many times. You gotta have like really good accuracy, which is kind of hard in this game. When you get shot in this game, it's really disorienting. Like I feel like when you get shot in this game, doesn't it zap your stamina as well? There's like intense audio cues, and visually there's a lot of noise. There's just a lot of distraction, so it's hard to stay like really accurate with this gun. Like you almost always want, except at range, you know, like at range, this gun is probably the best, better than the Pharaoh, better than the Anvil. Like if you're trying to map somebody, this is a really good gun. But apart from that, basically every other gun beats it within like 50 yards.
Over for Maduro. So you can look at, and others, we have fantastic people, including people in the military. So we're going to have a group of people running it until such time as it can be put back on track, make a lot of money for the people, and give people a great way of life, and also reimbursement for people in our country that were forced out of Venezuela.
Rubio would be.
You said earlier today that you weren't going to back Machado to come back and be the opposition leader in your Fox and Friends interview.
Best mid-range gun in the game? I don't agree. Like, I think in mid-range, bro, the Arpeggio level 4 mid-range is so slept on. There have been a couple YouTube creators that have covered that gun in the last like couple weeks. I watch a lot of Arc Raider stuff on YouTube now, and 2 different creators came to the same conclusion, which is that the increase that is shown on paper, the improvements from level 1 to level 4, the gun is actually like twice as good as what the improvements say. So I think they say that the fire rate is increased by 40%. I'm going to make up a number. But the actual increase of fire rate is actually 80%. So like it is a deadly... The Arpeggio is deadly at mid-range. But honestly, at mid-range, like a Stitcher is still super competitive. And definitely the Kettle. The Kettle, you can melt people too. I don't know. There's no like clear winner.
And then you also mentioned the vice president of Venezuela. Are you going to work with the vice president of Venezuela, or how do you foresee the relationship?
Well, I understand she was just sworn in, but she was, as you know, picked by Maduro. So Marco's working on that directly. He's just had a conversation with her, and she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. Very simple.
Mr. President, Colombian President Gustavo Petro, a couple weeks ago, he said he's got to watch his ass. And today he said he's not concerned about anything happening to him in the aftermath of this operation. So just what your message is?
Well, he has cocaine mills. He has factories where he makes cocaine. And yeah, I think I stick by my first statement. He's making cocaine. They're sending it into the United States. So he does have to watch his ass.
Watch that ass.
Marco, do you want to talk about that? Because you were involved.
We call members of Congress immediately after. This was not the kind of mission that you can do congressional notification on. It was a trigger-based mission in which conditions had to be met night after night. We watched and monitored that for a number of days. So it's just simply not the kind of mission you can call people and say, hey, we may do this at some point in the next 15 days. But it's largely a law enforcement function. Remember, at the end of the day, at its core, this was an arrest of 2 indicted fugitives of American justice, and the Department of War supported the Department of Justice in that job. Now, there are broader policy implications here, but it's just not the kind of mission that you can pre-notify because it endangers the mission.
Plus, if I could add one thing to that.
Can't trust Congress, true.
To leak. This would not be good. If they leaked, General, I think it would have been maybe a very different result. But I have to say, they knew we were coming at some point, you know. A lot of ships out there, they sort of knew we were coming. We went there. But Congress will leak, and we don't want leakers.
Jesus, can't trust our Congress. Got to do everything from the White House. True.
What was Maduro doing when the U.S. forces entered what I assume would be his home? And also, was there any point where the U.S. was considering if Maduro pushed back or resisted?
Good shots right there.
Killing Maduro.
It could have happened. It could have happened. He was trying to get into a safe place. You know, the safe place is all steel. And he wasn't able to make it to the door because our guys were so fast. They went
Does he mean a panic room?
Through the opposition so fast, and there was a lot of opposition. You know, people were wondering, do we get them by surprise? Sort of surprised, but they
do we have like a kill count? How many Venezuelan soldiers or military or whatever people were killed? Do we know?
But he was trying to get to a safe place.
The initial number was 40, and then was it Cherry or Mira said that the number jumped up to like 100 plus, but that wasn't all civilians. Do we have an updated number? 80 was the last I heard. That is kind of shocking, because when you saw the footage of these like Chinooks or whatever military grade helicopters just raining hellfire, like I was watching that the first night and I was thinking, man, this is like hundreds dead or whatever. So that's just another testament to how advanced like military targeting systems have become, where you can have that much bombing and that relatively like few deaths as a result of that.
Which wasn't safe because
6 or 7. Oh, okay.
So we would have had the door blown up in about 47 seconds, they say on average, regardless of how thick the steel was.
More like 67 seconds.
It was a very thick door. It was a very heavy door, but he was unable to get to that door. He made it to the door.
Daz Vidani with $5 off topic. Now that Walz is out, and now we now have a scenario where Klobuchar wins governorship and appoints Will Stancil to replace her in the Senate. No, wait, what? Do they have a personal relationship? Excuse me? What?
He was unable to close it.
Oh, that's the worst, getting killed in roughs like that.
Time being right now, do you know?
You get inside, you can't close.
Ultimately, in the near future, he's going to be brought to
People saying at least 40 people killed in U.S. airstrikes, including military
personnel. That's going to be up to the officials that do these things.
Mr. President, the U.S. has something of a mixed track record.
You're joking? Okay.
Of ousting dictators without necessarily a plan for what comes after.
Not with
Did
me,
that weigh on your decision?
well, that's when we had different presidents, but with me, that's not true. With me, we've had a perfect track record of winning. We win a lot, and we win. If you look at Soleimani, you look at al-Baghdadi, you look at the Midnight Hammer. Midnight Hammer was incredible. Right now, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. We have essentially peace in the Middle East because of that. If we weren't
had peace in the Middle East like 6 times. Nice. So much peace.
With me, you've had a lot of victory. You've had only victories. You've had no losses. Yeah.
How long do you expect the U.S. to run Venezuela, and how soon do you want Venezuelan people to hold election?
So I'd like to do it quickly, but it takes a period of time. You know, we're rebuilding.
There's a statement from Schumer from 5 hours ago. There's broader context, but this clip is only 23 seconds.
And we have the War Powers Act, which you mentioned.
Right.
I have the right to put that on the floor. Tim Kaine is the sponsor, along with myself and Rand Paul, so it's bipartisan to a degree. And the Republicans must, if there was ever a time they must step up to the plate, this is the time. And they're going to, if they don't, they're going to feel the heat from their constituents.
You talked about the American people.
Seems fine.
You have to rebuild their whole...
The thing is, like, I don't think there is anything that Democratic leadership could say or do right now that would satisfy certain people. There is no winning in this situation. There's nothing he can say. Like, people are going to call that too sheepish. But, like, I don't know what people expect to happen. But in my view, there's nothing that Democrats can do right now to satisfy these people. I don't think that intra-party sentiment is going to meaningfully improve until we get past the midterms. Voters don't like losers, and voters like winners, which seems a bit self-evident, but that's just the reality. So I don't, even after that, I continue to worry about 2028, because to me the signs are there of an intense, like potentially an intense fracturing. By the time we get to 2028, there's so much anger within this movement, within this within Democratic Party politics. There's so much anger, and that is just never a that is never productive. Like, when there's that much rage within a movement, can you think of a time where like this kind of rage and division led to good outcomes? So I don't know. I felt better after the November elections because the vibes did get better. And then they got worse kind of shortly after that because the shutdown ended and people had strong opinions about that. You know what? I guess we'll have a better sense of things because we're coming up on another shutdown here. If the Democrats decide to pick that fight again, we're coming up on another shutdown here. And I'm worried about that too, to be honest with you, because I think that the best we can get from another shutdown are political wins, not necessarily substantive policy wins. I don't know if there is a universe where the Republicans can be persuaded to budge on the tax credits. It seems really unlikely. We had a 5.5 week shutdown, the longest shutdown in history, and the Republicans gave literally zero indication that they were even willing to consider budging on the tax credits. And I don't know if anything has changed since the first shutdown. So yeah, I don't know how to make like the cat, what's her name? I don't know how to say her last name. Abu Ghazal. Fuck, bro. I don't know how to say this name. Her kind of pocket of left-wing politics or online left-wing politics. I don't know how to make those people happy. I don't think you can. I don't think you can make those people happy. They said the R's said they'd bring the subsidies to a vote on the floor, and they haven't. But they did. Yes, they did. In the Senate, they had 2 different votes. There was a Democratic proposal, a standalone Democratic bill that would have extended the tax credits. That failed. And then there was a Republican version. I don't know what their version was. But those votes happened on December 11th. Much is made and can afford to patsy around and play Mr. Nice Guy. First of all, I'm made? I don't know what that means. Excuse me? I'm flattered. Maybe it's my fashion sense that gives people the impression that I'm made. I don't know what that means.
The infrastructure is rotted. It's actually very dangerous. It's a blow up territory. Oil is very dangerous. It's a very dangerous thing to take out of the ground. It can kill a lot of people. It has killed a lot of people doing just that. The infrastructure is old.
I'm an oil man.
Rotted. Much of it is stuff that we put there 25 years ago, and we're going to be replacing it. And we're going to take
Swanenberg with $10. Dems ended the shutdown when they did to help people with the holidays. They should absolutely start the shutdown fight again and make it clear what they are fighting for. I agree. And again, my red line is the same. As soon as we reach a point where, well, actually, I'm going to add some qualifiers because it depends. If they do another shutdown, and I agree with you, I think they should pick that political fight, especially now to shift the narrative away from the Venezuela thing, which could potentially be politically good for Donald Trump if the numbers continue to shift in his direction, as I think they will. But I agree they should pick another fight because that was a good political fight the first time. The same calculation here. It's going to be a good political fight this time. It will help to keep this issue relevant and remind people that the Republicans are responsible for their healthcare premiums going up. But the second it gets to a point where like SNAP recipients are going to be cut off, because the first time around, there's like a reserve fund that the federal government can dip into to keep those payments going for a short period of time. You'll recall Donald Trump tried to end those payments altogether, and then the courts reversed that and said that he had to spend that money. But at the point that it ended the last time, we were at a point where people were just going to stop getting SNAP. And this is a really vulnerable population. There's a lot of single moms that are on SNAP. I thought they funded SNAP for 1 year at once. To be honest, I don't know the particulars, but when I looked into this, when the last shutdown occurred, there was a finite reserve kind of emergency fund that the administration had access to distribute these payments. And but those were finite, and they would have run out if the shutdown had continued. But here's my caveat. If it looks like this time around, there are a few Republicans that are rhetorically seeming to indicate that they might cross the aisle and vote with Democrats to expand the, if it looks like there's an actual kind of achievable win condition of extracting that concession, of extending the tax credits, if it looks like that's possible, then I think there's an argument that the SNAP payments, though painful, could lead to them being discontinued for a short time, could lead to this other policy being reversed, which would help, tens of millions of American families. And so it's, I think that would be worth it. But if we do another shutdown and they still postured the entire time in complete solidarity that they're not willing to concede, then I don't think, wage the fight again, but don't, I don't want it going for like indefinitely. Why are they now poking the Russians? What is this about?
3 nights ago in downtown Caracas in Venezuela, as nearly 200 of our greatest Americans went downtown in Caracas. Seems those Russian air defenses didn't quite work so well, did they? Downtown Caracas.
Didn't quite get the pop he wanted, I fear.
Grabbed an indicted individual wanted by American justice in support of law enforcement without a single American killed. Reestablishing deterrence.
That one got a pop. Where is this at? What is this for? If it gets to that point, Hutch, then Dems need to get their messaging straight and let people know they want to continue to fight, but not at the expense of letting children starve. That's exactly what they did the last time, just to be clear. I mean, there were 8, I think, Democrats, 8, that voted to end the shutdown, and they were all saying the same thing. And it still pissed a lot of people off. There were still a lot of Democrats that wanted that fight to continue. I would argue that they weren't really considering the risk-benefit analysis here. Or what do you call it? The cost-benefit? Cost-benefit analysis? I don't think they were really engaged in any kind of actual analysis. I think it was all kind of abstract in their minds. Like, they kind of vaguely understood that there would be pain, but I don't think they really thought about what that would be like to cut off extremely vulnerable families during the holidays. That's a pretty steep price. This is getting way too 1930s. Maybe. Microsoft is so fucking stupid. Microsoft renamed Microsoft Office to Microsoft 365 Copilot app. That's a bit wordy.
Take a lot of money out so that we can take care of the country.
Are you saying that Secretary Rubio and
Mr. President, China, Russia, and Iran have interests in Venezuela. How does this operation affect your relationships with them?
Well, in terms of China and Russia, Russia when we get things straightened out. But in terms of other countries that want oil, we're in the oil business. We're going to sell it to them. We're not going to say we're not going to give it back. In other words, we'll be selling oil, probably in much larger doses because they couldn't produce very much because their infrastructure was so bad. So we'll be selling large amounts of oil to.
Here's a new Ipsos poll that just dropped about an hour ago. It's showing similar kind of numbers as to what we've seen. Trump job approval is net -14 at 42% approve, 56% disapprove. These numbers have apparently improved 3 points since November. Or I guess it would be 8 points net. And then on U.S. military action to remove Maduro, it's like, look at these numbers, guys. A third approve, a third disapprove, and a third are unsure. This is like very much not surprising at all. Yeah, like what percentage of Americans do you think could point to Venezuela on a map, by the way? I don't even know. Less than 10% maybe? Just watch these numbers, guys. Just watch these numbers. I'm so sure. I don't think it's going to be overwhelming like mandate or anything like that, but where I think it's going to land ultimately is like +4, +5% net for approve. That's what I think it's going to be in like a month or two. It's on the tippy top of South America. I know where Venezuela is. Next to Colombia, right? Right. It is. There it is. Yep. There's Venezuela. There's Colombia. It's on the tippy top of South America. Technically, I guess. Technically, Colombia's on the tippy top with their little peninsula there, but I'm just so sure of it, man. Bet the farm. It's going to be like 36% approve, 32% disapprove, and then the rest not sure. That's what's going to be in like a week. Watch.
Other countries, many of whom are using it now, but I would say many more will come.
Are you saying that, Mr. President, are you saying that... Oh.
Mr. President, thank you. What is your message to the people of Venezuela today? Of course, the civilian population specifically, they have a lot of questions. What is your message to the people of Venezuela?
That you're going to have peace, justice. You're going to have some of the riches
peace,
that you should have had for a long period of time.
Truth, justice, the American way.
But you're going to have peace and you're going to have safety. You're going to have justice. You're going to have a country. You're going to have a real country. You're going to have potentially a great country. You know, if you go back 20 years, maybe even a little longer ago, that was a great country. And they destroyed it. Remember I said that if we lose this election, the United States will be Venezuela on steroids. That's what would have happened. Had we lost the election, the 2024 election, we suffered so badly. When you look at the border from 2020, what they did, what Joe Biden administration did to our country should never be forgotten.
Hutch, you had been looking at it before someone just asked now? No, I wasn't. I swear to God, I knew where it was. You want me to take a fucking geography quiz? Sporkle, South America, bro? You want me to do that shit? I'll do it. I don't give a fuck. I don't actually give a fuck. That's not the one that I'm looking for. Where's the one where it gives you the name and then you find it on the map? Countries of Africa. Where's the one? This one is the one where you like click on each one and type the name, but that's not the one that I'm... Oh, I think it's this one. Here, hold on. Here. Boom. All right. Venezuela. Right there. Brazil. Suriname. One of these is Guyana, and one of these is Suriname. Is that one? Damn. Guyana's there. Chile. This is Peru. Or this is Panama? Oh, fuck. I think it's one of these three. Chile. Damn. Argentina. Damn. Uruguay. Damn. Paraguay. Damn. Peru. Boom. Bolivia. Bam. Colombia. Bam. Ecuador. Bam. 58%, you know? Not great, not terrible.
But if we had to go through another year of that, we wouldn't have...
Don't worry, you remind us every single day, bro.
In terms, I used to say, if they win, we're going to be Venezuela on steroids, and that's what would happen.
President, thank you. Are you...
Wait, is Panama in Central America? It is, isn't it? Yep, it is. Yep. It's on the bottom, isn't it? I fucking knew that. Okay.
Are you saying that Secretary Hegseth and Rubio are going to be running Venezuela, and will you be sending in U.S. military troops to provide...
that's working with the people of Venezuela to make sure that we have Venezuela right. Because for us to just leave, who's going to take over? I mean, there is nobody to take over. You have a vice president who's been appointed by Maduro, and right now she's the vice president, and she's, I guess, the president. She was sworn in as president just a little while ago. She had a long conversation with...
Is this guy a stream sniper? What the fuck is this? Hi, are you looking for something?
No, I'm just looking around.
See, this is what I mean, bro. These lobbies, it is a totally different experience. You are playing a completely different game. In my lobbies, if somebody walked up to me or if I walked up to someone while they were like breaching one of these downed arc things, I would get blasted immediately. Okay. Did you see this X thread? Super interesting. Oh, yeah, this is about like Venezuela for Ukraine. Is that what you? Yeah, I think this is what this is about. In 2019, Fiona Hill testified that Russian government was signaling very strongly that they wanted to somehow make a very strange swap agreement between Venezuela and Ukraine. As the U.S. was so concerned about the Monroe Doctrine in its own backyard, perhaps the U.S. might also be concerned about developments in Russia's backyard, as in Ukraine, making it very obvious that they were trying to set up some kind of, let's just say, you stay out of Ukraine, or you move out of Ukraine, and we'll rethink where we are with Venezuela. This is what Fiona Hill testified to in 2019. If this was operational intel, then you can damn well bet that this is a part of Kremlin Trump policy now. The idea this is some new sui generis, I don't know what that means, Trump adventurism is unsupported by evidence. If this is the basis of this action, and similar comments by Zirinovsky validate Hill's testimony, then this is transactional Trump deal making. First and foremost, no real risk taken. He gets what he wants. Vlad gets what he wants, and his image is burnished. Yeah, I don't know what to think about all that. I don't know what to make of all that. Yeah. Pondering with $10. What's up, buddy? Hey, would you like to be a guest on Live and Learn one of these days? I'd love to have you. It's the Donroe Doctrine now, true. Pondering said, I'm like 2 hours behind, but have you ever heard of an obscure phenomenon known as the Green Lantern theory of politics? And if so, would you like to explain it? Well, Josiah, I have in fact heard of this theory. I would be happy to expand. Yeah, let me do the Captain America meme where I pull up a chair. Now we have Nightbot commands. A lot of people ask. A lot of people are not up to date on Green Lantern. For the stream regulars, you guys know that shit. But we should have Nightbot commands in both chats. The link to the article. And you should read that article. It's not very long. It should take you like 10 minutes to read the article. Explain the Green Lantern theory about arc raiders. Okay, if we applied Green Lantern theory to arc raiders, we might say something like, you see somebody who's obviously on a free loadout who spawned in with like a hairpin, and then somebody got mad at that player for not single-handedly taking down a matriarch. That we might call the Green Lantern theory of arc raiders.
Head, Jesus.
With Marco, and she said, we'll do whatever you need. I think she was quite gracious, but she really doesn't have a choice. We're going to have this done right. We're not going to just do this with Maduro, then leave like everybody else leave and say, let it go to hell. If we just left, it has zero chance of ever coming back. We'll run it.
The sad truth about Americans is that a lot of people hear this kind of rhetoric and they go, ooh, I like that. A lot of people like the idea of America having the fattest, girthiest cock. And any instance of us like flopping our cock out to show people our cock is welcome. So they just like that. And then of course, like the other extreme end of that, or the other side of that, is people that talk about American imperialism and how that's like really bad. But a lot of people hear this like she doesn't have a choice. We are powerful. Like Hegseth said earlier in the press conference, or I don't know if it was later, but he basically said something that was just true. He said that we're America. We can impose our will on anyone we want. Like issues of international law are of little concern to us. Like we can, when you have nuclear arsenal and the military capability that we do, we can just do things. And, you know, I think we're learning that that's very true in practice. The other thing to think about is, like, oftentimes major foreign policy decisions lead to catastrophe, but it's like a delayed fuse. Sometimes it takes years or even decades. Sometimes it takes years or even decades for the catastrophic outcome of some foreign policy decision to manifest. So it might be the case that things are reasonably stable in Venezuela for the next 6 months to several years. And then, you know, 7 years from now, we'll look back at this decision as, in hindsight, it's just so obviously wrong. Similar to how we view certain other foreign policy adventures that we've taken as a country. It's like when bin Laden struck the United States. People looked at our support for the Mujahideen in Afghanistan and treated it as obviously the wrong move. Wasn't Venezuela invaded by Bush? Was it? I don't think so. I don't think so. Things will not be stable in 6 months. Things are never stable after you create a power vacuum from dictatorship. I think it's reasonable to expect that this will lead to some kind of destabilization. I just don't know what the timeline looks like, because I don't know what... This is a question that we were asking yesterday. I don't know if we have an answer to this question yet. I don't know how Venezuelans feel about what happened. Is it overwhelmingly pro-Trump, pro-America? Is it like a mixed bag where people are happy that Maduro's gone but reject American imperialism? I don't know if we have a sense of that just yet. It's mixed from what I've seen. But we might have seen certain commentators or political dissidents or interviews with people on the street, but I just don't... To my understanding, we don't have any like polling data out of Venezuela yet to gauge where they're at. I would assume the overwhelming majority of Venezuelans reject the idea that America could assume control of their natural resources and plunder their country. I would assume they're overwhelmingly against that. I also wonder how many of them are even aware that that's what Trump said. I would assume a lot of them. I would assume a lot of people saw him say that yesterday. A lot of people in Venezuela. How they feel isn't a part of the calculus. It was a wrong action to take. I think you misunderstand me. I am not exploring how Venezuelans feel about what happened as a means to justify or legitimize what Trump did. That's not what I mean. I mean in terms of the risk of destabilization. Because if, you know, what if like 70, 80% of the country are happy that America removed Maduro? That seems like that would be a condition where it would be significantly less risk or less risky. Or there would be less risk of destabilization. And if it was the opposite, 80% of Venezuelans overwhelmingly oppose what America did, then I would assume that that would create conditions that would be more fertile for destabilization. But we just don't know. There's a lot of question marks.
Properly, we'll run it professionally. We'll have the greatest oil companies in the world go in and invest billions and billions of dollars and take out money, use that money in Venezuela. And the biggest beneficiary are going to...
Ooh, that was clean. Did you see those shots?
Be the people, no chance of ever coming back.
I was saying that he should turn down his sensitivity, but I don't know if I've ever done that. 2 clean shots to the back rotors of a fucking Hornet.
We'll run it properly. We'll run it professionally. We'll have the greatest oil companies in the world go in and invest billions and billions of dollars.
Look at this.
And take...
Look at this. He's got to hit these. The front two, they have like they have armor that you have to shoot off. So you got to go for the back two.
Got money. Use that money in Venezuela. And the biggest benefit.
Jesus Christ, that was clean.
Are going to be the people of Venezuela. And also, I can't stress this strongly enough, the people that got thrown out of.
There was a really funny Arc Raiders meme that showed up on my timeline. This is just funny, bro. This is good. Did you guys see this one? The Wasp still firing with 2 rotors down. It's just perfect aim. Solid memeage. Solid memeage there.
Out of Venezuela that are now in the United States. And frankly, some want to stay and some probably want to go back. Yeah.
In the country, and were any of the detained Americans?
Well, right now they're very protected because nobody's going to mess with us. They're very protected. The people of, and we let them know that you better not touch one of them.
Are you concerned that bad elements of the Maduro regime will remain in place?
Well, we know who they are. We're on them, and they're acting much differently now than they would have acted 2 days ago. Okay, wait, behind you, please.
Mr. President, why is running a country in South America America first?
Do we know what level Destiny is? Somebody implied he's grinding harder than I am. I reject that because I think I'm level 56.
Well, I think it is because we want to surround ourselves with good neighbors. We want to.
Is he already 75? Is he really?
Surround ourselves with stability. We want to surround ourselves with energy. We have tremendous energy in that country. It's very important that we protect it. We need that for ourselves. We need that for the.
Guys, we still have Marathon coming up, man. And boy, does it look sexual and clean. It looks so sexual, you guys. The newest gameplay 4 days ago. Marathon, here we go. Have you guys seen some of this footage? First of all, look how fucking good that looks. First of all,
players want more challenge. The whole
right.
Like, hold on. They have a mechanic where like so if you die in the game, you'll kind of like bleed colors into the ground. And if your body is looted, it'll bleed more. So there's like this visual indicator that a body has already been kind of picked clean. So if you stumble upon a body and there's like a ton of like discoloration and a puddle around the body, then that means it's already been picked clean, which I thought was like a really cool game design.
It really fits really well with the kind of world that we're creating.
The world needs to feel like there is something sinister underneath the surface, even when the
like that right here. You see this, like this pool of whatever this is, I guess blood, or I don't know what it is in this universe, but anyways, it looks so clean, you guys. It's coming out in 2 months.
The world, and we want to make sure we can protect it. Yes, sir, please go ahead. Is there a message for you?
Is this going to be in any way related to Bungie's old Marathon series? I mean, it's a I guess a reboot of Source, but they're making it a extraction shooter. But
well, Cuba's an interesting case. Cuba is, not doing very well right now. That system has not been a very good one for Cuba. The people there have suffered for many, many years, and I think Cuba is going to be something we'll end up talking about because Cuba is a failing nation right now, very badly failing nation, and we want to help the people. It's very similar in the sense that we want to help the people in Cuba, but we want to also help the people that were forced out of Cuba and living in this country. Do you want to say something about that, Marco, please?
Yeah, Marco.
I mean, I just gave you a statement a few minutes ago about when the president speaks, you should take him seriously. So suffice it to say, Cuba is a disaster. It's run by incompetent, senile men, and in some cases, not senile.
Oh my God, bro! Look who is standing. He's right behind you, Marco. He's right there.
But incompetent nonetheless. It has no economy. It's in total collapse. And by the way, they were, all of the guards that helped protect Maduro, this is well known, their whole spy agency, all that were full of Cubans. I mean, it's amazing. This poor island.
Like, let me give you an entirely plausible scenario, okay? Trump, with this action in Venezuela, perhaps radicalized a lot of people in that country. And you don't even need a significant percentage, but like a lot of people, right? And then a new kind of, we'll say, I don't know if we would say like revolutionary, but like a new kind of movement emerges in Venezuela that is rooted in anti-imperialism, rejecting American imperialism. And then there's like a massive terrorist attack like 10 or 20 years from now. Like, even though the numbers right now are kind of evenly split on Americans for how they feel about this action, if that happened in the future, it's going to be like 80% of the country are going to say that that was a mistake in hindsight. You know what I mean? And people will act like it was obvious to everyone the whole time. It's a similar situation to like the Iraq war at the beginning of the 21st century, but yeah.
Took over Venezuela in some cases. One of the biggest problems Venezuelans have is they have to declare independence from Cuba. They tried to basically colonize it from a security standpoint. So, yeah, look, if I lived in Havana and I was in the government, I'd be concerned, at least a little bit.
Putting off the oil flow to Cuba from Venezuela?
Well, this is probably like 50% of the reason why they took this action was to scare the leaders of these countries into submission. Like that was just as important to them, I assume, than the actual strategic benefits of getting rid of Maduro.
Well, the president already announced a week ago that anything that's sanctioned, it's sanctioned oil, it's not going to be allowed to get there. So that's an pre-existing.
The answer is yes. Yes.
Are the U.S. aware of the location of opposition leader Machado, and have you been in contact with her?
No, we haven't. No, we haven't.
Mr. President, on Monday.
I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect within the country.
Is that true?
So apparently, again, the woman that he's talking about, or is he talking about the opposition leader? Which is the one that accepted the Nobel Peace Prize and then that pissed him off? Was that Machado?
In Venezuela for years,
Well, it won't cost us anything because the money coming out of the...
Like, just to give you a sense of how petty and fragile and narcissistic Trump is, I'm trusting other people because I don't know anything about internal politics in Venezuela, but apparently Machado, the opposition leader, is way more in line with Trump's interest and America's interest than Maduro's VP. So if this was about like benefiting the national interest for America, you would want her to assume control of government. But because she accepted the Nobel Peace Prize, he doesn't want to back her. That just like, that's pretty remarkable. Like, it was considered a mortal sin for her to accept a Nobel Peace Prize because according to Trump, she should have rejected it and said, this should go to Trump. The vice president of Venezuela was on this plot. You're saying she was in on the plot to arrest Maduro? Is that true? Did they say that she cooperated?
The ground is very substantial, so it's not going to cost us anything. We want safety.
Trump already said in this interview he doesn't want to back her. No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. But the reason he didn't want to back her was because she accepted a Nobel Peace Prize. That's what the reporting suggests. There was it WAPO came out with an article this morning, I think.
There, we want to be surrounded by countries that aren't housing all of our enemies all over the world.
She won the election.
You don't want to have that.
This is the Nobel Peace Prize winner, right? Or am I mixing people up?
We're not spending money. The oil companies are going to go in. They're going to spend money. We're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago. A lot of money is coming out of the ground. We're going to get reimbursed for all of that. We're going to get reimbursed for everything that we spend.
Like, it's so easy to imagine Trump inspiring a resistance movement that would be willing to conduct like acts of terrorism. It's so easy to imagine that happening. It feels kind of predictable right now, to be honest with you. There's no way that this doesn't provoke an extreme reaction from extremists in Venezuela. And this will create extremists. Maybe I have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about, but there's a lot of history, obviously. There's a lot of history of American imperialism, just straight up imperialism, in Central and South America, spanning decades, and a lot of people don't feel good about the prospect of something like this.
So it's going to be a very important. This is a very big evening that took place last night. We have to be surrounded by safe, secure countries, and we also have to have energy.
Surrounded by.
We have to have energy that's real energy, not where they're getting 4% and 5% of the energy out of the ground.
Cartels likely to get uppity. That's one word for it, yeah.
You take a look. It was such a disaster. So what's going to happen with Venezuela, I think, over the next period of a year is going to be a great thing. And the people of Venezuela will be the biggest beneficiaries.
You're just going to send in U.S. military. What did you last speak to Maduro about when you spoke? And is
Well, I don't want to get into the conversations, but I did have conversations with him, and I said, you got to surrender. And I actually thought he was pretty close to doing so, but now he wished he did, yeah.
You said that Maduro is responsible for drug trafficking. You recently pardoned the former president of Honduras who was convicted.
We don't talk about him.
Can you explain how these two situations...
God damn. Okay, never mind. His shots are way better than mine. Did you see that?
President, thank you. What did you last speak to Maduro about when you spoke? And is it
Well, I don't want to get into the conversations, but I did have conversations with him, and I said,
in my defense, I had gone back to controller for like the last like 2 to 3 years. I've only returned to mouse and keyboard in the last like 3 weeks. I feel like my shot's like okay, it's decent. It's not great, but meanwhile, he's hitting these like 3, 4, 5 perfect shots.
You got to surrender.
And that's pretty easy, but.
And I actually thought he was pretty close to doing so, but now I wish he did, yeah.
Oh, right here. When he hits the snitcher.
You said that Maduro is responsible for drug trafficking. You recently pardoned the former president of Honduras who was convicted.
We don't talk about him.
Can you explain how these two situations...
Well,
I mean, that was a pretty good shot. So
we don't talk about the Honduras guy.
As you know, the winning president, the man who won in Honduras. I endorsed the man who won in Chile. I endorsed the man who won in Argentina. And we are doing very well with that whole group. What the man that I pardoned was, if you could equate it to us, he was treated like the Biden administration treated a man named Trump. That didn't work out too well for them. This was a man who was persecuted very unfairly. He was out of the country. He was persecuted very unfairly. And there are a number of them. And we felt that it was a very unfair situation.
Breaking from an hour ago from Politico, HHS to weaken childhood vaccine schedule for flu and meningitis. The Department of Health and Human Services announced Monday a dramatic overhaul of the childhood vaccine schedule, downgrading recommendations for 4 common shots in the name of aligning U.S. policies with certain European countries. The CDC will soften its advice for vaccines targeting rotavirus, meningococcal disease, hepatitis A, and influenza. What is meningococcal? Did I just say coccal? Meningococcal disease is a serious bacterial infection caused by the bacterium Neisseria meningitidis. It can lead to severe conditions such as meningitis and septicemia, which can be life-threatening and progress rapidly. Symptoms are flu-like signs, a stiff neck, in severe cases, a rash. The risk groups: infants, young children's, adolescents, and young adults are at higher risk. The disease spreads through close contact with an infected person. How you said epinephrine the other day was painful. Did I fuck up epinephrine? Devoff, what is this? Ousted Venezuelan President Maduro arraigned in U.S. court today. Trump threatens other nations. Former Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife Cilia Flores pleaded not guilty to federal drug trafficking and other charges Monday before a judge in federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Next court date is set for March 17th. Oil company stock prices rise after Maduro's capture. Wow. Shares in Chevron, the only U.S. oil company operating in Venezuela, jumped $8.51 or 5.5%. Pretty obscene. ExxonMobil stock increased 2.5%, and ConocoPhillips gained 3.2%. Shares in other U.S. energy sector players also rose, with oil services giants Halliburton and Schlumberger both adding more than 10%. The price of U.S. crude rose 1.4%. The international standard climbed 1.2%. Maduro's wife, Celia Flores, sustained significant injuries during the capture, according to her lawyer. He believes she had a fracture or severe bruising on her ribs. U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Mike Waltz, told the UN on Monday that we are not occupying a country. Okay. Don't know how to make sense of that, really. All right.
That happened to him. He's also a party member of the man who won. So obviously the people liked what I did. And one of the reasons that was done is because of the fact that the party in power felt very strongly that that man was treated very badly. I studied it very quickly, and then I studied it in great detail. I went to a lot of the people standing behind me, and they felt that that man was persecuted and treated very badly. That's why I gave him a pardon.
You referenced boots on the ground earlier. Can you just sort of button this up? Do you envision the U.S. military having a presence in Venezuela as the U.S. runs that?
Well, no, we're going to have a presence in Venezuela as it pertains to oil, because we have to have, we're sending our experts.
What does that mean? What the fuck does that mean?
In, so you may need something, not very much. But no, we're going to be taking out a tremendous amount of wealth out of the ground. And that wealth is going to the people of Venezuela and people from outside of Venezuela.
It sounds like sending in the military to secure their oil rigs or whatever.
It used to be in Venezuela, and it goes also to the United States of America in the form of reimbursement for the damages caused us by that country. So I want to thank you all very much. Thank you. Do you have one? Yes.
I mean, maybe you could argue like you can establish like air superiority and secure it that way.
You were so nice before. I'm going to give you the final question. Go ahead. Unless it's a bad question, in which case I'll go one way.
It's about Putin. If you want.
About Putin. Well, that was nice to talk about Putin.
You had a phone call with him on Monday. Did he talk at all about Maduro? Did y'all talk about this?
No, we didn't. We never spoke about Maduro.
Are you mad at him right now? I mean, there's this.
I'm not thrilled with Putin. I'm not thrilled with Putin.
Oh my God.
He's killing too many people. I thought that would be so.
It's like some high school shit.
Quarter war. You know what the 1 quarter was? Thailand and Cambodia. I did it again. They broke out, and I did it in about 5 hours, and I settled it. I'm giving myself 1 quarter, so I'm up to now 8 1/4. In other words, I settled the war, but then they broke out. They had a pretty bad breakout over the last 4 days. I got them to go back to peace. So I only give 1 quarter. I thought the easiest one would be, one of the easier ones would be Russia, Ukraine. It's not, and they both have done some pretty bad things. And look, that's Biden's war. That's not my war. But I want to stop the lies. Did you see where last month 30,000? It was 27,000 the month before. 30,000, mostly soldiers, were killed this last month. 30,000. I want to stop that. You know, I got NATO to pay 5% instead of the 2% that they weren't paying. They weren't paying 2, now they pay 5. And we send them a lot of munitions, we send them a lot of things, missiles and various other things, a lot. And they pay. The United States is not losing money. We're probably making money on that. It's the last thing I care about. I just want to stop all those people.
Want to make money.
25, 30,000 human beings. They come from 2 places that are very far away. But if I can stop, because it's something I've been pretty good at doing, deals, I guess. It's all a deal. Life is a big deal. But if I can stop that war and stop 30,000 young people, in addition to the fact that people are being killed in Kiev, people are being killed in other cities, you know, a much smaller number, but they're being killed, viciously killed. So I'm not happy about it. I thought that would be something that would get solved. We have Mr. Witkoff here. I think that we're making progress, but that's a war that should have never happened. If I were president, it would have never happened. Putin says it. Everybody says it. If I were president, that would have never happened. But I inherited that war. That was Joe Biden, Zelensky, and Putin. I came into the situation, and it's a mess. And I will say this. I watched an operation last night that was so precise, that was so brilliant. I mean, it was incredible. If we had our people, like this general and our people involved, that war would not have gone on very long, that I can tell you. That war, to use an old term, that war has become a bloodbath. And we want it to get stopped. Thank you very much, everybody.
Okay, so are we finally going to get to the part where he says he should be impeached? It's the last 7 minutes. Let's go. Lonerbox with the redirect. Lonerbox, welcome, guys. Welcome to the stream, guys. We're going to keep this stream going. I haven't decided if I'm going to take a break and take a walk or just keep it going. But we have our podcast tonight. Our guest is Stacey K. She's going to be on Live and Learn. That's going to start in 3 hours at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. Kick up a chair and hang out with us in the meantime. I want to start a grassroots movement to convince Loner Box to start and end his stream 2 hours earlier. Unfortunately, you did not win Buddy of the Year on Box Awards. Oh no! Wait, was I even a contender? I've had nothing but good things to say about Loner Box, or as I like to call him, Loner Boy, because he's a boy. He's not a box. I got nothing but nice things to say about that guy. Appreciate his insight. He's definitely somebody that I go to if I don't know shit about something and I'm like, okay, what's my opinion? Like, he's basically the first person I go to for that stuff. Click on his videos and watch those a bit. Boys get Hassan tattoos. He's a loner man. We should call him a loner man. Is what we should do. How is Ogre Boy doing, guys? I haven't thought about him in quite some time. He pops in on the Live and Learn chat from time to time. Does he still live tweet my streams? He's kind of intense for the man. It was like every day. He would be at work. At work, I guess, with an earbud in. At work, listening to the stream and like live tweeting the stream, like subtweeting the stream. He did that shit fucking 5, 6 days a week. That is dedication. How's the Bay of Pigs going? I guess it's a little bit different from the Bay of Pigs. If the Bay of Pigs went like this, history would have played out much differently.
I guess it feels like the, I guess it's just like everything is fake and nothing matters and you can literally do whatever you want. Like, there's a lot of gentlemen's agreements in terms of how the government should run and what the president should be allowed to do. But I guess if a guy comes in who's...
That's kind of what the Trump era has taught us, is like, you can just do things. Like, as long as you have no regard for international norms, domestic norms, occasionally the law or the Constitution. If you just don't care about those things, you can just do stuff. And there's nobody to... I think Trump understands that, which is like, what did Michelle Obama say at one point? And she might have been referencing Abe Lincoln, but I think Michelle Obama said something like, if you really want to know someone's character, give them power. I feel like a lot of people have said probably something similar. And yeah, I think we got a very good insight into the way that Trump's mind works. We gave him power and he just fucking does shit. You remember Lincoln, but not Denzel. SMH. So Green Lantern theory is confirmed. No, this is not what I meant. Okay.
Literally retarded. It's like, well, but what if I just did everything I wanted to do with no oversight and no correction whatsoever? Like, would anybody stop me? I guess the answer is no, if the Republican Party is this cucked out.
I mean, we already knew that during the first term, to be fair.
X have a question. Like, because I think I saw a few people on the subreddit. Like, if you're sitting here thinking, like, well, Venezuelans should understand this is bad, right? No.
I genuinely, I would be open to hear, you know what? If you give me a possible, actionable solution to these problems, I'm more than happy to listen. I don't want to see you, by the way. I'm not well versed in geopolitics. What would be a solution that wasn't employed in the last whatever amount of years that they were in power and they should have been? How many, like a decade? A decade? What was the solution?
What is he asking for? Like the solution to
Maduro?
The solution,
like the solution to Maduro being in power? Is that what he's asking?
To like him being an autocratic leader and non-democratic, or the solution to Maduro? Like, I don't. The thing is that sometimes countries will have leaders that you don't like, and sometimes, you know, autocratic dictators exist in countries that you know it's bad and you don't like it, but that doesn't give you
Why is there a locked symbol on the augment? Oh, wait. Okay, never mind. You just can't change your augment mid-game.
You have the moral authority to depose them. Yeah, if
Hutch, if you want to make a ton of bread off the back of your terrible administration to soften the blow, take a look at the silver lining.
If you want to act against another country, especially when we talk militarily, but really with any kind of sanction, then the goal should always be to build international coalitions to do it. Because when you build an international coalition,
I don't want to be I don't want to be that guy, but these streams is just Hutch watching other people's streams. Sure, essentially. I mean, with a lot of rants. We were watching that to more watch the press conference because he wasn't really giving a lot of analysis. But now we've reached the crux of what he's about to say.
There's like a few things that are happening. One is you have a lot of people on your side.
If he says something like all things being equal, like in a rational world, Trump would be impeached for this, then sure, I agree. But it just depends on what he
So there's like an obvious like numbers benefit. So if you want to sanction somebody, you've got more people who are willing to say, we're not going to ship anything to you, we're going to punish you financially. So it makes the punishment greater, you know, and that's good. The second thing is that it gives you more, what's the word I'm like, right? Not authentic, legitimacy. It gives your punishment more legitimacy, right? It's one thing for the United States to...
Miriak, did I say thank you for 13 months? Thank you so much, buddy. Take my prime. Are you still in here? Thank you, buddy. All Red Dragon was 66 months. Cheers, buddy. Thank you. And then Swanee Bird, I don't know if I said thank you for the $2. The Green Lantern article is paywalled nowadays. Wait, what? That sucks. I hear there are ways around that.
To say, hey, you're doing a bad. It's another thing for, you know, 100 countries to come together and say like, hey, you're doing a bad. Or imagine like some sanction or some activity that like the Security Council doesn't veto. You know, it's like, all right, there must be a big, big bad going on here.
You should just watch the press conference and form your own content, IMO. Okay.
Yeah, so you have the ability to exert control that way. Ideally, you do it without having to have like a military intervention at all. This could potentially create a whole bunch of problems down the road that we don't want to deal with. Like imagine Venezuela becomes, hopefully it wouldn't happen, but like imagine Venezuela becomes like a collapsed state, like some Syrian thing, right? A lot of the issues, I guess in quotation marks, not really. A lot of the political situation in Europe today, in my American opinion, is kind of defined by the response to the Syrian refugee crisis. And a lot of the stuff that flowed outwards from that, and arguably the U.S. agnostic to favorable position on like the FSA and the deposing of Assad and everything, maybe kind of flowed through to that and helped to exacerbate that or influence that whole crisis, right? And you've seen like this rightward bend in a lot of European politics, Brexit and everything else, you know, arguably partially at least as a response to that. You know, who's to say that something similar couldn't happen in South America, that there's some huge blowback and the way that leaders feel about us or other citizens feel about us is not good. And this, you know, leads to a bunch of random, it could be terrorist attacks, it could be lack of economic cooperation, it could be cooperation with our enemies, whatever else. Yeah, there's just like so much potential negativity that stems from that. Cooperating is just generally a better thing. Hey there! I don't even know why, obviously. Well, no, okay, that's okay to explain. Because I don't know why I have to explain this. Why is cooperating a better thing, but...
The title of the video, or on the thumbnail at least, it says Trump needs to be impeached. I haven't heard anything about impeachment. And we're in the final 3 minutes of the video. Is it literally at the last 3 minutes here?
It's a lot more likely than you think that Venezuela turns out like Iraq.
Does he even mention impeachment?
If there aren't any institutions or courts left that aren't controlled by local generals/warlords, it could be a disaster. Maybe. I don't know enough about the domestic situation of Venezuela to say. It's possible, but it's wrong to compare this to Iraq because in that situation, the Bush admin had to...
Did we get baited? Guys, did we get baited?
Make up evidence in order to invade. True. Trump doesn't even need to make it up. He just says, we're going. What do you think the Dems' posture should be, a la Jeffries and Schumer or others? I don't even know at this point, bro. Like, Trump should have been impeached for a million different things. I think this should be impeachable.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
But, like, Americans are and don't care about literally anything anymore, so I don't even... I think... I've said this for a long time. I think if you're trying to win elections or do... like, foreign policy is just never the issue to talk about. That's why the... that obsessed over Israel-Palestine were worthless. Like, Americans don't give a fuck about other countries at the end of the day. You have to run on the things that affect them more domestically.
I mean, listen, he's just absolutely right about this. Is it the like morally correct thing to do, or is it the constitutionally correct thing to do to initiate impeachment proceedings over something like this? I don't know. We'll listen to the legal arguments, I suppose, from Pisco in the stream tonight, in the on the podcast tonight. But sometimes the like morally correct thing to do is not the politically correct thing to do. And as of right now, there is not a strong appetite for impeachment about this thing. We're only a few days removed. We still don't know how this is going to play out, which is something I keep repeating over the last few days. There's just a lot of question marks, a lot of uncertainty right now as we're confronted with this significant geopolitical, disruption. But unless or until things cascade into like chaos and destability and instability, there's just not going to be a strong appetite for impeachment. And so it's probably not the politically correct thing for Democrats right now to start swinging and using rhetoric about impeachment in this moment right now. And I would argue that the more likely outcome if they did that now, like if there was a full court press from Democratic leadership, DNC leadership, just general political leadership in the Democratic Party from Obama or, like whatever, I think that would be probably more likely to backfire right now in this moment. I think that would probably be more likely to push the needle towards support for this foreign policy. But maybe like 3 months from now, it's a totally different calculation. It's a fluid situation. There's not like a perfect formula that you can concoct to, come up with the most optimal time to do things. I feel like a lot of times in politics, it's about just like waiting for your moment. And I think that's caused a lot of conflict between me and some viewers, and because people, a lot of people don't like hearing that. They don't like hearing now is not the time for that kind of a thing right now. Venezuela is going to be a 50% plus approval issue a month from now. I don't know about 50 plus because, for example, the poll that we looked at a few minutes ago, it was literally almost perfectly split. A third of the country support, a third of the country oppose, and a third of the country don't know enough. I think that Venezuela and like internal politics in Venezuela, and then also like our posture towards Venezuela is something that probably the overwhelming majority of Americans don't know much about, including myself. So the reason I doubt it would ever creep past like 50% is because I think there's going to be a dedicated 20-25% that are just going to be undecided no matter what. And so it's difficult to imagine it being like, 55% support, 25% say they don't know, and then 20% like that seems unlikely. What seems more likely to me is that a slight plurality of Americans will support this decision. And so, I mean, as it stands right now, there is no appetite, or very little appetite, insufficient appetite for Democrats to make an aggressive impeachment push over this. If it had played out differently, if 24 American lives were lost, a few different helicopters were shot down, that's pretty politically potent anytime like American service members' lives are lost. As we saw with the bombing in Afghanistan, the Al-Qaeda bombing in Afghanistan, that became an issue for Biden that lasted throughout his presidency. It has to be American casualties. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah. In terms of getting Americans to care about things. Yeah. Which is something that always bothered me. I don't know why American lives are necessarily more valuable, but yeah. You need to find out who won the Poly Market 400K bet for Venezuela. Do we know? I don't even, that's kind of nuts. Yeah. My understanding that with Poly Market, you can do insider trading and there's just no rules against it. Lil Kit 2, quote, never resist because it could backfire. Why is that? Quote, I don't know. I just feel like this isn't the moment. Oh, okay. When should we start something like impeachment? I don't know. That seems like a very uncharitable description of what I just said. First of all, I never said never resist. First of all, that seems like a pretty wild mischaracterization of what I said. Literally all memes aside, it's ludicrous to the truest sense. It's just like the uncomfortable reality or the sad truth of things is that a lot of Americans respond positively to this kind of display of American military strength. They just like it. Whatever the context is, it almost doesn't matter. Like anytime America can flex our military superiority, that just gets a lot of people's juices flowing. And that's just a reality. That's just, I'm not saying you should like that or be okay with that. I'm not saying that's how I work, but a lot of people work that way. And if you try to get really aggressive on impeachment right now, you absolutely could. I mean, the political ads kind of write themselves. It's like really easy to exploit that, I think, especially in this moment right now. But, I mean, that doesn't mean that you don't message, right? I'm not saying don't say anything. There's been a lot of statements made by Democrats that I think have been appropriate calculations for this moment. But you're, of course, going to have an element of the left that, you know, is largely online. We're talking about like the online left. You're going to have stuff like that cat person. They're going to, and people like Kyle Kulinski, for example. Kyle Kulinski still thinks, for example, he still thinks that right now, Democrats should campaign aggressively on opposition to Trump's military strikes in Iran. Which I think is like a bit, I don't know how to describe that. It feels like kind of naive, I guess, to think that the Democratic Party can like convince people that this was this like illegal action or war crime, violation of international law, whatever. Like, I think he thinks you can convince people if you just like message aggressively enough. And I don't, when I look at the American public and I kind of just remember the ways that they like voted throughout the years, and it's just like that there seems to be no indication that there's any real appetite to like push back against the administration over those strikes in Iran. Israel broke Kyle's brain. No takes are valid anymore. To be honest, he's had these kind of questionable takes for a long time. This very much predates Israel. Don't deny there's little Dems can do, but the hand-waving dismissal of that is not helpful. The hand-waving dismissal of that is not helpful. I don't think it is hand-waving to acknowledge that the Democrats cannot force a particular outcome in Congress right now. That, to me, doesn't feel like hand-waving. That is just a correct assessment of the current dynamic. And people seem to get pissed. That's going around a lot these days. Where's that Green Lantern Nightbot command? That's going around a lot these days. If you have the nerve to tell someone that certain things are impossible in the current moment, people get mad at you for saying that. But it's just, I shouldn't have to, I and other people shouldn't have to remind you that certain things are impossible. I shouldn't have to remind you that the Democrats cannot force an impeachment right now. They can't force a vote. They can't force proceedings. Why do your people are putting themselves in the position where they're like forcing people like me to tell them that is not possible. And then when you say that, they get mad. Impossible is such a strong word. Yes, but that's the strong reality. Like, I don't know how to that's, I mean, but it is a term that applies. You can't, when you're the minority party, you cannot force the Congress to do stuff. You are out of power because you're rolling over, but that's pretty common these days. Okay, hang on a second. Can we unpack that a minute for just like a second? Because you just said a few moments ago, you said, I don't deny there's little Dems can do. And then you said, because you're rolling over. That seems contradictory to me. That seems like it's a bit in conflict with itself. Like that feels like cognitive dissonance. Like there's a part of you that understands the limitations on power when you're the minority party. There is a part of you that understands that. And then there's another part of you that's like screaming, but like do something. There's got to be something we can do. And I think like those two sides of your brain are at odds with each other. Trump did a bunch of things we would say is legally impossible, but he's done it. Not saying to be extra legal like Trump, but maybe a shift in the state. Okay, hang on. I see this sentiment a lot. A lot. I see this sentiment a lot these days. I need you guys that say this kind of stuff to get into specifics. Don't appeal to vague kind of possibilities. Get into specifics. Just change the word impossible to something else. Hang on, wait a second. That to me is symptomatic of a you problem. Not my language is not the problem. That's a you problem. You don't like the word impossible. This is like, it's defeatist. Okay, hang on. If I can construct an analogy, which I'm broadly opposed to analogies these days. I've constructed this analogy in the past, but let me do it again. Like, let's say you're walking somewhere with your friends, okay? And to get to a certain spot, there's a bridge, okay? And that's the quicker way. Otherwise, you're going to have to walk like 3 miles out of the way to get to where you want to go. And you get to the bridge, and the bridge is fucking gone, bro. Somebody blew it up. You get there, and it's like, the bridge is not there. And it is a cavern that is 100 feet across. And you don't have any equipment. You're in the middle of the desert. There's no thing that you can construct. And then I say, it's impossible for us to use this route. We have to go around. I'm imagining somebody in my party saying, that's defeatist. That's a defeatist attitude. I don't like the word impossible. And now imagine me saying, what the fuck? I don't know what that means. We need to stop talking about this and just start walking. That's what this feels like. The issue is you don't say we can't use that route, go around. You are saying don't use that route. That's not my interpretation of that analogy. Like, I supported both impeachments of Donald Trump during the first term. Did I think that the Senate was going to convict him at any point? No, I did not. But I still supported those impeachments because there was a political benefit to them. The first impeachment, they preemptively headed off the tactic of trying to do the Hunter Biden laptop from hell shit. They preemptively head that off. You could argue that one of the reasons why Biden won in 2020 was because of that first impeachment. So sometimes it makes sense to take symbolic actions that won't actually tangibly result in, you know, something like Trump being barred from office or whatever. The lesson of the modern era that so many people seem to miss, they just completely miss this and they focus on the Democrats. The lesson of the modern era is that the Republican Party has become completely rotten to its core. That's the problem. Do you guys realize this? You guys understand this? The Republican Party in 1973 or 1974 walked into the White House. Into the White House. This was at a time where you have to realize, do you understand that Nixon was insanely popular before the Watergate stuff really like popped off? Do you guys understand how fucking popular he was? And after it became clear that this guy, who for some reason decided he was going to record all of his conversations in the White House, that seems like a poor decision in retrospect. For whatever reason, he did. I'm just going to record everything. And at a certain point, it became very obvious that this guy had engaged in not only corrupt actions, but illegal actions as president. And he recorded himself as he was doing these things. And the Republican Party leaders in Congress at that time walked into the White House and told him, you need to resign. Ford will pardon you. And if you don't resign, we are going to impeach and convict you, and you will be subject to criminal prosecution. That's what they told him 50 years ago. That's what the Republican leadership in Congress told Nixon 50 years ago. And Nixon was way more popular than Trump is now. The current Republican Party has become a completely rotten, corrupt institution that is beyond saving. That is the overarching reality. That is what you should be focused on if you want to express disgust or discontent with the current political dynamics. But way too many people make it about Democrats in really silly contexts, saying that the Democrats are spineless because what this moment calls for is impeachment and removal, a process that they cannot initiate themselves, is brain rot. It's absolute brain rot. It is flowchart brain rot. You should be talking about the Republican Party. If you want to identify the problem, you'll be talking about the Republican Party, okay? It's self-help guru bullshit. Just do the thing. What I called just do the thing ended up being Green Lantern theory of politics. Like I've been saying for stream regulars, especially in Twitch, how long have I been doing the just do the thing meme. 5 years, 4 years. I noticed this years ago. People will say stuff like, I don't like the word impossible. It feels like you're just rolling over. And then I'm like, yeah, you're saying just do the thing. And they never have like specifics. They never have any. How could they? It's an impossible situation. How could they get into specifics? They never have specific ideas about like how to force these things. It's just like, look, the American voters sometimes make really bad decisions. It is what it is, okay? Sometimes American voters make horrible decisions. And American voters decided in November to make, well, a lot of them did, to make a really horrible decision. Because they gave power to the Republican Party for 2 years minimum. We are starting year 2 right now, okay? We still have another year. They are in power. They have power. They could decide to walk into the Oval Office tomorrow and tell him you need to resign, otherwise we're going to, impeach and convict you. They could do that. They're choosing not to. We have 3 years left. I mean, total control of government. I mean, the trifecta. Control of the executive branch, control of the Senate, control of the House. We are locked in for another year. And in that time, whatever decisions they make, they are accountable for those decisions. And the voters are already holding them accountable, to be clear. And the voters will hold them, in my opinion, the voters will hold them accountable again in November. And we're going to take that power away from them. And when that happens, here's what I'm going to say, okay? Here's where I'm with some of you guys, okay? If we fast forward a year and the Democrats have had another blue wave election, we have a 30-seat majority in the House, 20-seat majority, whatever it is. If they choose to not wield the power of the Congress in that moment, to hold this administration accountable in the ways that they can, having power of the control of the House, convene subcommittee hearings, grill the living shit out of this administration. I want weekly hearings where RFK is getting grilled, where Hegseth is getting grilled, where Rubio is getting grilled, where Bondi is getting grilled, where Kash Patel is getting grilled. I want weekly hearings of them just getting annihilated. And if that doesn't happen, I will join you guys in being like, what the fuck? Because in that situation, they will have the power to do that. Somebody in my chat said something like, oh, hold on. Ichigolo said they won't. I don't know why you would think that. What happened when we gave them power in 2018? We gave Democrats control of the House. And what did they do? They did what I'm talking about. They were holding subcommittee hearings televised every week. There's viral moments of Kamala Harris. I mean, she was in the Senate at the time, but like, they impeached Donald Trump twice. Okay. So I don't know where you're getting this whole, like, they're not going to do anything. No, I do know why you're saying that. Because they're out of power now. And they're not doing anything because they don't have the power to do that. And you're misinterpreting that in your brain. You're like, something's wrong. Nothing's wrong. This is the system as it was designed. We gave them power. They have power. They're doing stuff with the power. They're not doing stuff with the power. That is on them. Dems in the midterms, quote, we folded behind your back when Republicans were on the ropes and did nothing when they declared war without Congress, not even open our mouths. Now vote for us, please. Do you not? I'm getting like 1 or 2 or 3 guide. Do you watch the news? What do you mean they're not saying anything? I did see that bull cut. We looked at, I think it was like +6 net since last month. Latest Reuters Ipsos poll has Trump at his highest since October. His highest since October is still net -14. So this is, and I mean, we can just take a look at the G. Elliott Morris aggregate. He might have bumped up into the back up into the 40s, maybe? He has. 50+1's aggregate has him at disapprove +15. So he's -16 with an approval rating of 40.1%. This is a politically weak, wounded president. I do not think the Venezuela stuff will give him a significant bump in the polls. I don't think that's going to save him. We're going to get to 2026 midterms and be behind like 20 months on messaging. Listen, I'm not worried about the Democratic Party prospects come November. I don't really know why you would be right now. Have you looked at what's happening? It's not going great. They are not having a good time right now. Life is pretty not tight for the Republican Party right now. Put the lemurs back on, Unc. Yeah, I probably should. Or play some Arc Raiders. Democrats' main institutional power right now is to slow things down, raise the political cost, and force negotiations, especially in the Senate, but they're not even doing that. No, but they can't. No, they can't. They cannot force negotiations. Please. 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 Ah! Please, they cannot force negotiations. They can't do it. They can't force them. They can shut down. Did that force negotiations last time? That was the longest shutdown ever. And that did not force the concessions on negotiations on the ACA tax credits. That's how we got the vote. That's not a negotiate. That is, okay, listen. I'm talking about negotiations on actual concessions. They cannot force them to do that. You understand? This Republican Party, they don't care. They don't give a fuck. They would have allowed for the government to stay shut down for 6 months and they would not have budged on this. They don't care. You said the vote was a win for PR. It was. It was, but you're not forcing the Republicans to negotiate. They negotiated a vote that they knew was going to fail. Hang on, Desda. Wait. Didn't you just say that they did nothing? Do you agree that that was a political win? That seems like the Democrats doing something that was like politically smart and yielded good, like benefits. They forced helped to force, wasn't entirely their fault technically. They helped to force the longest shutdown in government history, and by the end of that shutdown, by like a 20-point margin, American voters blamed Trump for the spiking premiums. That seems pretty significant. That seems like a pretty significant political win, doesn't it? During the shutdown, we had the elections, and that was the biggest bloodbath we've seen since like the Tea Party in 2010. So filibustering works. We should do it on everything. You You're suggesting that the Democrats filibuster literally everything right now, and you don't think the American public are going to be annoyed by that? You are crazy. Are you familiar with the concept of overplaying your hand? Is that a concept that registers? Cloud Sheep, one of my dedicated contrarians. Are you Savage No Chill in Discord? Okay. All right. Let's hear it. Your microphone is muted.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, yeah.
Let me pause the stream. So, hey, Hutch, why would we not do another government shutdown fight at the end of this month over this Venezuela shit?
Shut the government down over the Venezuela action?
And threaten Colombian, Cuban, and Greenland.
What do you think would be better in terms of political benefit? Doing it over foreign policy or doing it over healthcare costs?
Well, Schumer says we're doing neither.
Schumer said we're not shutting the government down?
Correct.
When did he say this?
Over the last 2 days.
When?
Do you want me to have to link you?
This is news to me.
Let's see. I'll find the tweet.
Well done, Shumi. We're calling him Shumi. Does hold on. Schumer Democrats face pressure to wage new shutdown fight. This was an article from today. Congress is less than a month away from another potential government shutdown. Pressure is mounting on Democratic leaders to have another shutdown with President Trump over healthcare costs, his aggressive use of executive authority. Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer, however, is showing little appetite for another shutdown fight, even as liberal colleagues in the Senate and House and grassroots activists spoil for a new battle with the president. Many Democratic activists and voters vented their frustration when a group of 700 ... Where does it, hold on. Where did Schumer say the thing?
I'm trying to find it. Schumer said on, I forget what show it was, he was saying that he was hoping to work bipartisanly. Oh, it's in Discord.
That's not the same thing as saying we're not going to do a shutdown.
Senate Minority Leader says doesn't expect another government shutdown at the end of this month over healthcare. We want to work with a bicameral, bipartisan way to do it, and the good news is our Republican appropriators are working with us.
Which channel is that in?
Politics.
Is it at the bottom of the?
Yeah, C2A just linked it.
How do I get? Oh, there. Hold on, let me watch this clip.
At the end of the month? Are we headed to another government shutdown at the end of the month?
No. There are two separate tracks here. Democrats want to fund the appropriations, the spending bills, all the way through 2026. We want to work in a bicameral, bipartisan way to do it. And the good news is our Republican appropriators are working with us, and we're making good progress in that regard.
And do you expect to see bipartisan progress on the health care premiums?
Until the Republicans straighten out their mess, they're coming up with these goofy ideas. They want to privatize the whole thing, which will leave Americans holding the bag. They want to add more anti-choice provisions to it. They're stuck. And when their two leaders say they're not going to extend the premiums for a day, let alone the 3 years that we wanted to do, they're just in a hole. Maybe they'll dig themselves out of it, but so far they can't be. They're just stuck.
I mean, I don't know. To me, there's wiggle room there. I don't know. We'll see what happens. When does the shutdown fight come to fruition? Like around the 20th or something like that?
Yeah. So
I imagine there's going to be a lot of political pressure on them to like pick a meaningful fight, but this will be across that bridge when you get their situation. But you asked
and
me,
you
asked me
Yeah, you
why
don't think that our military aggression is a meaningful fight?
for like a shutdown fight?
Mm-hmm.
Well, let me just ask you. I mean, do you think this is a really high salience issue for voters?
Yes.
What is this based on?
I mean, based on number one, Donald Trump ran both of his entire campaigns on no more wars. So there's that. Nobody wants more of these wars. And with rising costs at home, why would the American public want to see their tax dollars and just our resources in general go to starting multiple wars in Latin America?
That doesn't really answer my question. I asked you if you thought this was a high salience issue, and then you said yes, and I said why.
You don't think? Well, what do you mean? Are you asking me for like a poll to say like what percentage of people care about this?
Yeah, something, anything to indicate beyond your own sort of ideology or whatever.
Well, I'm unaware of what methodology for a poll would do that, because we get opinion poll based on people's opinion of these things, but I think all the polling I've seen, that the percentage of people that say that they are unsure on their position is around 20-25%. But that's among people even answering the polls who are. So
are you?
I don't know. Do you see what I'm trying to get at? Like,
not really. Are you saying?
Because there's not really like because when you ask people on polling, you ask for their opinion, but it doesn't really signify to what priority it is in their life, and that's what salience refers to. So I'm not even really aware of a methodology to test salience in that way.
What percentage would you guess of the country is like deeply concerned about what happened in Venezuela? Like, if you had to guess.
40%.
Okay. And by that, do you mean like in their minds, it's like this is going to be something that motivates them to, one of the things that really like motivates them to vote in the midterms? That's kind of what I mean by salience.
Okay, so you're asking what percentage of midterm voters care?
Yeah, like how many people, assuming it doesn't devolve into total chaos. Like if it devolves into chaos, American boots are on the ground, people are getting killed, it becomes a quagmire. It's like then I think this issue becomes like a big issue. But as it stands right now, I don't see a lot of evidence. Well, like, let me just put the question a different way. Like, which do you think is a more motivating thing for voters right now? The healthcare premiums rising and the struggling economy, job losses, stubborn inflation. Like, how do you think that stacks up with foreign policy decisions like what we saw in Venezuela?
Probably healthcare, but it's not an either or.
Well, do you agree that you run the risk of, like, if you take the focus off of, like, to me, in my mind, the healthcare stuff, the economy issues are such a clear, like, winning issue for Democrats right now. It is like demonstrable that Democrats are running on these issues and winning by really large margins. Like, why would you even fuck with that?
Well, if we have such large margins, that means we have room to fuck with it.
In my mind, you have room to like take the focus off of a winning issue and focus on something that there's not a lot of evidence right now. Like I think I would take you a little bit more seriously if we saw like a massive kind of movement spring up in the wake of the actions in Venezuela. So far, we've seen a few disparate like protests that have not really garnered a ton of attention. There doesn't really seem to be a lot of grassroots energy behind this thing. Conversely,
I'm less concerned with Venezuela. Venezuela, I mean, that's already started. There's not really, that's to be seen. But I mean, we need some type of legislation. Democrats need to be doing something to stop this. I mean, he's very heavily signaling towards Colombia and Cuba.
Legislation.
And so, well, we need something. And the one leverage that we currently have while we're out of power is this shutdown fight stuff.
You think that you think that the Democrats stand a chance of pressuring Republicans to pass laws to maybe reverse some of the AUMF stuff, or rein in his ability to do military strikes? Like,
did you see how close the vote on it was about 3 weeks ago? There was a vote in the House for Congress to basically, I don't know the exact mechanism, but to stop further military action in Venezuela, and it did not pass by only 2 or 3 votes, because I think it was 4 Democrats did not vote, and I think 1 Democrat voted against it, and then 1 or 2 Republicans did not vote. It was very, very close.
But you still got to get it through the Senate with a filibuster-proof majority.
And I believe the roll call in the Senate was 49-51.
Not even close.
It's not close, but I mean, if once you tie it to the shutdown, that adds a lot more pressure.
So I just want to be clear. You do think that there is a path to pressure Republicans to check Trump on Venezuela?
I think at the very least there's a path to put a lot of pressure, and I think that regardless, like let's say hold on. I just want you to answer that question. Like, you do see there's a path.
So you imagine that we live in a universe where you could pressure the Republican Party to pass a bill to rein in his war powers or ability to do military strikes. Okay, I don't know what that's based on, because I don't know if you've seen the polling when it comes to how Republican voters feel about the military strikes, but they are overwhelmingly in favor of it. It was like almost perfectly mirrored in the inverse on the Democratic side of the aisle. It's like 75% opposed in the Democratic side of the aisle, and then 75% of Republican voters support it. That is their base. So I'm not sure where you're going to get this pressure. What indication has this Congress given you that they would be open to that kind of pressure? Like anything in the last year?
I just said some of the pressure, number one, comes from tying it to the government funding. So it's not just specified to the war, the military aggression. So that's where extra pressure comes from.
What happened during the last shutdown, which was the longest government shutdown ever? What happened?
There was a ton of pressure.
And what did it amount to?
Well, the point that you always bring to is that it raises a lot of awareness, which is of course valuable. You don't deny that, do you?
Yeah, but that's a different argument. We're talking about different things here. You said that you can imagine the Democrats being able to pressure the Republicans in Congress to pass a bill restricting his ability to do military strikes in places like Venezuela. I don't know what that is based on. It's not based on anything. It's like theoretically possible, but do you know what people like me would say about people like you? There's a theory for this in politics. Are you familiar?
Yeah. We don't have to trade back memes like we're playing cards here.
You're doing the thing though. You're doing the thing.
No, I'm not doing. No,
yes, you are.
No, I'm trying to make. You said the government shutdown was worth it. Why? Even though we got zero material construct.
That's right. We got a
concessions.
Vote. We got a vote that we knew would fail. But what did we get? What did we get?
So why was it worth?
There was a political benefit to it.
And that's what I'm trying to say.
But but again, that was for an issue that's like a slam dunk for Democrats. There's nothing currently. Now, a week from now, we could be having a different conversation, but there's nothing currently right now to indicate that the Venezuela stuff, the interventionist stuff, is nearly as salient or slam dunk for Democrats. And you could run the risk of it having the opposite effect.
You could.
Yeah.
Do you have any evidence that it will?
It's possible. That's the whole point. It's a risk. That's the point.
No, wait. Put a number on it.
If I had to put a number on like what I think the odds are that you would actually make the action more popular by overplaying your hand, I would say decent odds.
No. What's the chance that it will be an overplaying?
Well, that's what I mean. It would be overplaying if the public actually went in the opposite direction.
No, but I'm asking what's the chances that that actually happens?
I just said a moment ago. I said I think those are pretty good chances. I would say like.
So you think if we shut down the government,
75% likelihood that you would actually.
Do you think if we shut down the government, right, and that puts all the pressure on the public, right, regarding, you know, federal workers, everything, nobody likes the government shut down, and we say, number one, we're shutting down over the healthcare stuff. We message on that like we have been, which is a dub, as we can tell, and we say, number two, we're not going to open the government until we get something ensuring that we are not going to start a war with Colombia and Cuba, and we're not going to continue military aggression on Venezuela. And when Republicans, of course, they're not going to just cave, obviously, we get to say that the Republicans rather federal workers not get paid. They rather not pay the military. They rather make sure that all of your premiums are still going up because they won't give up on their ambitions to send you to die in Latin America. You don't think that's a powerful issue? Like, that's not powerful rhetoric?
Not really, no.
You think that will make people support war in Venezuela and Cuba more?
I think it would probably make people in the margins creep closer to Trump, yeah.
What thought process would somebody have to say that in this clear instance, Democrats are unequivocally, we do not want war. Republicans are saying we want war. The American public has no appetite for war.
But that's not what they're saying. Right now, it's just complete dominance. It's just complete military dominance.
What do you mean? You're saying that the
currently
Republican
right now,
line is we don't want war. We just want complete military dominance.
I think Americans like that kind of like American power. I think they're opposed to like a prolonged Afghanistan, Iraq situation, but right now in Venezuela, that's not what's happening right now. Again, that might change, but like if we were doing massively like mobilizing and we were sending like thousands of American troops started dying, like that kind of thing, then I think you'd have a point. But right now, I don't think Americans largely give a fuck about foreign policy stuff when it doesn't directly impact them in ways that can be easily identified. I think foreign policy does impact Americans in ways that they don't really understand, but it's like out of sight, out of mind. The rising cost of healthcare, the rising cost of like people's energy bills as a result of the one big beautiful bill and the cuts to green infrastructure, you know, people's energy bills are going to go up like 15% this year because of that bill. I think those are like slam dunk issues.
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. We tie the military aggression
why? But why?
We tie the military because you just said they don't care about foreign policy until it affects them. Well, how about we make it affect them through the government shutdown before it affects them with their brothers and sons being killed?
You think that's the way to do it? To like disrupt infrastructure and commerce?
Yes.
And by doing this, you're going to get, in your mind, you think you're going to get a bunch of Americans to be like, you know what? This is really making me think about our South American foreign policy.
It will make them say, no, it will make them say, they will see the Republicans, number one, why is the government shut down? Because you guys won't come to the table on something like something they don't give a, if like you said, they don't give a fuck. If they don't give a fuck about it, well, hey, Republicans, why don't you just fucking agree not to do it? Number one. And then number two, whenever we actually have to make the case on this, we can't just expect the American public, like you said, they don't give a fuck about foreign policy unless it affects them. We have to make that case that this will affect them.
But you can do that without a shutdown. Like right now, the shutdown, a shutdown fight over healthcare stuff and affordability is a slam dunk. So why fuck with that? Why would you fuck with that?
I feel like if the healthcare fight wasn't a slam dunk, I feel like if the healthcare fight wasn't a slam dunk, and I was saying this, you would say, well, it's marginal. And so we can't risk not winning the shutdown fight, so we can't do it. Maybe if we had such a big margin, then we could. But now we have such a big margin on it, and now you say, well, it's such a big margin, let's not fuck with it. You want to, it's unfalsifiable for you.
I don't follow what are you saying that I would say in what situation now?
Okay, these are going to be numbers I pull out of my ass, but the current government shutdown fight, if I'm remembering correctly, the polling was like 70-30, right? In our favor. It was like pretty big.
Not quite. I mean, but it was
big. It wasn't like it wasn't marginal.
I mean, it was big in the sense that like by the end of the shutdown, it was like a plurality of voters, 40% blamed Trump and Republicans, and I think it was like 20% blamed Democrats, and then the rest either had no opinion or were undecided. It was like it wasn't like a
big
clear
enough
majority.
for you to call it a slam dunk.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we also have like the election results from November that happened. That election happened during the shutdown. So let's say, okay, that's what the case is currently. That's the reality. You're calling it a slam dunk, right? Yeah, yeah.
Let's go into world B. World B, it's 50-50. Or 55-45, right?
Then I probably would not suggest a shutdown.
Okay, well, putting that to the side, which I think is, that's a totally different question. But in that world, if I was to be saying to do this strategy, you would say the margins are too close. That's too risky.
Yes.
Correct? And that's what. Okay.
Yes.
And in that world, you would say, if the margins were big enough, maybe that strategy would be viable, right?
Yes.
Okay, we live in that world where the margins are big enough.
I don't think we do. Why you have no polling?
But on your own lights, it's a slam dunk.
The shutting the government down over foreign policy? I don't know what.
No, over the healthcare is a slam dunk. That means we have wiggle room to tie something that might not be a slam dunk to that.
But why? What is the benefit of doing that? If you have this clear slam dunk political winner, why fuck with that? Have you keep it simple, stupid, kiss?
The benefit of that is that we can actually get some action on this military aggression stuff, because right now that's the
can't, bro. We are not I'm begging you to realize that Republicans control the Congress and they are not playing ball with Democrats for the most part. They are not checking Donald Trump for the most part.
So you would rather fund the government and us go and invade and start regional wars in Cuba and Colombia and continue aggression in Venezuela than us to not fund the government?
I don't understand how a government shutdown fixes this problem of U.S. foreign policy decisions right now.
Because they cannot pay the military to go and do the invasions during a shutdown.
No, the military, the defense still stays funded, my friend. I don't know what you're talking about. The military doesn't dissolve during a government shutdown. Do you understand how bad of a system that would be? If we did a shutdown, I guess like Russia could invade during a shutdown.
No, that's not. But I'm not saying military. Not literally on that sense, but how bad do you think it would be for their optics, for their polling, for them to be waging war while our government is shut down and everyone here is, they're not getting paid.
You're you're creating this situation now where I guess we've invaded and toppled 4 different South American regimes during your hypothetical is we are way out in space at this point.
Have you been seeing the messaging that they are saying what is coming next?
I imagine if he continued to do these kinds of things, it would really depend. I would assume that the risk of it blowing up in his face would go way up, and if that happened, then I think maybe there would be an opportunity to take aggressive action. But right now, there's nothing to indicate that this is a political slam dunk for Democrats. I mean, it seems to slightly favor them. And, we are seeing basically every Democrat that I've seen has spoken up against this action. But I need you and people like you to understand.
Well, that's where you're already wrong. Not every Democrat has done that. There's some Democrats who have come out in favor of it.
Fetterman. Who else?
The senator from, I believe, Rhode Island.
Which senator?
Let me get his name. Is his name Jack Reed, I think, or something like that?
That's news to me. Okay, that's 2. Who else?
Then there's been, it's Axios reporting that it's anonymous because they don't want to put their name on it. There's people, I believe they're in the House saying that Democrats should not be condemning this because we don't need to condemn everything Trump does just because it's Trump.
That's not the same thing as supporting the action. I read the same excerpt that you did. There were a few.
It's functionally the same.
No, it's
in
not.
Function, it's the same. In
It's
function,
not.
it's the same.
No, I disagree. That's not the same thing. There's a difference between saying, hey, I don't know if we should do this messaging right now because this could blow up in our face and maybe we look bad because maybe it looks like we're sticking up for like dictators or something like that. There's a difference between saying something that might have a political cost and endorsing a policy. Would you even disagree that the overwhelming majority of Democrats that have gone on the record have stated opposition to what Trump did? Would you even disagree with that? Or
the ones who have gone on the record. Yes.
Yeah, they've been numerous. I've seen like 36 official statements from Democrats expressing opposition to what they did, which is appropriate. But what you're suggesting is to imperil a fight that is so clearly in our favor, like muddy the
One that we're not even
waters
sure that they're going to take.
Well, I think that no matter what, the politics of what is going to happen and what is already happening with these healthcare premium spikes benefit Democrats. So I
don't care if there's a healthcare fight.
Well, I think the difference between you and me is that I accept that the Republicans are in charge of the government right now, and as such, I don't have any illusions that you can force these people to play ball and make meaningful concessions on policy. That's the difference between you and me. You live in a different universe where there's an opening to pressure the Republicans to like meaningfully concede or make meaningful policy concessions. But I think you are delusional. I don't know what that is based on.
I live in a world where we should actually have an actual opposition party, and we should slow them down and stop them every chance we get and use the leverage that we have.
What does that mean?
Shut the government down at the end of the month.
You can't see a universe where that backfires?
Yeah, sure. I can see one.
I think that's pretty likely. I think that's pretty likely.
You think if we take a shutdown fight at the end of the month, it backfires?
No.
Is that what you're saying?
No, what you said was like it seemed like what you were implying was like use every procedural tool at your disposal to grind things to a complete halt as much as you possibly can. I think that would 1000% blow up in Democrats' faces and make us look bad and turn the public against us. I think that would be viewed as us massively overplaying our hand.
And what evidence do you have of this? Is it the way Republicans did during Obama?
Just my gut.
And Biden? Okay, yeah.
Just my gut, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, all right. I mean, I think that's the conversation. I don't think there's really any more to have.
Okay. I mean, I guess for future conversations, I would want you to find a way to, like, if you're trying to convince me that something is possible, like, try to find a way to actually in any way like support the claim that you can force this Republican
you don't support
Party.
Yours either, though.
Well, on this particular thing, like perceived overreach is a thing. There is precedent.
It is a thing
for that. The impeachment proceedings against Bill Clinton backfired, and Bennett, it actually helped Democrats in those midterm elections when those impeachment proceedings were going on.
Mm-hmm.
That massively backfired on Republicans. Also, just generally right now, Trump's actions, like broadly, are being perceived as overreach, and he is being punished by voters. Like, we have a pretty fucking easy layup right now for the Democratic Party. Like, we don't really like the Trump administration, the Republican Party are already doing plenty to convince the voters that they should not be trusted with power in their current state. And the voters are overwhelmingly rejecting Trump 2.0 in practice. They liked it on paper in November of 2024. In practice, they're rejecting it by margins that double the margins that we were seeing before the 2018 midterms. So I don't see the urgency. Like, maybe you could explain that to me. Like, where is the urgency coming from? It's almost like you're acting like how do I say this? Well, I guess your urgency is you think that you can get the Republicans to stop this foreign policy decision or these kinds of decisions.
I think it's worth it. I think it's worth a shot. I think there's a good enough chance. Yes.
I think the best thing that we can do for the American people right now is to take control of the House in November. Just take that power away from them. I think that's the best thing that we can do.
Well, nobody's disagreeing with that.
And as such, I don't see why we should be fumbling a fucking layup. There's no point in fucking with a formula that we know works, and we know it works really well. Like campaigning on anti-corruption, campaigning on the economy, campaigning on rising healthcare costs. We know that is a winning formula in Trump 2.0. We know that shit. It's demonstrated very firmly at this point, all over the country, not just in, blue enclaves or red enclaves or whatever. So it's working all over the country. So I don't understand why we would fuck with that. Let's keep doing that. That seems like a good idea. And we just take back the House and
So we should shut up about Venezuela and Colombia and Cuba?
When did I say that?
Well, that's the logical conclusion. You said focus on the economy.
No.
Wait, what? Because if we keep talking about it, we could fumble. We can wait. Okay, but let me take what you just said at face value. That's the easy layup.
No, you're not.
Wait. So
in your mind, it's a binary. It's like do a government shutdown or say nothing.
Oh,
yes. In your mind,
that's what I'm trying to say. We can do both.
In your mind, it's either do a shutdown or don't say anything about the thing. But that's not what.
Well, you're in favor. But you're in favor of the shutdown, right?
I'm in favor of any political fight that I'm in favor of any political fight that I think would benefit us politically. And so, yeah, I think like the first shutdown accomplished that. I think maybe there's some heightened risk during a second shutdown of perceived overreach, but a lot can change in the next 2 weeks. And I think I would rather have that conversation 2 weeks from now. But generally, I support a second shutdown to.
You know what I think, Hutch? You know what I think? Because you don't want to take a position now.
Hold on.
Wait. Can I finish this?
Can you just acknowledge though? Can you just acknowledge that in your mind, it's like two options. Like center a shutdown fight over this thing, or don't say anything at all. Like
there's not two options. Obviously, there's things in between, but I just take the position of the shutdown. No, but wait. You know what? I think the reason you don't want to just say if you want to shut down right now is because
I just told
at
you
the end
I
of the
do.
month. You said, well, I don't know. I'd rather talk about it in 2 weeks. I don't know. A lot can change. No, that's what you said.
No, but I said that I have more concerns this time around, but I generally am in favor of a second shutdown. That's what I said.
But then you hedged even further. You said a lot can change. And
do you disagree that a lot can change?
Sure. And hypothetically, a lot can happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you know what I think? I think in 2 weeks, when the Democrats decide to not shut down, you're going to magically change and you're going to say, oh, well, and then you're just going to ad hoc take their position again.
Do you know what I think?
What's that?
I think you're going to be in my chat for the rest of the year claiming that Democrats can force things that they can't do. And you're just never going to stop doing that.
Nope.
You're doing it now. I've seen you in my chat consistently doing Green Lantern shit. Every fucking day you're in chat suggesting that Democrats should have more spine and use more teeth and force things that they can't
Hutch,
do.
Go on the record. Go on the record. Say if they don't shut at the end of the month, that you'll condemn them for that, and you won't play defense the way you did whenever they ended the government shutdown last time.
I think it's okay and appropriate to have nuanced takes on things. I think oftentimes in politics, as in life, there's no 100% right or wrong answer, but I will be disappointed. I will be disappointed if the Democrats don't capitalize on the political benefit that they have being the opposition party to a party that is responsible for rising healthcare costs. And so if whatever actions they take in the coming months, if I feel like they are not adequately seizing on this opportunity and exploiting that weakness, then yeah, I will obviously support or voice my disapproval.
Mm-hmm. All right. Like I said, I think that about covers it all.
Okay. Well, it was good talking to you.
Good talking to you too.
Bye-bye.
Love you, buddy.
Love you too.
I see your Green Lantern theory and raise you a Merck's Law.
You mean Murph's Law? What is Merck's Law? What is that? Newton's third law. You want to go somewhere, you got to leave something behind. Magnus with 2 years. Thank you so much, buddy. Dosvidania with $5. Theoretical, what happens if we do what Savage says, but Republicans cave on healthcare, but not on Venezuela? How do voters react to the shutdown then? Oh, that's another, yeah, I didn't even think about that. I don't even want to, here's the thing. I don't even want to entertain that hypothetical because I don't think that the Republicans have shown any indication that they are even remotely close to making concessions on healthcare stuff. Yeah, Pisco, if you want to chat, are we going to do another patented Pisco Hutch screaming match? I'll take a beta blocker right now. I'll do it. Shouldn't we save this for the pod? And scream at each other as Stacy wonders what the fuck is wrong with us. Hamissions with 200 bits just wanted to swing by and say thank you for inspiring me to quit my job and start selling PP $40 an inch. So ladies, hit me up if you have $20. 5 inches? 5 inches? You can, 5 inches is fucking plenty. There are some size queens that exist out there, but probably like 5% of women are size queens. This is just vibes, not based on anything whatsoever, but wait, I don't even think I should say it. Never mind. James with 13 months. James, thank you, buddy. Alt Red Dragon with 66 months. Appreciate it. Imagine if we lived in a universe where people appropriately blamed Republicans for the stuff that they do, for the bad stuff that they do. It would be that meme. It would be that meme with like the fucking, you know, like the universe if blah, 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 blah. And that one picture, it would literally be that. If we lived in a universe where leftists actually correctly blamed Republicans for the bad stuff that they do. We would have flying cars, well-regulated AI, prosperity for it would be like a Star Trek utopia. Wait, where did Pisco go? Are you gonna hop in my Discord or are you gonna message me on Discord? Oh, okay. Are you still here? Brother, how did I strawman Hutch? His position is literally wait for the polls. I'm not some regarded leftoid. I'm a slightly frustrated lib. You need, I think like, generally speaking, you should have your finger in the wind. You know, you should have your finger on the pulse of America. You should know where American voters are at on the issues so that you can navigate things as politically advantageous as possible. For example, I would not generally recommend aggressively pushing for a policy that like 10% of the public supported. I think that's just common sense. You can call me, I can call you, it's whatever. Hold on, here. You might be muted. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yo, what about now?
Oh,
Testing?
there you go. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yo, what up, brother? How you doing?
Hey, man. I'm doing good. How was your weekend?
Dude, it was great, man. Just wonderful, wonderful talking this Venezuela shit. Yeah, I mean, it's
no, I mean, outside
a lot of news
content.
after.
I mean, did you do anything fun for New Year's or anything like that?
Oh yeah, no, great time in New Year's, back in the city, hanging out with some friends. Yeah, good fucking shit.
How about
I
that
love New
mom?
York,
How about
man.
that mom Donnie, man? For fucking day one, going after slumlords.
Yeah, collectivism. I love collectivism over rugged individualism. Just kidding.
No. Like that's pretty
the
cool.
actions,
Going to an apartment where the fucking floor is falling apart and
Oh, I didn't
highlighting
even
that.
see that. Wait. Yeah, tell me about that.
Bro, he did day one. He took a camera crew. He went into an apartment complex where the conditions there were fucking horrible.
Oh.
And used his platform to call attention to that. Brother, he is walking the walk.
That.
It's kind of crazy.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
We love that shit. And I like the listen, there are some virtue signals that I really appreciate. And I appreciate the virtue signal of canceling all of Adams's executive actions from the time of his indictment onward. I just think that sometimes shit is based, and I thought that was really based.
I think Biden. Sorry, go
for
ahead.
it.
No, you go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah, like there could be good ideas and shit. Biden did a similar thing. I think you're suggesting with immigration stuff.
Yeah.
That Trump did.
Yeah.
So I have no problem like reinstituting policies from someone that I don't like, such as Mayor Adams or even Trump. That there's some policies probably that are good, but I'm okay with him like pausing everything or rescinding everything and then just putting his name on the stuff if he re-implements it. So I think that's pretty based.
Yeah, I'm just so curious about him. I'm going to be paying close attention to this guy for the first like 6 months. But
yeah,
his speech I thought was just kind of a cheat code because he's just like, I don't know, man. I don't know if this is hyperbole, but watching him speak up there, he just looks so comfortable in the pocket. He just looks like he's like one of those personality types that like thrives on that kind of pressure. It seems because he's just fucking ungodly amounts of charismatic.
Yeah, and I'm not worried. I'm not worried that when he talks that he's just gonna say word salad and nothing comes out.
No, yeah.
It reminds me of that moment in the debate where they actually had a pretty tough question, which is like, how are you gonna attract business to New York? And he kind of gave like a bullshit answer that didn't really make any sense. But even how he said it there, probably his worst moment in the debate, in my opinion, it wasn't like he came across stupid. I think that anyone just like tuning into that moment, they're not going to have like this Tim Walz like look into the fucking camera like you're scared of something, or like a Joe Biden we beat Medicare moment. So even when he has bad moments or when he's like pushed, I think that he's showing that he's quick on his feet, and we don't have to worry as much about his day-to-day communication skills.
Yeah, he's the guy that you I'll stop with the sports analogies, but yeah, no, he seems comfortable with the pressure, and that's the kind of quality you definitely want to see.
That's my mayor. Well, I wanted to come on first of all to give you your flowers, as it were, because I just came across a tweet of yours, which was that Kamala Harris did not posture in favor of more U.S. military intervention. Mm-hmm. I'm assuming he's saying we would have a more lethal military, but a good faith interpretation that would not be that she was signaling interventionist policies. So he's just lying. This is your tweet about Hassanabi's tweet regarding like, I don't know, some kind of equivocation with Israel. And I see like a bunch of people, I think, responding in bad faith to what you said. And I just want to be like, I stand with you on this, because it's insane people how they have this revisionist history as though Trump ran his campaign as a dove. I know that they said no new wars, but he didn't run his campaign as a dove, and Kamala Harris certainly did not run the campaign as a hawk.
Wait, did you get sorry, I thought you got cut off there.
No.
I gotta be honest with you, bro.
I was giving you room to talk.
I largely don't look at my replies. Like I might check in, I might click on a thread of mine to see what the chatter is all about and kind of briefly go in there. But as far as like the last like 3 months, I don't really look at my replies. So if people are having spicy reactions to that, that's fine. But like her saying we should have a lethal military really triggered the fuck out of those guys. But that is like, you can have a lethal military and it can serve another purpose besides like invading foreign countries. Like you can have you can have a benefit to having a lethal military in that it might dissuade your adversaries from attacking you. Like, why the fuck do you think we have not been attacked since Pearl Harbor by like an official state actor? It's probably because we have a girthy fucking military is like probably the biggest reason. And then also like dissuading
nukes, but yes, I agree. No, I think everything you're saying there is absolutely true. I don't think that there's anything incompatible with having a lethal fighting force that you don't want to use, or that you don't, ideally you wouldn't want to use. I think that is in fact good policy. I don't agree with a lot of people who say we need to defund the Pentagon massively. No, I do think that you should like get rid of inefficiencies. We should like cut programs that don't make sense. If there's bloat, if there's corruption, if there's self-dealing, that kind of thing. I do agree like that needs to be looked at. But the people who are suggesting that America should stop investing in its military, should stop like massively cut the military budget, I just think that that's bad policy. So I thought it was based when Kamala Harris came out and said that. And I didn't think that it implied that she was trying to do interventionism. I think that's so deranged. I mean, she's standing for an administration, and she refused to like condemn an administration that is Biden, who pulled us out of Afghanistan, who was trying to, you know, counter the intervention by Russia into Ukraine, who was trying to get a peace plan in Gaza.
And he also
with Israel.
Yep, he basically he all but ended the drone program too. That's something that like never gets talked about, but dropped to like dramatically less drone strikes than Trump did. It was like orders of magnitude. Like Trump literally dropped like thousands times more drones than Biden did. But yeah, did you have some thoughts on the Venezuela stuff? You were
yeah. I do have some thoughts on it because I don't know if we're gonna have the time to fully elaborate our views on the panel, because I think that we're going to have a lot to talk about tonight, and that we have a guest as well. So I'm not concerned that we're going to like overdo it. One, I was listening to your previous caller, and just make sure I understand it. He seems to be saying that we should have a shutdown on the grounds of Venezuela interventionism.
He was saying
like the kind of
he was saying do both. He was saying do both, like focus on healthcare and affordability stuff, and rope in the Venezuela foreign policy.
Yeah, one thing that I really, really fucking can't say enough is whenever we're doing these kinds of negotiations, the demand needs to be concrete. I despise this intervention in Venezuela 100%. And I think that the American people will eventually see that it was a mistake. Even now, I'm seeing some polls coming out that, you know, overall, even at the height, even though this by all accounts was like an effective mission in the sense of it did its plan without any American casualties and did it rather impressively, that people are still on net against it. And so I'm against this policy. I'm against like some of Trump's or most of Trump's overreaches, all of them, I will say, all of Trump's overreaches, all of the executive bullshit that he's doing. But in the context of negotiations, I think it's really, really important for any kind of ask to be a deliverable, which can be contained in set policies and things to do. And so it's not clear to me that there's a defined policy going forward on Venezuela. The only thing I could think of is like, we'll return Maduro, but I'm not convinced that that's what we should do now. I'm not convinced that we should return Maduro. And I'm not convinced that you could, even if you wanted to get assurances that America's not going to do further shit in Venezuela, that you could bet on them holding to that promise. Like you can't get Trump to agree to like withhold from doing interventionism in that respect and get him to agree to do that. And even if you were to write it into a law, he's just going to disobey the law or find some kind of loophole or some bullshit. And they're not. So I basically think that in these kinds of areas, dealing with corruption, dealing with overreach of the executive, military conflicts, I do think Congress should do stuff. But when you're negotiating with the other side, the ask should be concrete. And it's not like we're currently engaged in hostilities as we speak, and that the only other concrete ask I can think of is like returning Maduro, which I don't even think is necessarily a good thing or right thing to do.
What about
you're right.
What about like not assuming control of their oil reserves, or like, you know, what about a what about a commitment to what about a commitment to allow them to democratically elect their next leader without any kind of interference from us? Because right now it seems like the administration are just very openly and brazenly saying we are going to make sure they install an American puppet, and then we are going to seize control of their oil. You know, that's that stuff.
They say that, Hutch.
Yeah.
Nope. They say that, Hutch, but they also say the opposite. Like, oh, it's just the police action. So I agree that they're saying that, and it seems brazen as fuck. And I guess it's possible you could write a law that says America promises that we will commit to ensuring democratic elections in Venezuela or some shit. But like, I don't know what the benefit of that will be, other than to have a kind of Democrat cosign on the action, right? Like Democrats, by making conditions under which Trump's intervention is acceptable to Democrats, it would almost seem to presuppose that this was a wise action to take. And all we need to do is, you know, a little cut here, a little tailoring there, and a little Democratic input, and it has our stamp of approval. So I'm like a little skeptical that any promise that the administration will give will A, actually be kept, B, won't act like a kind of pseudo endorsement of the action, at least in some sense, or C, that is even enforceable if the Trump administration were willing. Like even if it were,
I understand what you're saying now. Yeah, like it's hard to imagine like actionable things in terms of like legislation. But I assume you have thoughts on like Democratic messaging so far.
Thing itself. Oh yeah, I think Democrats, by and large, I would describe it as okay, good messaging. A lot of like I like what Ruben Gallego said. I thought Kamala Harris had a pretty good, decent disavowal. Just fucking Jeffries, man, and Schumer. I'm sorry, and I might come up during the course of our talk today.
Oh, I'm sure it will.
But it really does feel it really does feel like they're waiting for polls before they say anything. And so Jeffrey's first statement doesn't contain any sort of condemnation for the action itself. So it's not really condemnation other than to say you should have consulted us. Now that goes without saying, like, yes, they should have consulted Congress in some respect, no doubt. But that's not why this is bad. This is also bad because it's illegal. It's illegal to do it. That should have come up there, not just like from a policy perspective. You need to consult with us. And then Jeffries releases a new statement today where, hang on, I'm just going to read it to you. The American people certainly do not support the notion that Trump and his cronies like Stephen Miller, who is a joke and a toxic embarrassment, are going to run Venezuela. And I'm like, okay, I agree with that. That's a little bit stronger of a statement, but it, like, to me, perfectly matched. I don't know if this is conspiratorial thinking, but I just saw a poll where it said some crazy amount of people prefer Venezuelans to run Venezuela.
Yeah,
it was like 90+%. And, yeah, and so it's like, it feels, though, even in that statement where I think it's a stronger statement, it feels like they're just waiting to see the public opinion polls before they come out.
Did you watch his appearance? Did you watch his appearance yesterday on Meet the Press?
I didn't watch the full appearance. No, I didn't.
Okay, because
I'm just referring to the statement, his official statement. I didn't watch him on Meet the Press. No.
Okay, because he did come out pretty strongly against this action. He stressed the importance of consulting with Congress, but he also like did the thing where like 60% of the time he just shifted the conversation back to like affordability stuff.
Yeah.
And that to me seems like probably a smart move right now.
No, my problem isn't shifting the conversation back to other issues. I don't have a problem with that at all. It's just when you speak of the Venezuela issue, I think it should be condemning it and being like, this is bad, and not just, oh, you should have talked to us. I think when people see that kind of stuff, they recognize it for what it is. It's fence riding bullshit that I think isn't
what was his initial
true.
What was his initial response?
Sure.
So was it on January 3rd? Statement in connection with the Trump administration. So he said, Nicolas Maduro is a criminal and authoritarian dictator who has oppressed the people of Venezuela for years. He's not a legitimate head of government. Undoubtedly, the rule of law and democracy have broken down in Venezuela, and the people of that country deserve better. Donald Trump has the constitutional responsibility to follow the law and protect democratic norms in the United States. That is what putting America first requires. Trump administration has not sought congressional authorization for the use of military force and has failed to properly notify Congress in advance of the operation in Venezuela. The promotion of security and stability in a region requires more than just military force, as we painfully discovered in Iraq and Afghanistan. Far too many questions remain unanswered, including with respect to whether further military actions are planned. First, how many American troops remain on the ground in Venezuela? Second, what does America is going to, this is a typo, it looks like. What does America is going to run Venezuela until judicious transition takes place? Third, were these military strikes about seizing foreign oil to benefit friends of the Trump administration? Fourth, why did Donald Trump pardon the former Honduran president, a narco trafficker and convicted in American court of law, but is willing to take us to war with Venezuela in connection with similar allegations? Pursuant to the Constitution, the framers gave Congress the sole power to declare war. As the branch of government closest to the American people, the House and Senate must be briefed immediately, and compelling evidence to explain and justify this unauthorized use of military force should be presented forthwith. And you're saying you did not like that?
I did not like that. So I'll tell you why. One, the questions, a lot of what he's saying is no doubt true. Nicolas Maduro is a criminal, authoritarian dictator who's oppressed. So I'm not questioning the truth of that statement. And I'm not questioning the truth of this statement that Donald Trump has a constitutional responsibility to follow the law. I'm not doubting that he didn't seek authorization. I'm not doubting that the permission. So basically, everything he said is true. And he even says at the final sentence that this unauthorized use of military force should be presented forthwith. So the implication is that this isn't authorized. But he stops short of saying this is blatantly and flagrantly illegal and unjustified. So he says the whole thing is sort of presented as a series of questions and concerns regarding the action, as opposed to a stance, which is this is bad, right? He says we must be briefed immediately and we must receive compelling evidence to explain and justify it, as opposed to saying this is unjustified because A, B, C, D, E. That's my big contention. Is I want a condemnation of the action, not someone who appears to be withholding judgment on a condemnation. And I think that you would agree that in sum and substance, the statement is expressing concerns, implying illegality, implying corruption, but it's not outright condemning the action. Fair?
It's not outright condemning the action.
It's not saying this is bad. It's
you mean like if he
we don't agree with this.
If the Congress would have been notified, he would have been okay with it, is what it implies. Is that what you mean?
I'm not saying that implies it. I'm just saying he doesn't say that this action was unjustified. He's withholding judgment on whether it was justified or not.
Well, can you answer me a question? And it's not a cheeky question. It's a serious, earnest question. I am dead serious when I ask this question. Why is this action illegal? And I don't mean this. I know nothing about the law in this sense. I have no idea what qualifies as a legal action in terms of military strikes from a president.
Yeah. So why I think it's illegal is because it's done in an ultra virus sense. In other words, it's done without authorization, right? So something official doing an action that they don't have the authority to do is illegal. You get me?
Okay. So what are they claiming is the legal basis for this strike?
So they're claiming the legal basis of the strike is this is their legal team, as a sort of consequence of a law enforcement action that is using law enforcement authorities, and the military action is sort of adjacent to that as part of a way to facilitate a lawful arrest under U.S. law. That's their claim. But I just want to make sure that you agree with like what I just said before, which is an act that an official takes without authority is illegal, right?
Yes. Assuming Donald Trump does not have the authority to do what he did, then it would be illegal.
Right.
Yes.
So it doesn't matter if there's like a law that says it shall be illegal for Trump to do X, Y, Z. If he never is authorized to do X, Y, Z, then it's illegal, right? Like it would be as though Mike Pence declared Trump the victor of the election. Now, there could be certain interpretations of other criminal statutes that might like sort of implicate it, but even just putting aside those other statutes, if Pence doesn't have the authority under the Constitution to declare Trump the victor of the election in 2020, or 2021, for example, during the certification, we would say that the action is illegal. It's ultra virus. It's beyond his powers. He doesn't have the power, and so him purporting to do it is an illegal, assumption of authority that he doesn't have. That's why it's illegal. So you would agree if he doesn't have authority, it would be illegal, right?
Yes. Yes. Okay. Obviously, they are claiming they do have authority. Like so. Right. So obviously, Biden didn't need to get congressional approval when he did like a drone strike in Somalia or in Afghanistan, for example. And the Trump administration is claiming that they have the authorization in the Constitution or in the law to take this action. I'm saying I don't know what's what. Like I have no idea. Like what do you think the courts are going to rule on this? Do you think the courts are going to?
I think it's doubtful that they will rule on it because this does seem, in some sense, like beyond, or at least this court, I think will not claim authority to review the action, which is different than saying that it's legal, right? The court saying, listen, this is a political question that we can't get involved in, is different than saying that it's legal to do.
Right.
The courts, I think, I'm very doubtful that they will analyze whether or not Trump actually has the power to do this through this, for example, criminal indictment of Maduro. I think they're very unlikely to reach that issue. But separate from that, there is, I think, an obligation for Congress itself and for everyone looking to consider whether we think it's illegal, regardless of whether the court itself can review it. And that requires us to like analyze, well, from where does he claim that authority? And that's what I think is severely lacking. So if you want, we can analyze the Trump theory of the case and why I think it fails.
I mean, that's a less interesting conversation to me than like, I got to tell you, buddy, I don't think Americans are probably going to give a shit about this unless it like really blows up. I don't think they're going to give a flying fuck about this.
Oh, hang on. I totally agree with that. I don't think that they're going to give a shit about this in the long run for sure.
Yeah.
But does that mean that we should? Do you not want to talk about it because we think Americans won't care about it?
We can talk about it, but I mean, like, there's a difference between talking about it. No, I'm obviously okay with talking about it. I watched the Ruben Gallego appearance. Was he on Meet the Press as well? I don't remember, but
he was on various shows. He did his own little thing and he had his own tweet.
He was very aggressive. He was very aggressive in his rhetoric, certainly more than Jeffries. I mean, he seemed to unequivocally call it illegal, right? Like, I'm pretty sure he was much more aggressive in his.
Yeah, I love his statement. I thought that he was calling out the corruption too. What I'm concerned about though is that Trump's ambition and his hunger will not be satiated by the eating, and even now he's portending other possible military interventions. And so the more this become like, if we start committing more into Venezuela, if we start committing into, for example, Cuba or other Latin American countries, or we do a strike on Colombia, or we do a strike in Greenland, God forbid, like that stuff, it will start to matter more to the American people. Yes, I think the more expansive this is, and I want to like head it off now so that we have good messaging on these actions. And so that's why, like, it's not that right now I think all else equal, this will be the most critical issue of the election. I just think that we shouldn't give up the fight here and just like abandon it.
Oh no, I agree. I agree with you, and I agree with you that I think Americans will start to care a lot more if this becomes like a cascading event where he's doing fucking military fucking coups, or I guess it's not technically a coup, but like he's deposing, 4 or 5 leaders. I think Americans will probably, I don't know, but like I think they would probably become more and more wary of that kind of action the more he does it. But I feel like he is I was just telling Chad, I am so convinced that one of the reasons, if not the primary reason, why he chose to do this now is because the Wall Street Journal came out with an article a few days ago that was highlighting how old and enfeebled he's become. And his ego got the best of him, and he wanted to take some action to cut against that narrative. I'm so fucking convinced. I don't know if that's a separate tangent, but I think
it's possible. I think that Trump's motivations aren't necessarily the same motivations as the people around him. I think that there's a sort of a cabal of intellectuals around him, or pseudo-intellectuals, who have this kind of internationalist view of trying to curb China. I think that there are people within his administration who want to bolster Saudi and Arabian control and American rents with respect to oil. I think that there are people with certain sort of professed ideological or corrupt motives within the government, but I'm not at all discounting what you just said, which is that like Trump could have much more superficial, much more internal, much more like, I don't know, psychological reasons for doing it.
I think he wants this to be, I think he wants this to be a big part of his legacy. I mean, he's been rhetorically strongly indicating a desire to like usurp another country since day one, talking about Greenland and stuff like that. But he wasn't really talking like as aggressively in that way during his first term, but his second term, he has very strongly just like indicated a desire to expand American, I guess, territory or influence. In a way that would be considered conquest or imperialist. And I do think like, I'm not saying that he did this like literally because of that. I'm saying, I think he chose this moment because of that article. I could be wrong. Somebody in chat saying that they were authorized to do it on Christmas. That was before the article came out. So maybe I'm wrong about that. But
yeah, I think that's quite possible. The only people who know what was in his thinking are like him and the people, inside the administration who are leaking constantly to the various different outlets. So who the fuck knows? And sometimes they lie about.
Did you get mad? Some people got pissed that WAPO and New York Times apparently had advance notice of this operation, but held back.
That's tough.
I don't know if I'm pissed about that, because that seems pretty standard. If they would have reported on it, and then 3-4 helicopters got shot down, boy, that would have been bad for them. Don't you agree?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Like, I think I don't have a view on it just yet. I think that there are some situations where we'd be like, how did you not release this? I think that there are situations in which that would be the case, where I don't know if there were some military action that were so dangerous to America, unlike the Venezuela one, which is significantly less dangerous than other imagined possible military actions. So, say for example, Trump orders a strike on Russia itself or on China itself, where possible nuclear exchange is on the table, like, and you find out like that these people know about it, and this is an area where clearly this is something that there should be checks on. I'm not so sure that we'd be like, oh, well, because of the American service members' lives, we shouldn't have this information.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's as easy to say, well, like, always do the thing that maximally protects the American service people who are doing the mission. I think that there's a balance, and I'm not sure where I lean on this one.
Yeah, you have to weigh the public benefit of advanced reporting versus the costs, and that I agree with you. Like, there's levels to it. So if there was some military action that Trump was going to do that would be a significant threat to destabilize, geopolitics, then I think, and by doing advanced reporting, you give the American people an opportunity to express opposition to that kind of a thing, maybe like a mass protest or something, whatever. That's different. Like, I don't know if there was a strong enough public benefit to having advanced knowledge of this operation that would have justified a risk to the service members. You know what I mean?
It's a head scratcher. I'm not sure. And I think that another consideration to go in for the media's account is they've been burned as recently as weeks before, where Trump calls this press conference where they leak that it's going to be regarding the Venezuela strikes, and it turns out to just be Trump kind of glazing his own administration and shit and spreading lies and stuff. So it could be that no one trusts the administration there and be like, oh, well, Trump is planning Venezuela strikes. There have been, by the way, plenty of news reports that Trump is planning this in the past, and that they were considering, and they have considered options. They've planned it out. So those articles do exist. It's not like this is the Venezuela issue is not one that comes out of nowhere. We know, right, that they have moved an entire carrier group to the area. So this is kind of when there is that kind of inclination, where the issue is basically being live discussed for months, even in the run up to the holidays and all that stuff. I'm less concerned about the specific action here, because it seems like the concerns have been aired. Now, we didn't know that they were planning to kidnap Maduro or anything like that. But in general, this is an issue where I think it's less salience in terms of American national security areas. I think it's an area where there's been airing of the issues, or a lot of the issues at least, in the recent weeks, and people were kind of predicting this, and there's been plenty of reporting on it. So in that context, I don't have a view about whether it was morally good or bad to withhold. I just kind of am waiting to see more evidence, and but yeah, I'm not. My immediate inclination isn't to condemn those outlets.
Yeah, I don't know. To me, the whole thing, I do find it deeply alarming. If this is gonna be, especially if this is the model moving forward, if he does this again and again and again, I have serious concerns about the blowback that could possibly create. And a lot of the times with that stuff, it's not immediately felt. Sometimes it takes years for significant blowback to happen for these kinds of policies. As of right now, this is not something that I gotta be honest with you, I'm not significantly
You're not upset about it?
No, I'm upset, but I'm not I don't know. It's a bit it is a bit of a mixed bag for me, because while I totally disapprove of this action and am a bit horrified at the prospect of him doing this multiple times, right now it feels I don't know, man. It was kind of scary, how surgical this shit was. If this had been, I think we would be having a much different conversation right now if it caused massive destabilization right away. I think I would feel a stronger sense of urgency about things right now. But that's just not where we're at currently. And I don't know. I told my chat
that. Oh, go for it. Sorry.
I'm not indifferent. I'm not saying that. I'm certainly not indifferent, but I don't for example, I watched like a Kyle Kalinske video. He was covering it, and he thinks the Democratic Party should like. And then that there's a candidate in is it Illinois named Kat Abu? I can't say her last name properly.
Yeah.
She was talking about how Democrats need to like in unison aggressively push for impeachment and removal right now. I think that's what I'm talking about right now in terms of like urgency, political urgency. I'm not seeing that urgency right now.
That.
You think they should do that?
Yeah. Well, they don't have the power to do it, but everyone should be calling for the impeachment of Trump, not just on this basis, on other things as well, but yes, on this basis. I do agree with that. And it's just a question of structural risk to the country. And I think that this is a big risk, what Trump just did, and that it's not necessarily going to end here. I think that the Congress needs to do something. Now, I understand they won't be able to successfully do it, but the position of the Democrats, in my opinion, should be, this is impeachable. This is illegal. This is not what the American people voted for, and we should be against it. Now, if that's the stance, then I don't have any problems. And I think that should be the stance. And I don't understand, like, you agree it's bad. What's your issue with that stance?
I'm going to say something. I'm going to do a Pisco. Pisco, you're my boy.
Yeah.
I love you. You're my boy. Okay. But I'm going to say something right now. I think sometimes your rhetoric and rhetoric that I hear from other people is rhetoric that I think would apply in a totally valid way if we lived in a rational world with a rational electorate. But in my view, we don't live in that world, and people are not rational. A lot of people are not informed. I've been telling my chat the last few days, I don't know fucking shit about Venezuela. I know how I feel about this operation, but I don't pretend to know anything about Venezuelan politics or how they're, how they impact like geopolitics. But I think like most Americans don't know shit about this. They sort of have like partisan, maybe like 10% of the country, 5% of the country have actually informed opinions on this kinds of. And so like in an ideal rational world with a rational public that was informed and educated on all these issues, then I think that strategy makes sense. Like obviously aggressively push for impeachment and removal. And honestly, that conversation should have happened as soon as the shitcoin launched, before he even was inaugurated. To me, that's like an astonishing act of corruption that is worthy of impeachment. But because we don't live in that world, I do tend to try to be more like tactical and calculated. So something being a morally correct thing in a vacuum is not necessarily the politically smart move. I think that's the source of tension between you and I from time to time.
I think that, like we shouldn't just let our moral outrage dictate comms and like, I don't know, optics and that kind of stuff. I just am not convinced that there's a risk in saying something like, yeah, what Trump did is illegal. We're against it. And we think that he shouldn't be the president. It's clear that he is losing it. There's some reports that he is doing this mission of regime change, which he promised not to do because of like trivial things like the dancing of Maduro, or because people think that he's weak and some shit. And so, the guy's not fit for office. And the Democrat position is that he needs to be impeached. I don't understand what about that is a risk for Democrats to say.
The risk is the perception of overreach, that's usually the risk when it comes to these kinds of conversations. Because I think there are a lot of people in this country. I think there's a significant number of people in this country that are, right or wrong. Like I'm partisan, you're partisan, but I think there's a lot of people in the country that are not necessarily partisan and don't like the dysfunction of American politics, as has been the case now for a number of decades, where it's just really spiraled out of control. And even if Democrats are, in my opinion, in the right on any number of issues, I agree with you in a vacuum, this guy should be impeached. He should never have even been elected in the first place. I think there's enough people in this country that are not in that kind of partisan mind where an action like, if the Democrats right now if you elect us to take back the House, we will impeach Donald Trump. I don't think you can make a compelling case right now that would be politically advantageous to us in a way that would outweigh the risks. Whereas we know that running on stuff like affordability, corruption, and healthcare costs rising, we know that that's a winner. Like we just know, and we know that that's going to continue to be a winner. It's in even more so in 2026 when people are actually confronted with the actual costs of these rising premiums. Like we know that is a solid formula. And I think like, would you agree that it was smart in 2018 when they were campaigning for the midterms? If you'll recall, they were not running on like, fuck Trump. They were not running on, we're going to impeach Donald Trump. And they had like 5 different bases, I don't know if that's a plural, to impeach Trump back then. I mean, like
Mueller on this and that,
firing Comey and then just saying I did it because he was investigating me. That was like so obviously impeachable right away. But they didn't run on that. They ran on healthcare and they had a blue wave. Why fuck with that formula? I think that's a really good formula going into these midterms.
Let's just narrow the focus of what we're talking about. So you don't have a problem with us being like, this is a wrong thing, illegal thing to do. You don't have a problem with Democrats saying that, right?
No, absolutely not. No.
So, and do you have a problem with any particular Democrat saying this is clearly legal and he should be impeached, just without thinking about like, well, the focus of the campaign, as just like if someone asks a Democrat in an interview, we're taking like the lowest stakes situation, like not where we're organizing a campaign around it, but just like, I don't know, George Stephanopoulos asks you, you think he did what he did is illegal? Do you think it's impeachable? Would you have a problem with a Democrat honestly saying, yeah, I do. I think that he's usurping his power as commander in chief, and that I think is an abuse of power, and I think it's impeachable. You wouldn't have a problem with that.
Generally, no. But if it's coming from leadership, that's when I think it gets a little bit more dicey, because if it's coming from leadership, that indicates like a broader like party kind of platform. If it's coming from like Ruben Gallego in Arizona, that's I mean, House members and Senate members are free to express whatever opinion they want. When it's coming from the leadership, then it means something else, and you do have to be much more calculated.
Well, I think we're going to have some more agreement than you might expect. So I think that the campaign in 2026 should not revolve around impeach Trump in those terms, because I think that is setting up an expectation that, we're never going to be able to follow through on, because we're not going to, well, at least in terms of removal. So I think that promising specific action with respect to impeachment or centering your campaign around it is like a bad idea. I agree with you on that. I think we should center around issues that the American people care more about. And I agree.
It depends on the campaign. Because like Rashida Tlaib, for example, when she ran in 2018, she was running on impeachment. During her acceptance speech, when she won that night, she said, we're going to impeach this motherfucker. But that's like a really partisan D district. And so that's a different thing. Like if you're running in a competitive district, or especially in like a light red district or like an R+7 or 8 district, I don't know. That seems a little bit like bad strategy for me, for those kind of candidates to be running on like, we're going to remove this guy, even though I think it's like the morally, whatever moral means in this kind of sense. But like, I think, even though I think that's the morally correct thing, the rational thing, it doesn't mean that it's like the smart move.
Yeah, so I don't know that we disagree on that. I think like wherever we think it's a smart move to run it, or we think it's a stupid move to run on it specifically. In general, I think that it shouldn't be the focus. I agree with you on that. I just don't see what the issue is then. Like, I wouldn't have a problem with any particular Democrat saying this is impeachable, this is whatever. I don't think that you would have that problem either. Maybe for leadership, I think that like but I don't know, if Hakeem Jeffries is asked directly, do you think that this kind of shit is impeachable, or do you think that Trump has committed any impeachable acts? Would you really have a problem with him saying, yeah, he has, obviously?
Yeah, I think I would. Yeah.
You have a problem with Hakeem Jeffries? So George Stephanopoulos asks him, you've been presiding over this Trump presidency. Do you think that he's done anything that's impeachable?
Yes.
And him being like, yes, you have a problem with that?
That would bother me, because I think it would be stupid, because at that point, I think he would be imperiling. Like, we are in a really good position right now to not just snipe Republican districts and potentially Senate seats that are in like, we're in a really good position right now. Like, if you're a Republican and you're anything less than like R+10 right now, you're fucking nervous. Like, we have an opportunity to not just snipe like super competitive seats. We have an opportunity to snipe like, double-digit margin seats in red states and districts. And I think that when it comes from leadership and you start running on, we're going to impeach Trump, I think you imperil those races.
Well, no, that's not exactly what I'm talking about. So one answer, so there are two kind of formulations of the question, which are like, do you think he's done anything impeachable? And they could give an answer to that. And then the follow-up is, okay, so if you take power, are you going to move to impeach him? So that, I think I would be okay with Jeffrey say something like this for these answers. So and you tell me what you think. Has he done anything impeachable? Of course, Trump has been corrupt and he's abused his power. We know that he's done illegal conducts. He's shipped people off to deportation chambers. He's flouted the Supreme Court and other courts and different orders, and we have evidence and proof of that. He has tried to corrupt the Justice Department by literally ordering prosecutions of his political rivals. So of course, but he's done things that are impeachable. And the follow-up, I think that's preferable to answer like, well, I can't really say anything about that. Like, I'll leave it up to whatever. Like, I think that's preferable to that. But then the follow-up is, so you guys going to impeach him? And then you say, listen, we're not going to make a decision right now. I'm certainly not going to do it in front of you right now. I do think that he's corrupt as hell, very corrupt. But the question about whether we will bring it, like, we have to leave that to the American people when they, and ultimately to our caucus to discuss when the time comes.
Yeah, even that.
What's the problem with that?
Yeah, even that I think would be politically dumb and unnecessarily risky for little perceivable benefit. I can't imagine what the benefit of that would be. And I can easily imagine that it's different when it comes from the second part of what you just said is fine. I would expect him to give a political answer, just tactically kind of dodge it in whatever kind of political way and, you know, refocus the conversation on like healthcare costs and stuff like that. That's what I want to see him do. But the first part of your question, when you say, has he done anything impeachable? If the leader of the House, the Democratic Party in the House says, I think he's done something impeachable, that I think could signal or could be perceived as an intention. And I think that is an unnecessary risk when we have an opportunity to massively expand our map.
Huh. So I'm curious how far this extends, if it's just impeachment. So if they ask Hakeem Jeffries, do you think that Trump is a fascist? What would you want him to say? Because Kamala Harris asked that question. He's like, yeah, of course.
Yeah. That's a good question. I'd have to think about that. Well, I don't know if I have. I don't know if I have an answer off the top of my head, because I do. That's a little bit different from impeachment. I think there is more wiggle room to take an affirmative stance on that particular question.
Sure. I'm not saying there's not. I'm just trying to see where the line is.
But that's kind of ridiculous, right? Because like if you say, I think you're highlighting something. Maybe you're doing this intentionally, but it's kind of ridiculous to say that Hakeem Jeffries should be free to say that Trump is a fascist, but then then you would say you wouldn't announce an intention. Wouldn't you want to impeach a fascist? Like, that doesn't make sense. But the point, I think that makes my point for me. It's like, that speaks to the times that we live in not being entirely rational and the electorate itself not being entirely rational.
Yeah, no, I think it's possible that, I think it's possible that there could be a fascist president who hasn't done anything impeachable. But I understand that how people will hear that. It might seem odd to call him a fascist and yet not find anything impeachable. I guess I'm just like asking this question to see how strong, is it just a strong stance against Trump that you want not overreach, or is it the specific invocation of authorities against Trump that you find disturbing? Or like, what is the kind of raison d'etre? What's the organizing principle behind your opposition to certain strong statements?
No, what we know now, right, like what we can see right now, both in the data and like voting trends, is that the anti-corruption stuff is really potent with voters right now, and Trump is super vulnerable. So you can attack Trump personally on a number of things. I think there's more openings this time to directly go after Trump in the run up to the midterms than there were during the first his first midterms in 2018. Mm-hmm. I still think the primary focus should be on cost of living and healthcare rises.
We shouldn't even bring that up anymore, Hutch, because you and I agree on that. So let's.
I'm not suggesting otherwise. But I'm saying but you can still make room to talk about some of these insanely corrupt actions that he's taken. Some of these pardons are insane.
Without labeling it impeachable or fascist or anything.
Yeah, I just would stop. I don't know. Again, with fascists, I think there's room to say, well, when we talk about fascism, what do we mean? And you could list some of the qualities or whatever. And you can answer that question and I think come to an affirmative position that he has fascistic tendencies, and that would be okay to answer in that kind of way from congressional leadership. But as soon as you make anything that could be signaled as we're gonna impeach this guy, that right or wrong, Donald Trump with the whole lawfare shit, that kind of worked on American voters. It's sad to say, but it kind of worked. A lot of people.
How do you mean?
I think I could be wrong. I think either a plurality or a majority of American voters think that Donald Trump was politically prosecuted.
I see. But
I think.
But does that determination in your mind, did that help Trump?
Yeah.
During the 2020? Okay.
Yeah. Which isn't to say that
you
he
think
shouldn't have.
the indictments, all else equal, helped Trump?
If I had to, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. Maybe I shouldn't have even said anything. Maybe I'm mixing up the polls. No, I really don't know.
I don't know. No, I'm not trying to push you. I'm just like, I'm trying to get a sense of what your intuition tells you.
Regardless, I do think he should have been prosecuted, and I think if he would have lost that election, he would have been found guilty in one or perhaps two different federal courts, and I think he would have gone to jail. I think he would have gone to prison. I think Jack Smith would have.
That I agree with. Yeah. You could still say that like it's worth having the indictments, but it helped him politically.
It certainly helped him during the primaries. It certainly helped him during the Republican primaries.
That I definitely agree with.
I mean,
I'm happy to.
He already had like a pretty decent lead on Ron until that first indictment dropped.
Yeah.
But after that, it was like a straight line up in the polls, and he just ran away with it.
I totally agree with that. And if all you're saying is that it helped him in the primaries and therefore helped him in the general because it helped him in the primaries, I think that I would hasten to agree with it.
Here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying. Yeah. Like if Hakeem Jeffries gives anything that could be perceived as an intention to impeach, then I think there is a very decent chance that for a lot of Americans that are not explicitly partisan, that they will view that as a cheapening of the impeachment process. They will view it as an entirely political partisan decision rather than one that is based on fidelity to the Constitution, for example. That is a significant risk. I think that is like enough of a risk to just avoid it altogether. You can still have individual members voice their opinions. That's fine. You can still have if some people decide that they want to run on aggressive impeachment rhetoric and, more safe districts, great, that's fine. But I just think that people should be calculated. Like, it's not always the right move in politics to say something that's true. Like, you can avoid saying things that are true.
I agree with that. No, I totally agree with that. But just to understand the scope of your claim or your position, it only applies to leadership. And right now you're withholding judgment on the fascism stuff or strong statements generally, and more on like the impeachment, that is something that you don't want to be crossed. And that has to do with your fear that it will cause the American people to claim overreach in the context of impeachment. And I'm assuming that you also believe that this is not the same calculation that Republicans have to make, because Republicans also had an impeachment inquiry, talked about impeachment in the context of Joe Biden. And, obviously they won the 2024 election. So you think that there's like a different calculation for Republicans?
Well, the Republican Party was not running on impeaching Biden. That was not something that was coming from Republican leadership in Congress. I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene filed articles, but it went nowhere. I mean, it's
true. But no one's talking about running on it. The question is, does leadership make statements that they support it? That's I think I both agree that we're not talking about like running on it as like the main focus. But McCarthy came out and said we support the impeachment inquiry, and they supported impeachment proceedings against Biden, and they did.
Did McCarthy say that?
Yeah, McCarthy opened the impeachment inquiry into Joe Biden, and then
no. But did he run on that in the midterms?
I'm not talking about running on it. That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm talking about
right now. Oh, I'm not talking about that. I would agree that like it's not running on it. I was taking with a hypothetical in which like someone asks, or there's some kind of affirmative step taken by an official or a member where they indicate they support impeachment.
Well, anything that leadership says can be, and oftentimes is, perceived as the position of the party. That's why it's a different calculation. Maybe you can find quotes from McCarthy in 2022 that was saying he was supportive of impeachment proceedings, but I don't recall that happening. But even if he did, they did not have a particularly good midterm cycle. So that doesn't seem like a strong case.
No, but it was post. I'm saying post 2022. After McCarthy gets in office, he opens up an impeachment proceeding against Biden, and the Republican majority actually impeaches Mayorkas, and they are successful in impeaching Mayorkas. And so I'm trying to equivalent like in the wame time period.
No, wait. Well, hang on. I want them to impeach him. Like if they win, I want them to eventually impeach Donald Trump again. Just to be clear about that. I'll be slightly disappointed if they don't.
Oh, now I'm having a lot of trouble. Hutch. Now I don't understand. So imagine if the Democrats had the majority right now, would you support impeaching?
If they had the majority right now, yeah, 100%. Yeah, absolutely. Are you kidding me?
What about your fear of overreach? It seems like you'd be willing to abide impeachment, actual impeachment, if the Democrats have the House majority right now, but not in answer to a question about whether they should impeach when they don't have the majority.
We are in an election.
Why is that?
We are in an election year. That's the difference.
Okay,
like the whole year, like everything this year, way more so than last year, but like everything Democratic leadership says potentially could be consequential in November. That's the difference.
So if last year someone had asked after the fucking all the corrupt shit that happened early on, the Doge stuff, all of the fucking the Mayor Adams shit, if someone had asked Jeffries then, is Trump committed impeachable offenses, you would be okay with him saying yes? Then?
No, I don't think I would. But it's more, it's the same logic, but it matters more this year than it did last year.
But you would have, so you wouldn't have, if
I don't think
Democrats
it,
had a majority
would
in
be
the House,
smart. I don't think it would be smart. I don't think there was a strong appetite to impeach Donald Trump in like the first 6 months of his presidency. Even if he did 10 easily impeachable things, that's not the point. The question is, does this help us or hurt us, potentially help us or hurt us in our efforts to take control of government away from the Republican Party? I mean, surely you would concede that a congressional leader, someone in a leadership position, not even just the House Speaker, I mean, we would include maybe like the whip and other leadership positions. Surely you would concede that they need to be much more careful with their rhetoric than the rest of the members.
Okay. Yeah. I'm only talking about the leadership because I thought your claim only applied to the leadership. So I'm only focusing on the leadership right now.
Yeah, it does. That's
what I feel. That's what I feel the scope of. So I've already agreed that like the leadership has more of responsibility and that we're only talking about them right now. That's what I'm trying to suss out like some sort of principle here. And I agree with your principle, which is like avoid the worst of all possible outcomes, which are helping Republicans in the elections. So we're agreed there.
Yeah, it's just it's just trolley problems all the way down. That's how my brain works.
I'm with you there. What I'm trying to suss out though is like when and how that works. So it sounds like in some cases you're supportive of impeachment, even when you're like you don't control the Senate and it's not going to be effective. So I presume like you're in support of the impeachment proceeding with respect to the Zelensky call, right? You supported that?
Oh yeah, okay. but they waited. They didn't run on impeachment and they didn't blow their load right away. I mean, they didn't start initiating impeachment stuff until the end of 2019. Yeah, they didn't hit the ground running day one and impeach him over. They could have impeached him over Comey stuff, but I think that probably would have been a tactical mistake at that point. They waited. I'm trying
to see the disanalogy between 2019 and now, right? So like, suppose
2019 they were in power. That's the difference. They already won at that point.
Right. So if the Democrats had the House now, you'd be okay with them initiating impeachment and actually impeaching Trump. I thought you said, right?
Yeah.
Even though it's an election year, right?
I think the difference is that there's a difference between something in practice and the threat of something. So like in practice with impeachment hearings, you can use that as to be a platform to highlight all kinds of things that are really difficult for the administration to defend. But the sort of abstract like threat of impeachment, that's a different thing that I think requires a different kind of political analysis. Does that make sense? Like, it's the same thing with getting rid of the filibuster. I'm like 65-35 or 60-40 in favor of getting rid of the filibuster. I don't think the Democrats should run on getting rid of the filibuster. I think that's idiotic.
Until they can, right?
I'm mostly in favor of, again, it's like similar, like 65 or 60-40 of expanding the Supreme Court. But unequivocally, I'm in favor of like massive reforms to the court. I don't think that they should run on it. So it's like a similar thing with impeachment. I'm for impeaching this president. The two impeachments that Democrats did were both arguably yielded justified, and I think they were politically beneficial to the Democrats. Maybe less so the January 6th one because they already had power at that point. But the first impeachment directly attacked what the Trump campaign was going to try to do in during that campaign. They were going to try to do the Hunter Biden stuff to try to tie Biden to corruption, and they did that, but that was largely, I think, muted or blunted because of that impeachment hearing, impeachment proceedings. Yeah.
So I'm just trying to understand, and I think I'm getting some clarity. So I'm not saying this is stupid, just to be clear, the way I said it. You're going to have a higher standard for talking about impeachment or even addressing impeachment than actually impeaching in terms of the Democrat.
In terms of leadership,
have the power to.
In terms of leadership, which isn't to say that it would never be advantageous. You know, like if they discovered Epstein video of Donald Trump literally fucking a 12-year-old or something like that, then it's like, okay, pull the trigger. You can talk about impeachment. That's good. You know,
right.
like,
So if you're if your perspective on the salience of the issue is much higher than the Venezuela stuff, you can imagine overcoming the overreach issue with respect to talking about impeachment. Notwithstanding, but it doesn't mean that you would be against the impeachment itself if Democrats had the power. Fair?
Say that again?
So your determination as to whether it's okay to talk about impeachment and holding that to a higher standard, it doesn't mean that you will never support targeting the issue, so long as you have some sort of prior about the underlying rationale and its salience to the American people and the potential benefit to Democrats, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
So it is. So I'm just trying to summarize. So it is the case that you will hold Democrats to a higher standard about talking about regarding impeachment, as opposed to initiating impeachment when they have the power to do so. This is only about leadership.
When we're out of power.
Right. It's not dispositive in that you can sometimes agree with talking about impeachment, but it has to be an issue that you think it will positively benefit Democrats to do so more than the potential problem of the perception of overreach. I guess my question is, where is this perception coming from that there's a danger in public polling regarding the apprehension of overreach? Where does that come from? Because most of the people will point to the Bill Clinton one, but that's like an actual impeachment proceeding, and that's not what we're talking about.
It's not. We're just talking about the like talking. Oh, you mean, yeah, I understand.
Right. Because you would be willing to do the impeachment proceeding, and when people point to the problem with the Clinton example and it causing, although I think that jury's out on whether it did that, but it causing Bill Clinton to improve his standing, it's with respect to the actual impeachment, not like talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but I think that
prior there.
But I think that the Republicans in the 90s, it wasn't just the impeachment hearings that I think hurt them. I think them even, I think the perception around like the Whitewater investigations was already perceived as overreach for Republicans. And, they went on to win the 2000 elections, but they did actually not have a great midterm in 1998. Like it did actually hurt them. But I mean, I think the impeachment proceedings were they didn't actually start until I think December, like right after the midterms. I could be wrong about the timeline there, but they did suffer a political cost there. I guess like in terms of why I'm having a hard time justifying aggressive impeachment rhetoric from like Jeffries right now is I'm not seeing any issue yet that is like that I would feel confident would be like a slam dunk.
Okay, but what's the fear, right? Because presumably, if you think like, okay, I don't think there's going to be a great benefit to it. You having a view that it's bad to do surely must be informed by some notion that it's risky. And I'm just like, where does the notion of riskiness come from?
Well, I think I just tried to articulate it. Like, I don't see a clear attack vector where we could significantly galvanize support for removing even the Epstein stuff, because there's not like right now, there's not like a smoking gun about Trump, is it? Like, are you?
Does that matter? Like, he's not following the law. He's late. We should impeach Pam Bondi. I mean, they're already talking. Like, Ro Khanna's already doing it now. Like, so if, for example, Jeffries came out and said, I support Ro Khanna's efforts in the Judiciary Committee or wherever it is to initiate impeachment proceedings against Pam Bondi for failure to comply with the Epstein Transparency Act, would you be like, oh, that's bad?
I mean, I think Ro Khanna is doing this as like, I think he's a bit self-serving. I don't think this is a serious thing that he's doing.
I know, but we're imagining Jeffries. So if Jeffries came out and was like, Ro Khanna is correct, we need to initiate impeachment investigations into Pam Bondi, and if we find out that Trump is the reason why they haven't complied, we should initiate proceedings against him too, on Epstein disclosure. Would you be like, oh my God, that's so risky?
I think it's a different question if we're talking about impeaching cabinet members.
Okay, but like, how about if you
like I think Bondi Bondi is not like a. How many people knew who Bondi was before this last year? And she's not a particularly impressive person.
Few.
So like I don't know. I think it is a different consideration. I think I would be fine with Jeffries talking about like impeaching
Bondi.
Specific members. I mean, I'm assuming it was a similar calculation for Republicans when they had power. They didn't impeach, like they didn't follow through on impeachment proceedings for Biden, but they did impeach Mayorkas because the cabinet members are a little bit more vulnerable. So I think the Republicans. I mean, would you agree that Republicans were probably motivated by a fear of perceived overreach? Otherwise, why didn't they impeach Biden? Certainly, Trump was pressuring them to do that. They resisted Trump's pressure because I assume their calculation was the same. Like this could backfire and blow up and
because there's nothing there. Partly because there's like no strong evidence of corruption on Biden's part, and it all looks like a fucking joke. So I do agree that they had a prior about how the public would perceive that kind of action, and so they went with the one where they thought that they would have a stronger case, which is Mayorkas. But that has to do with their intuitions regarding the substance of. Well, I think it has to do with their intuitions regarding the substance of what they found. If they had found like Joe Biden doing some like nakedly corrupt stuff, and there was a way for them to sell it to the American people, I think that they would have proceeded. Certainly, they would have said it's impeachable, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. It's a boring. It's a boring explanation, but it's just my gut telling me right now that I don't think like the Epstein stuff right now is enough to, like, certainly that could be something to be used as a basis for impeachment hearings. Like as the year progresses and as the story continues to unfold, and as the administration and Trump himself continue to take various actions, then it could turn into something that could blossom into an opportunity when Democrats have power. Like right now, currently, the Epstein stuff is bad for Trump, but I don't know if it's enough of a basis to reasonably expect that we could like manufacture an appetite for impeachment just on that stuff yet. It's a little it's a little undercooked right now, I think.
So let's play it. You're Jeffries, okay? You pretend to be Jeffries, and I'm the reporter. Mr. Jeffries, Leader Jeffries, you have talked a lot about the corruption of the Trump administration and all these different acts, including running on, getting rid of many of the actions he took under Doge. And
I see where you're going. I see where you're going. Let me give you the Jeffries answer that I hope he would do.
Do you support impeachment? Would you? Sorry, not support impeachment. Do you think that he's committed impeachable offenses? Go.
Right now, I think that these questions serve as a distraction for the American people who are focused on issues that affect them every day, such as their energy bills and it would be like that.
Oh, really?
Do the tactical, do the weave, do the political answer. Like, don't weigh in on impeachment. Just don't do it.
And if imagine that I'm Jeffries right now, and I'm going to say something, I'm going to say, yeah, obviously, this is one of the most corrupt administrations ever. And there have been a number of impeachable acts taking place. That, unfortunately, is the reality of what Trump has wrought. And we Democrats are focused on calling out that corruption and bringing attention to the real needs of the American people, such as Between those two answers, you much prefer your own, right?
Yes. I think yours is needlessly risky. There's no upside to it immediately. Does it help us in the midterms? Are we in a position to impeach him now? There's nothing but risk and no benefit. Like, I don't understand the benefit to that.
Well, I don't understand the risk. What's the risk?
We've already talked about that, though. The risk is that the leadership, in his capacity as a leader, words mean different things coming from the leader. Like words, like if Jeffrey says something, that means a lot. That means something very different than what Ro Khanna or Ruben Gallego, if they say something like that. If the leader says it, he's representing the entire party, and his words could have downstream impacts on dozens of races. all over the country. So I think he should just avoid that question.
No, it could, but like, do you have a good reason to think that it would?
Can I tell you with 100% certainty it would? No, but
no, not 100%. But what are you basing off of? Like, this is like a significant risk if he ventures there.
Again, I mean, we could go back to, I mean, it wasn't even that long ago. It was like less than 30 years ago. This effort did blow up in the Republican Party's face. And
right, but that was an actual impeachment proceeding, which you would have supported in this context. You would support Jeffries initiating an impeachment, and it wouldn't dissuade you in the case of an actual impeachment proceeding.
Well, to be clear, I mean, like, listen, Bill Clinton did commit perjury, as far as I understand. That quite frankly is an impeachable offense. But I agree. But them doing that turn the public away from that. Like, if maybe
that's not what I'm calling attention to. I'm calling you support. In other words, you would support a hypothetical impeachment proceeding initiated by Democrats if they had control right now. You would support that against Trump. And so the analog, someone could come up to you and say, "Well, hey, wait, hang on a second, Hutch. Look at what they did back in the '90s, and it backfired." And nonetheless, you would say, "No, I still want to do this." And so that analog wouldn't stop you in the case of an actual impeachment proceeding. And so why would it stop you in the case of the impeachment discussion?
Well, certain conditions would need to be met for me to, like, in my view, like, support actually starting an impeachment proceeding. Like I said, going back to the Congress that was sworn in 2019, I think they did that the right way. They didn't do it right away. They didn't, like, hit the ground running. But when an opportunity landed in their lap through his just abject, perverse corruption with what he did with Zelensky, they jumped on that with haste and ferocity. And I think that worked out in their favors. I'm not going to tell you that I would support every single conceivable impeachment basis from the Democrats. Obviously, I would want them to be smart about it and calculated about it.
And what, if anything, do you think would be the strongest impeachment basis?
Well, there's two answers to that question. For me, the shitcoin stuff is insane. I'm floored that we as a country, we just kind of just fucking moved on from the fact that people can just funnel money directly into the president's pocket. There's been some, like, really on its face, just corrupt pardons that have already happened that are fucking insane and make Trump vulnerable to attacks on corruption and these kinds of things. That's the first answer. The second answer would be, like, what sort of, like, impeachment effort from Democrats right now would have, like, the most salience with voters? I don't know. And the reason why I don't know. And the fact that I don't know, I kind of, like, I think gives you insight as to why I feel the way that I do. Like, I don't know if there is anything yet right now that the Democrats could pounce on that would, like, significantly move the needle in their direction.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Listen, like, what would your answer be? Like, if you seem to think that Democrats, you seem to think that leadership as well should aggressively run on impeachment. Is that what I'm getting from what you're saying?
No, that's the opposite of what I said. Did you hear me when I said that I didn't think that they should run on it in the sense of make it a central focus of?
Oh no, I mean, like, even just vaguely hint that he's done impeachable things. Like, well, what do you think? Like, what do you think?
I think they should state it. Because I don't really see much risk there. I think that they should just be open about the fact that, like, this is what they think and this is bad. And I think that the reason they should is because A, it's true. B, I don't think that there's much risk to saying a true thing. And C, I think that it will galvanize.
You don't think there's much risk in saying a true thing? Wait, you agreed with me earlier when I said that sometimes.
No, in this case, it's not. In this case, it's not risky. I'm not saying that it's always not risky to say a true thing.
I feel like the headlines write themselves. Like, people, the critics would say stuff like, "Why are you focused so much on personal vendetta against this president when you should be focused on, like, passing bills to help American families?" It's like, you can just really, I think, confidently expect that those kind of attacks would happen and probably break through with a lot of voters that are not, like, super partisan.
I think that more focus needs to be paid to the conduct of what the administration is doing. And so I would much rather.
But what would you pick? What would you focus on?
Force those attacks and like talk about Somali fucking fraud where people are misrepresenting shit and we're playing on defense. I almost think that like it's better to. Yeah, they could be like, oh, overreach, or whatever.
We're doing plenty of offense. The Democratic Party, we're doing.
I agree. I just think that this is an opportunity to do more.
But what would you pick?
I just don't think we should. Oh, of the different.
Like, yeah, what would your answer be?
Yeah, I guess it would depend on what I'm being asked. But if I were to say like promote one, the thing that I think that like the Epstein stuff is like fucking so juicy to do that. Yeah, I would. If it'd be like, do you think that he's like he should be impeached for failure to comply with the Epstein Transparency Act? I'd be like, yes, of course he should. It's clear that he's been and yeah, absolutely run. And I don't. What's the risk there? What is the risk there? I mean, I don't really see one in terms of impeachment and Epstein stuff. If someone tries to attack you and be like, oh. Well, I think it puts Epstein in the news more, and it could give I don't know. I think these are all marginal to me. I think these are all kind of marginal. I just don't like really see any existential risk there. But
I agree, dude. I agree. So like, assuming that the Democrats win the House, I feel pretty confident that they're gonna win the House. But assuming that they win the House, fucking day one, get the subcommittees going on investigating. But that's usually where these things start. Like impeachment efforts usually. As I understand, they always start in like subcommittee investigations first, then it gets graduated to impeachment. So
or DOJ shit, but yes.
Right, yeah. So like it'd be the same thing here. So and if I'll tell you, like I will join you if we fast forward a year and the next Congress, what day did they? I feel like they get sworn in on the first, the Congress, right? Don't they get sworn in on the first?
I think the third or something.
Whatever it is, if they don't fucking day one. Or week one, announce multiple subcommittee investigations into the Epstein stuff, I will be furious because that would be a inexplicable lack of. I think you would.
I think you would. I think that I'm not saying that you're like this, fucking pussy on everything. I'm not trying to imply that at all, or that I know that you're trying to be tactical about and strategic regarding what issues Democrats do, and in general, like I think that this debate is very marginal. But the reason why I put some significance to it is not that this is going to be the end all be all. Whether you say it's impeachable or you don't say it's impeachable, like it's kind of like who the fuck cares? It's small, and even if there's like a slight trip up or whatever, is it going to ruin the election? I think probably not. What I'm concerned about though is that this is an indication. It's indicative of a broader trend among Democratic leadership, which is they wait, and they're so risk averse all the time, when I don't think that they should operate that way. I think that them kind of like waiting to see which way the wind blows all the time and almost as like a reflexive urge is grating on their base, who is very, very angry and not satisfied with current leadership. And I find it kind of chicken shit. They should take more risks.
No, but this goes to like the conversation that you and I always get bogged down into, which is like there's what the base wants, and then there's what we might generally say is like the political center wants, whatever that means. Like I guess I mean like nonpartisan people. Maybe that would be more specific. And just explicitly catering to your base, I don't think is a good strategy. And I think like at times the Republican Party have relied on this strategy, and I think it's been to their detriment on balance. I think it's hurt them more than it's helped them. And I think the Democrats not taking as many careless risks, I think has largely benefited us.
I think the hand wringing has hurt us. And I think nowhere is this better evidence than the reluctance in, well, I don't know if I would say this about the Biden stuff and him not dropping out, whatever. But in recent days, I think that I understand that appealing to base is not everything, it's not the end all be all. But I have to think that you will have recognized that there's some cost in the Democrats' refusal at times to give a strong stance on things. Or do you think that all of it has been generally strategic and wise?
I think to me, that's less of a concern, and it's more about like how the Democrats sound. Like, I'm not opposed to being risk averse when it's appropriate, but I think that like Hillary Clinton is like a really good example of someone who is really polished and political in her answers. But in her being that way, that created an opportunity for someone like Trump, who just sounds completely different. Like Trump sounds like someone that you would be having a conversation with at the water cooler at your job. And I think that added to his appeal. So it's more about superficial stuff like presentation that I get hung up on. But to me, I guess I just don't understand I don't understand your sense of urgency sometimes. I think it was more understandable in the first maybe 6 or 7 or 8 months of Trump's presidency, but the way I see it, the MAGA coalition is just like crumbling right now. And this gives me a lot of confidence going into this election cycle. And I guess I don't understand, like, why is it so important to push for this kind of, like, you know, Trump has done impeachable stuff from Jeffries. Like, why is that so important right now? Like, we're doing pretty good right now.
I think I'm trying to make this clear. I don't think it's like critical that he used the word impeachment in that. Absent that, like, I'm just going to be pissed at like every little word, quibble word. I just think it's like another example of this kind of unwillingness to speak plainly to the American people, which causes people, this is my intuition, to be sick of Democrats at times, to not believe them. I think they're liars. And just look at Gavin Newsom. I think Gavin Newsom is like walking the walk, talking the talk. He's taking things that, and he's talking in ways, especially his Twitter account, which 5 years ago be like, oh no, you can't do that. It's risky. It's risky to fucking be talking shit and using swears and all this kind of stuff. And I think that Democrats are far too passive. They're waiting to have, you know, answers that are focus grouped and tested and that kind of shit. And I think they waste time. And so, no, I don't think that I'm fucking obsessed with them saying it's impeachment. It's just like another example of them being weak. Another one is like Mayor Adams, right? Mayor Adams is this corrupt piece of shit. He doesn't have good approval ratings in New York. And Jeffries and Hochul and all these people just like refuse to condemn what he did, or just refuse to say that they're going to remove him for doing a corrupt deal with Trump on ice. So,
well, I was not a fan of that. I will join you in that.
I know. But there's just like a bunch of examples of them being too cagey, too calculating, too fucking like oftentimes weaselly, and just like that to me is the broader problem. It's being convinced at the convictions of leadership. And I think the proof is the approval rating of the Democratic Party among Democrats. I think that's bad. I don't think that's good for our party to net disapprove our leadership. I think that shouldn't happen. We should be approving leadership.
Oh, you don't want, I mean, listen, I have issues right now with the Democratic voter base. Like, I think the Democratic voter base, like I hear rhetoric like this and I get a little frustrated, because like to me, the Democratic Party is a complex political mechanism where different people serve different roles. And you can find no shortage of outspoken Democratic politicians and leaders within the Democratic Party that are very forceful in their condemnation of this administration and don't mince their words, and they have that freedom and that leeway to do that. I just think the higher up you get in leadership, you are going to be naturally constrained, and you do have to naturally consider the potential consequences and ramifications of your words. You have to make that calculation when you're in leadership in ways that Ro Khanna doesn't have to worry about that shit. He's just like this representative from a deep blue district in California. So, you know, he has so much leeway to just fly off the handle and do whatever he wants. And, you know, he seems to be positioning himself maybe for a run in 2028. Maybe that serves his interest. Maybe that helps him. But it's gonna be not like necessarily a different calculation for different members. And so I think like what I hear from you a lot of the times is you want a more like uniform, monolithic approach to party politics. And I just don't see the parties in that way at all.
That's not my position. Isn't
it?
I don't think that we need to be a monolith. No, I don't think that we need to be a monolith.
Wait, come on. You get so pissy when moderate Democrats like don't use sufficiently aggressive rhetoric. I shouldn't have said pissy. That was rude. You get really irritated and mad at Democrats for what you consider to be I've heard you express it so many times, like, you know, Ruben Gallego voting for the Lake and Riley Act or whatever.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah, that stuff for sure. When they take wrong decisions, I am against them taking wrong decisions. And this is including my priors on the optics and the relevant considerations given the vulnerability of their seats. And so I'm incorporating, I know that you think I'm not, but when I make these kinds of statements about leadership and about people in vulnerable districts, I am always thoughtful about their position relative to the rest of the country and their, the future and the party and the seats. And
I don't
so
think you,
all
but I
of my
don't,
criticisms
but I don't think
include
you
that consideration of it.
I don't think that you do in practice. Because like if we take it back to the Mamdani endorsement issue, you were not willing to consider that Jeffries had a totally different set of considerations in terms of like what an endorsement means and the potential impact of him specifically endorsing Mamdani. You weren't prepared to give him any leeway in that situation.
What are you talking about? I was willing to give him leeway. I said, for example, that you could couch your endorsement in such a way that you make it clear that you don't sign on to every single policy, that you have your reservations about some of the things he said.
Hang on.
That's plenty of leeway.
No, you're doing your Pisco thing. You were still basically demanding that he endorse Mamdani. And you didn't seem at the time you didn't seem to appreciate, but you didn't seem to appreciate how him doing that could have made life difficult for other members of his caucus in the House.
In virtue of what did I not consider that? It's your claim that I didn't consider it. I thought about it and I considered it and I came to the resolution anyway. I came to my position anyway. It just seems to be like, unless I say that I'm not demanding that Jeffries endorse Mamdani, then I haven't considered his position. But that's just not true. I have considered his position. I'm incorporating that in what I'm saying. And notwithstanding the fact that I've considered it, the resolution is the same, and that is to say that he ought endorse Mamdani, and he did. Late, but he did.
I've just heard you use rhetoric that implies, I've heard you use rhetoric like like if we talk about like the shutdown fight, like the way that ended, like saying that Schumer was an abject failure because he couldn't stop senators that are accountable to their own constituents. Like, it seems to me that you do want a Democratic Party that is more like unified, which sounds good when you say like unified. That sounds like a good word, but that's just not the way that the American political structure is works in practice. Everybody has their own set of considerations, and to expect a kind of unity around rhetoric, like impeachment rhetoric, for example, is just to me.
I literally didn't say that, Hutch. You heard me, right? When I said where I think it's politically disadvantageous for individual members to talk about it at all, I would be okay if I shared that view for them not to say so. I thought did you hear me when I said that?
But you're saying that.
So I don't understand this accusation that I want a complete monolith. I want some unity on some issues. For example, and you would agree with this. I want unity that people in the party are against Trump. Largely, that's unity on a given set of issues. Namely the issue that Trump should not be president of the United States. So but I'm not advocating for a complete monolith. That's crazy. I mean, I grant what you say about Manchin. So I don't understand how that can be your perspective of my view. That I think that everyone should be rank and file, like 100% beholden to one overall policy. That's not what I feel, and I don't understand how you would get that from what I say.
Well, just a number of times throughout our podcast, which, do you realize we've been doing the podcast for like a year and a half?
It's crazy, man. Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Because we were doing the podcast in July, but when Biden dropped out. We had been doing it for like a couple months at that point.
Yeah, bro.
Fucking time flies.
It's a wild ride. Yeah.
I've just heard you use language many times where it's like implying that that we need to like punish or reprimand or punish Democrats that like step out of line
on certain things, and you would agree with this, right? Like, don't you think Fetterman should be reprimanded for his bullshittery?
I just don't know what that looks like. What does that mean, reprimanded?
A primary challenge? Well, you use the term reprimand, or I don't know, that they should be punished. Punishment, like some negative action taken in response to weakness.
He's vulnerable. He's certainly vulnerable to a primary, but like,
I'm not asking descriptively. I'm asking normatively. I'm not asking descriptive questions. Normatively,
should he be what do you mean, like reprimanded beyond a primary challenge?
Primary challenge.
No,
or also, go ahead.
No, but I'm fine with primaries. That's democracy, baby. But like, what do you mean by beyond a primary? What do you mean by reprimanded?
Well, I think that public criticism of a person's position on an issue, for example, when
that's fine.
Fucking Fetterman. Yeah, so like
that's fine to criticize someone, but like, but other people use different kind of language.
What did you think? What did you think I was like referring to? That we would kill him or something, or that we like?
I don't know.
What
like,
do you think I'm referring to?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking the question. But I hear a lot of people. You know, I think an even better example was like the Manchin stuff. Like when the Manchin stuff was going on, there were certainly a lot. I'm not saying you said anything. I don't know what you were saying about Manchin at the time, but there was certainly a lot of rhetoric from people that were like, we can't let this stand. We have to like do something to like keep him in line. And I
was on Prime Kai's panels being essentially like, we have to be aware of Manchin's constraints. Now, in retrospect, I think Manchin did a dishonor to the country, and I think there might have been better ways to convince him to do things, or to take advantage publicly of that posturing. I don't know that I have in right now, as we've had this conversation before, but no, I wasn't taking the view that like, oh my God, we need to primary Manchin. That was never my view. But I certainly publicly expressed disdain that he was scuttling the agenda of the administration that people voted on. I was upset about that. And I guess, I don't know, do you think that it was wrong for me to express dissatisfaction, criticism?
No, I mean, people,
like, this is bad.
You don't have to like decisions that politicians make. And if you don't like them, you know, I'm not saying people shouldn't express their dissatisfaction with like this or that vote. But
so what's the issue? I feel like, yeah, I think that there should be certain standards applied to Democrats and pressure applied to Democrats in certain cases. And I will definitely give some leeway to certain Democrats on certain issues for sure. And I will consider that. And I think it's not true that I like don't consider the vulnerability of their seats or the overall winningness of Democrats when I make these kinds of criticisms.
But
definitely want Democrats to win.
But you want Jeffries to use more aggressive rhetoric so as to energize the base, right? Like that's a big part of your
inspire Democrats and to show the Democratic faithful that we're worth their time, worth their vote, to bring out some sort of energy.
But that's not but that's not the function of the Senate leader or the House leader of either party. Their job is legislating.
I think it is.
Their job is
I think part of their job is public relations.
But they're never going to be able to they're never going to be able to cater to the base in the way that you want them to. And I think that it's a mistake for you to But I don't.
Why not?
You would have to demonstrate to me that we could form a coalition that was reliably like 55% of the country was Democrat. Maybe that would be a different story. But we live in a
presupposing the actions that I want from leadership represent some kind of risk to us obtaining that. But if I thought it was a significant risk to us holding power, I wouldn't advocate for the things I do. I think you're continuing to say that I like don't consider this, but I do consider it. And if I thought the positions that I was imposing would significantly impair the likelihood the Democrats take power, I wouldn't advocate for it because I have a different assessment of the risk than you do. There's no inconsistency. I don't think that what I'm proposing would negatively affect our results. I think it would improve them.
So maybe I should rephrase and say that I don't think you properly like evaluate that they
right.
that
So
they
in
have
any given case, we need to show that, right? So like on the issue of the shutdown, it would be like, all right, by sort of indicating weakness or like stopping the shutdown or refusing to get any concessions for the position on the shutdown.
Wait, hold on. Even that framing is problematic. We refuse to get any concessions. We can't make that refusal. It was the Republicans
I'm not trying to smuggle anything in. No, that we did it without any meaningful gain and we just signed on to the CR. I'm not trying to smuggle anything in the word usage there. I'm just like, by taking the position that we took in the Democratic negotiations with respect to the shutdown, in that situation, you're going to have to make the case that my proposal, which was to not make a deal until we get something for our votes, that my position would have detrimentally affected the Democrats' odds in the upcoming election. And I think that you can't do that.
I think that the country was on the verge of, I mean, we had already been experiencing consequences of the government shutdown, but we were on the verge of those consequences getting really out of control around that holiday season. And I think that introduces an element that is a bit chaotic and extremely difficult to predict for. And I understand the pragmatism, the pragmatic calculation that's stopping that shutdown around the time that they did. I tend to think they could have gone literally on the margins a little bit longer. But I am totally sympathetic to the instincts of the people in the Democratic Party who saw that could potentially, they could squander the lead that they had.
Who? Schumer, who was against.
Well, I think all that was politics. I think Schumer was on the hot seat in early 2025, and I think he wanted the appearance of pushing
Jeffries,
for, pushing
who was against
for,
it. You understand that I was in favor of the leadership position there, at least the official position.
Yes, right? I am, but I do think that there was politics there. I think if there were politics,
lies. You mean lies?
Yes,
they were lying about the position.
Yes, okay. That is a part of politics, unfortunately, but it's just true. I mean, I don't think that's necessarily a controversial thing to say. I mean, we talked earlier in the conversation. We said that sometimes saying the right thing or the correct thing is not necessarily the smart move. I think the origin of the word politics comes from lying or something like that, right? In the original,
really? I didn't know that.
I think so. I think what is it, a Greek word, or is it a fucking? I don't know what it is, but
I'm not sure, bro. Last thing I'll say, because I know we were running up into Live and Learn here. I get you. I understand that there's a lot of reasons to be worried about what Democrats could do to fuck everything up. But this is, I think, similar to something Josiah said to you, which is, I don't think that you're calculating the risk the other way around. That there is also opportunity costs that are real costs that people feel for not having what I think is more optimal PR and strategy. And then it really puts you in the position of the the Democrat leadership whisperer. So whenever it's convenient to discount statements of leadership and to disagree with the official statements of leadership, now you're like, oh, well, I know they're lying. And so I'm still agreeing with leadership, with the position is to trust the leadership's decisions. But in this case, I think that there's a non-stated position of the Democratic leadership, which they're hiding from their party and from the American people. And so it just seems like kind of unwinnable. No matter what the Democratic leadership does, I think that it's almost like I have I can never convince you that anything leadership does is bad. I don't even know what it would take to convince you on these various different matters, except for a situation in which we in retrospect, we know everything that happened, and we can, with perfect information, know the consequences of what otherwise would have happened, or at least with a high degree of certainty. And that just seems insurmountable, that in any real situation in which there's actual votes taking place and someone needs to make a judgment, you're going to hew to either agnosticism or in general believing what you think about the status quo and the leadership. What?
We got to go to the restream.
All right.
We got to do the thing.
Thank you, Hutch, guys. Thank you, Hutch. We'll
I'll
go
talk
do
to
our
you
thing.
Immediately.
2 seconds.
Okay.
All right. Much love. Bye-bye.
You didn't start the stream yet, right? Give me 2 minutes. I need to just... Did they start the stream yet? Oh shit, I didn't even add my socials. Oh my goodness, I'm fucking up. 1 second. Oh crap. Cannot add. Did they already start, guys? Wait, it says I can't. The fuck? It says I can't add my socials. Let me refresh. Oh crap. What have I done? Everything's fucked up now. Boom. It says cannot add channels to the event. Okay. I guess I'll just stay alive. We'll do it that way. Disable the and my chat just won't be on the screen. This is what's going to happen. Don't do the Tangias. Don't do that. Not funny. I can't join this for some reason. Oh,
I want there to be the like tearing down every Trump statue, Saddam Hussein toppling montage that we've ever had.
That'd be great. We need to encourage him to put up more statues so we can do more of that.
Yeah. Ripping his name off everything.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, Hutch?
Hey, what's up?
Long time no see. How was vacation?
It was chill. We took a little mini vacation to Temecula, which is a pretty beautiful city down in Southern California.
In California? Oh,
yeah,
wow.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I know where that is.
There's a giant indoor bathtub. It was great. Jacuzzi.
A giant indoor bath.
Oh, yeah. What up, squad?
I went on vacation, guys, and the hotel I was in had a bathtub.
No, but it was a giant one with jacuzzis.
I know what you mean. I actually got a hotel room for very cheap with one of those because it was broken. So I can only imagine the luxury you experienced.
Oh, yeah. Stacey, it's nice to meet you.
Hotel room. Where are you traveling there, Soy?
No. Well, I was just
what up, Stacey?
driving to Sacramento, but Hutch was in Temecula.
Oh, cool.
Hey, how's it going?
Nice to meet you. Thanks for coming on.
Well,
I think both of us. I think both of us.
We both said it, yeah.
I'm not going to say this while we're live, but your mic cover in that color looks like a dickhead. Is that on purpose?
Oh my God.
It wasn't supposed to be on purpose, but yeah, I've had people point that out. What, do you want me to take it off?
No. You can do what you want. No, don't fondle it. Just leave it.
Oh dear.
You guys can hear me all right?
Other people said it looked like a boob.
Yeah, Pisco, we can hear you. Yeah.
A little circular boob, I guess, or cylindrical. But Pisco, your audio and your video is like out of sync.
Fuck. All right, let me try a different browser. 1 sec.
Yeah, I always use Microsoft Edge, or Stacey says Firefox works.
I am going to run downstairs real quick. I'll be right back.
Oh my God, do you have Hutch, you cringe lord? Do you have your targets on your couch? What's up, guy? How's it going?
Yo, what up?
Hi, Kyle.
Hi, Stacey. Nice to meet you.
Kyle?
Nice to meet you too.
Is your real name Kyle?
I thought that's what you called him.
No, Guy.
No.
Oh, Guy. Okay. All right. Hi, Guy.
I was like, oh, is this guy have a secret name I don't know?
Yo, what up, squad? Is this any better?
This is exactly better. It's perfect.
Awesome.
So,
sick.
IRI always faces to the right. Pisco, flip your camera again, so we can all be symmetrical, looking at our guest.
Is that better?
Perfect.
Hell yeah. Yo, what a fucking weekend for news, huh?
Yeah, I texted Stacey immediately. I was like, hey, you picked a good week to come on. Like, last week was a little sparse, but
yeah, a little slow week, but we got tons of shit, a lot of infighting, a lot of outfighting, a lot of invasion.
We're doing Cuba next week, so it'll be like this now for a while.
Yeah, this is our new reality, is fucking invading Latin America again. Guy, how are you?
Yo, what up, dude? I'm good.
Yo, I sometimes I see clips of you owning these conservatards on TikTok, and I say it's
you're like, I know that guy.
really gets me wet.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm having fun. I'm trying to educate the masses out here.
Wait, I saw one where it was like it was about the Senate or something. It was this guy thought that the Senate was proportional or something to the number of people who live in the state, and you had to like explain the basic civic lesson from 1700s.
He was adamant that the number of senators is determined by the census.
And then after you owned it, and he was probably ChatGPT'd it, he's like, okay, your point is?
Who cares? Why does it matter?
Like, dude, you just died on this hill and you're like trying to be fucking arrogant.
There's a lot of that over there, but it's all good. Basic civics lessons do need to happen, though. It's all good.
All right, Hutch, we're back. Can we go live?
Good to go.
All right.
Hell yeah.
We're going live. Everyone good? Everyone good?
Yep.
Clicking the button.
Good, bro.
I'm clicking the button.
Yo!
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Live and Learn, the only podcast where people start late every week. I am a host, the Soy Pill. With me as always, Pisco, IRI, Hutch, and special guest Stacy K. Welcome, Stacy. Welcome to the show.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Stacy,
how's everybody doing?
I'm doing great. Stacy, who are you? What do you do? What's going on?
That's a big question. This is a job interview. I'm a comedian. I really hate Republicans because I'm transgender and from Arkansas. So, you know, there's no way around it.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know, Stacy is a stand-up comedian and also a prolific Twitter reply person, one that
Jesus
I'm a fan
Christ.
of. I don't know if that's not a big
put on my tombstone.
I linked it in the chat. I like watching you own people on Twitter, but you've shared a clip with us. Do you guys mind? Can we show Stacy's clip of Megyn Kelly?
Of course.
Fire it up.
Right. Let's fire it up.
Wait, can I guess what it's about?
Yes, guess first.
Because I feel like you really pissed a lot of conservatives off because you were joking about the volleyball incident. Is that what this is?
Yeah,
that's got to be what
it is. Talking about it.
Yes. Okay, sick. All right, let's bring it up. Can you guys? Oh
shit!
Leaking DMs. Oh my god!
Don't look in my DMs. Can you guys hear this?
Stacy K.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just turn it just slightly.
Oh
down.
shit!
Wow, Twitter is dog shit, by the way.
She says so-called.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna bring it to the beginning, but look how dog shit. They don't even have a volume slider. They just have toggle on and off.
You weren't supposed to use Twitter on desktop. That's crazy.
Stacy, who's that on the right? Who's this person on the right? I don't know.
That's the girl who got hit on the head with the volleyball.
That's the victim.
Oh,
that's
this
the
is
volleyball
that
victim.
bitch.
I thought this was Megyn McCain. Why do all Republican women look this?
Whoa, just kidding. Sorry, I didn't know.
Oh no, it's clearly not because she has a P, which means it can't be M and McCain.
It stands for Peyton. That's so stupid.
Do you know I had the same thought? I was like, wait, is that Megyn McCain? I had the exact same thought right as you said that, just so you know.
Don't. We do not body shame here.
Wait, no one said anything about her weight, Pisco.
Oh shit.
She unquestionably is very physically similar to Megyn McCain.
Based on what features? Based on what features, Hutch?
The blonde
Based
hair.
on what features? The blonde hair makes her look like Megyn McCain.
And her
That's what you're saying,
build.
the
I
blonde
didn't
hair.
say anything
And
about
her
it.
build. Right. That's so don't try to fucking test me. Everyone knows what you were talking about.
Why did you
But now you guys are reminding me of the Nick Mullen tweet where John McCain lied about not being able to lift his arms over his head so he wouldn't have to pick up his fat daughter. But
Oh
anyway.
my god.
So anyway, let's watch the clip.
So-called comedian Stacy K, who is also a trans person.
I'm upset. Why did it stop right there? Is this just me?
Yeah, why did it stop? The so-called comedian.
So does it just? God damn it, Elon!
Wait, it just stopped?
It
Oh
just
no. You gotta hit it with the refresh. The leaking DMs
Okay,
again. What are you doing?
Oh no,
None of these are bad. They're all completely normal. They're all-
Oh shit.
Oh my god, it's a disaster.
Oh no.
That's crazy.
Rokana, huh? You're in his fucking
Stacy
DMs.
K, who is also a trans person, right? I'm told that this person is also trans, and this is what Stacy K said about you.
The whole argument is she suffered catastrophic brain damage, right? That she'll never recover from. She'll never be able to have a normal life. And this is with her in the room. They're like, look how slow she is. She'll never be able to drive. And they don't ever want to show the clip of what happens because it's pretty funny, actually. It's a 7-second clip. And it's a girl, it's a trans girl, presumably, I'm told, goes up to do a spike, and I can't tell she's trans. Her form is perfect. She looks good at sports, right? And then there's Peyton sitting back like, I don't know, 6 feet from the net, flat-footed with her hands down like this. And then she just gets hit right in the head and falls over like a toddler. And I'm like, oh, she was really like this before. There's a nice way to say this, but she should have been wearing a helmet.
Oh no.
She should have been out there with the normal people.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Look at the serious face. Did you see the serious face there?
I know, right?
Yeah. Also, real quick, Josiah said, "Don't leak this DM that he just sent me." I hate Pisco.
Fuck.
I hate him so much.
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
Wait, hold on. Was there more commentary from them?
No, that it cuts off there. But why?
okay.
Did they say something about how you're destroying our country and this is misogynistic and something else? I don't know. I know.
Oh yeah, they went on like a 5-10 minute rant. It was very boring, so I want to include that. They did. Megyn Kelly talked about how I would never have the what did she say? Something about the smells that a woman's body can produce.
Which is so funny because like
something crazy in there,
she admitted that you're passing at the beginning. She's like, well, I'm told she's trans. It's just like, oh, okay, so clearly it wouldn't have crossed her mind.
If you can't tell, I win. All right.
I appreciate your humor because I make the short bus jokes and the wearing a helmet indoor jokes, and I get a lot of grief from my audience. So like, that's not cool, man. So
yeah, I wouldn't put that in text really. I waited to do that in a comedy thing. So you have to watch a 45 seconds of me talking before you get to that part, right? To avoid the outrage.
So I have a couple questions for you. So the first question is, how long have you been doing comedy? How did you get into comedy? That sort of thing. And then just separately, I want to know when that clip popped off and really made the waves in conservative media, was that stressful for you? Did you like the conflict? Yeah, explain that whole situation.
So I've been doing comedy for about 5 years. I started during the pandemic, like the height of the lockdown, doing outdoor open mics because that was all that you could do. And, I didn't have to go in for my job anymore. So I had the energy to go out at night. So that's how I got into it. And I've been hating Republicans, ever since January 6th I've just been calling them all traitors and idiots and all that kind of stuff ever since. So when it popped off on conservative media, I actually posted it like 3 months prior and it did pretty good on Instagram. It got like 1 million views or something like that. And it was mostly positive. There weren't that many conservatives seeing it, but then it started going around. I have a joke about Riley Gaines that I was posting at her. That they didn't ever really want to cover, but for some reason they went with this one and they spread it around like they're showing my whole clip to a huge audience of people. Like that's the best thing you could ask for as a comedian. There's a ton of people. They wrote a Fox News article about me. Do you know how many comedians want a Fox News article written about them? Like the right wing ones, it doesn't matter if Fox News is talking about your joke.
So you were super into it just unequivocally the whole time, or was there no party that was like, oh fuck, oh shit?
The stuff they were saying is like nothing I haven't heard 1 million times before, so who cares? But now they have to say my name, they have to put my face up there, they have to, and it's funny because the headlines, the thing about talking about Peyton is they have to talk about how she's brain damaged all the time. So they have to constantly bring up that she's brain damaged. And there's like one version of the article that's a picture of me on the left and then her on the right. And it says like transgender comedian mocks brain damaged girl or something like that. And it's got a picture of her looking great and looking not great, I guess. It's good coverage for me, and I haven't. The weird thing is I haven't gotten any like the leftists or like LGBT media hasn't talked about it at all. So it's like
they haven't blamed you for causing Trump to win, because that's what the meme is, right? That like because of the trans issues in sports, that's why Trump won.
It depends who you're talking about. Some people think that it's all Palestine, Israel, and some people think it's all all trans people. So it's one of them. But
you're kind of at an interesting an interesting time to start doing comedy, because I feel like, am I just imagining things, or has the whole landscape shifted pretty dramatically in the last 5 years? We went to woke.
You mean with trans people?
No. I mean like just comedy in general, because we went to like woke, and then we went to anti-woke, and we went. Now are we going back to woke? Like what's going on there?
It's hard. Like I want to talk about stuff, right? Like I don't want to do fucking a corporate job or whatever. It's hard to focus when you're reading these headlines of basically the end of the world all the time. So I kind of do it for free most of the time, just on the internet, just hating these people. But yeah, and with trans people in particular, and I saw it coming a while back because I was pretty plugged into Christian conservative media circles and stuff and saw what they were pushing 4 or 5 years before they started passing the laws. But in 22, they started the big actual legislative push, and that I ended up having to leave Kansas because they passed some shit. And then after Trump won again, I'm like, I'm getting the fuck out of there. But yeah, hopefully it becomes profitable. You know, like we go back to woke and they got to hire transgender comedians. There's not very many of us who, you know, most of us get pushed out of the clubs. So I'm still here.
It's got to be. Go ahead.
Well, it's curious because like this idea that you're a provocateur, like you almost like wanted them to blow you up and get upset about this. Like that was their whole MO from like 2016 to like 2020 of like, oh look, we're triggering the libs and I'm Milo Yiannopoulos and I'm going to say something, get it blown up, and they like haven't caught on, and they're like, you know, when someone does it to them, they're like, oh, we really got to blow this up.
They've become the libs now. They are the libs. Joe Rogan is the libs. Like that's how it is now. He's the establishment. In my article, they asked me for a quote when they wrote the article, and I said, looks like the woke left is trying to cancel another comedian. They put that in the article at the top.
That's in the Fox News article?
Yeah, look it up. Transgender comedian, Fox News, look at, you'll see it.
That's pretty great.
I like the toughness because for too long we've been like weak and just taking their shit, and now we're hitting them back, and they don't take it very well. You know, this is the right is the party of victimhood, man.
Looks
So
like the woke
embarrassing.
left is trying to cancel another comedian case.
Oh, wow. You know what? I think I read that
epic.
article at the time. Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
I mean, it is interesting. Is it really just as simple as like woke, but say the R word at the same time? Is that really like the secret sauce moving forward here?
Well, I didn't say the R word, but no, I mean, you gotta, I've been developing this platform for a long time. You got to get like on the map first before they'll pay attention to you at all. So this is the first time that conservative media has really talked about my stuff. But you just kind of turn back their game at them. And they're so what she's doing, that the volleyball girl, she's a professional victim. Like that's her job. Is I had got brain damage. That's so like lib shit, you know, like that they made fun of the left or whatever a long time ago. And it's so easy to make fun of it. All you have to do is just stop caring about the outrage and how they're going to get mad at you. It's very obvious the joke that there is, you know?
Yeah, that's actually like I'm not trying to plug, but like I'm making a whole video on these like professional victims, like the Riley Gaines, the Kyle Rittenhouse. I even say like Jordan Peterson, almost like all these people who like you would never have heard of if this thing didn't happen to them. And maybe it's valid what happened to them was bad, but regardless, now like their whole shtick is just
and they make
wasn't that awful?
6 figures at least,
7
flying around the country to legislative sessions on like all these like private like these super PACs that are trying to get rid of trans people, and they just only because they got inconvenienced like back in the day.
And they're going so far beyond sports, which is so predictable because like they make it about these things superficially that it's so obviously not. Like they said it was about protecting kids, or they said it was about like protecting the integrity of like women's sports, and then they go to Congress and they're like, you know, we should ban transgenderism or something. Like they take it just so much further. Yeah, you get Michael Knowles. Yeah, right.
It's funny because so there's a lot of arguments over whose fault it is that trans people are getting attacked by the right, and there's like non-binary people mad at trans medical people, and there's all these little factions in the LGBT community who's arguing about whose fault it is. But the video that got the piece of evidence that got referenced, it didn't get like submitted formally because this is Missouri state legislature and there are no real rules except what the Republicans want. But the thing they referenced the most was that manufactured video of the drag queens in the daycare or whatever. Like that's a fake video that Libs at TikTok posted. And they were all talking about it like it was real. Like it's something that never happened. And, you know, they made up a stick to beat a dog with, you know, it was none of our faults. That's just, you know, fake shit. They don't care about the details. They'll just make it up.
Yeah, that's like why they pick the sports thing. It's because like if you talk to like a reasonable lib who's not tuned into trans, you know, politics whatsoever, they might say, oh, like, yeah, maybe that's unfair. Maybe we should do something about that. But then you look at what they actually try to pass, and it's let's get trans people out of bathrooms, let's get them out of sports. In fact, let's just make it so they can't get hormone therapy. It's just a facade to like, you know, deflect from their real position, which is I fucking hate all trans people, get them out. So it's
the
really
trans sports
shameless.
bans were just a very tiny fraction of what the legislation was actually going through, but it's what was getting the most media coverage.
Oh, bro, I will never forget the president of the NCAA testifying in front of Congress, and they asked him point blank, how many trans athletes are there in the entire NCAA, of which there are 500,000 roughly athletes that are competing, and it was less than 10. At most, we're talking about 9. I did the math.
Dude, trans people don't like sports. That's the funniest thing about all of this is they're trying to keep us out of sports. I'm a big sports fan, and I can't get somebody to watch a football game with me. Like, I just watch football games by myself most of the time now because, like, my trans friends, they don't want to see any of that shit. They don't want to see basketball. They don't want to play any sports. They hate it. And the fact that all of it is about getting us out of it is just so ironic because we weren't there in the first place.
It reminds me of, go ahead, Guy.
Well, I say, did you all see that video of there was a guy with makeup on in the men's room and the guy freaking out on him? It kind of went viral.
Yeah.
So
well, they're all
they're
all like closeted and fucking they're just like so self-hating, and even when it's like clearly a masculine presenting guy, they're going up to like a human male, very clear human male who is not trying to present as a female, and telling him that he should be in the women's bathroom. It was one of the most hilarious fucking self-reports I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, I didn't see this clip.
Yeah,
it's insane, that they act like it's going to be peaceful for us in the men's bathroom. We left the men's bathroom for a reason. Like it's not like we just wanted to go in the women's bathroom. It's just like it wasn't safe for us because there's the people that are going to be in there that are going to be threatened because we've got makeup on. So they don't care if you're a guy. If you got makeup on, they'll kill you too.
Yeah,
it's pretty. The vibes are pretty dark. Like the anti-trans hysteria over the last, what'd you say? It ramped up like the last 5 years, I guess. Like, did it really pick up?
2022 was the first like big legislative push, and it was around 2020 when you started to see like some when there's an earthquake, what is it? The pre-shocks or whatever. Like it was like. It was starting there. They were testing it, but it took off in 22 is when they really went nuts with it. And then
like
Trump
a question for you.
on it big time in 24.
Go ahead,
I just had a quick question. So there's like controversial notions among certain, I don't know what to call them, minority groups or whatever. That so, for example, this notion of an Uncle Tom, like a self-hating black person, or someone who is like against the benefit of that individual group. And I'm curious your take on some of these people who have staked out positions on the quote unquote trans issue, like Blair White, where a significant portion of their coverage appears to be like trying to, I don't know what to say, like fearmonger regarding the extent of trans participation in the rates of child molesters and that trans people go way too far. What is your view, and can you represent like your perspective and feelings regarding those kinds of trans people, the kind of pick me style trans people?
And have you invented like a slur for them like Uncle Tom? Because like I need to start using it.
Cross-dresser.
Oh no.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Well, and you've got individual insults for all of them. So like I was calling Blair White, Curious George, and Randall from what is it? Recess, because that's what she looks like. Also Voldemort, because she had a bad nose job for a little bit. But yeah, these people, they Blair White, she lives in California. She moved to Texas for a little bit and then moved back to California. They're protected. Most of them, usually they're white, and they know rich white people. And there's a lot of rich white people who love trans girls, who are very conservative in every other way. So they got to say stuff to get it, keep in good with those people. And, like Blair White, she got to go on Joe Rogan, which is massive. And, if I got on Joe Rogan, my career is made. That's what a lot of her stuff has come from. And she gets to talk about being the good one and telling him whatever he wants to hear. Right. So yeah, but my slur for them is usually cross-dressers.
So speaking of Joe, someone in my chat was asking like what your thoughts on the Texas Austin comedy scene and all these people like clamoring for anti-woke comedians and how we finally are in power again. Like what are your thoughts on the idea that like now they are the establishment, like we kind of talked about, and like they can't handle it when someone takes a crack at them? Like, have you experienced any of these like Austin comedians? Are you familiar with any of them like in real life?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty familiar with a lot of the people from there, and there's some good people in Austin, but if you were actually good, you'd be in New York. Like That's how it is. Unless you get really big and then you go to LA to make movies and shit like that. And that's another thing. But it's New York or LA. And Austin, Joe Rogan's got his night. It's a nice club. He always gets crazy crowds and stuff like that, which is difficult outside of New York, you know, so that's good. But if you're trying to get like moving up the comedy thing, there's people in New York you need to impress, because New York's the only place that's like dense enough, has like enough people and a long history of show business type things like that. So you're just not gonna, if you're an Austin comedian that's really talented, you're going to go to New York. So what a lot of these people in Austin are doing is they couldn't hack it in New York or LA. So they're in Austin and they're sucking up to Joe Rogan or Tony Hinchcliffe to get on their shows. And it helps to, because comedy clubs, they tend to be conservative white dudes who go to comedy clubs around the country. So it can work as your club comedian type thing. But, there's going to be a lot of people who don't like you. And, you know,
it sounds like they were unwilling to watch Louis C.K. jerk off, so they couldn't move to New York, you know?
Right. Yeah. Well, he's been out of the scene for a little bit, but you don't have to do that anymore.
Well, comedy going back like thousands of years, like since its inception, has primarily been about challenging or mocking systems of power or people in positions of authority. And then you had this entire like cabal of comedians just outward.
He did Madison Square Garden with Trump.
Yeah.
Tony Hinchcliffe did.
Yeah.
He's trying to act like he's like the most like fringe comedian possible, alt-com, whatever. He wants to be the edgelord. The goddamn president had him for a Madison Square Garden rally. And it's just really difficult to keep the edgelord stuff like facade whenever you're backed by the goddamn administration, you know?
Yeah. And now you have this relentless assault by South Park, you know, every week, just ruthlessly, you know, serving the kind of position that those comedians used to be expected to serve. But
is South Park still? Because I stopped watching South Park after they didn't say anything about Charlie Kirk. I'm sorry.
It's been nothing but just a relentless, like really brutal mocking of the administration. Every episode that I've seen, I don't know if they've.
I saw that first episode and it was absolutely brutal. I just was expecting them to do something about Charlie Kirk, because they had Cartman being Charlie Kirk. Like that was like a few weeks before he was
killed. Yeah, I think that Kirk actually changed his profile pic.
Happened. That seems like cowardice to me.
Yeah, I mean, if they're willing to like depict the Prophet Muhammad and risk Comedy Central taking them off the air, I think they should have tried something. But maybe they're scared because like the FCC is in control.
Cowards now.
Yeah, let's say it right here. Matt and Trey are cowards, and everyone who believes that on this podcast, don't raise your hand right now so that they can clip it and so that we all agree with that legally.
What are your sacred cows, Stacey? Do you have anything that you shy away from, or that you say is
sacred cows?
About that sacred cow, a cow that you can't barbecue,
stuff that I don't talk about,
line you won't cross,
stuff that you don't like to joke about. Yeah.
I guess I don't know. Suicide, AIDS stuff. I don't. I mean, like I guess I'll make jokes like, but it depends on the point of the joke. I guess are you just trying to bum people out, or are you trying to like get an actual laugh out of it?
You just said AIDS and suicide, and some people chuckled. So maybe you don't have to try that.
Sometimes the words in those certain contexts can be funny, but you know, I'm not gonna make jokes about how AIDS was good.
What's her name that used to fucking date Kimmel, the comedian? God, why can't I remember? I'm getting
Sarah Silverman.
Sarah Silverman, is that her name? Sarah Silverman.
Yeah.
She did a comedy special where she said, "When life gives you AIDS, make lemonades." And I thought that was good. So she makes AIDS jokes.
Not bad.
Yeah, it depends on the point. It's like all the racist jokes of like, I know that there are people that can tell a good racist joke, but you see like people like clamor, oh, you think racism's off limits, but it's like, no, the right wing racist jokes are, haha, aren't this minority bad? And it's like,
no,
that's
I mean, listen, there's a lot of good racist jokes, but they need to be clever. You got to have something with it. And if you start a joke that seems like it's going to be racist, and then it just is racist and ends racist, like that's not a joke. You just said something racist. But sometimes you can start a joke, make it seem like it's going to be racist, and then do a misdirection or go racist in a different direction or something like that. Now that's a joke. And what a lot of people want to do is not jokes. They just want to go up there and say that what they're bigoted against, like what kind of people they don't like, and get a laugh with people who agree with them.
If you watch a lot of right-wing comedy, the punchline is almost always, I'm not supposed to say this, but, and it's like, you're not joking. You're just saying like, oh, they're going to, Media Matters is going to get me. They're going to cancel me for this one. It's like, that's not a joke. You're just.
They know what Media Matters is?
Well, yeah, because they like, I'm sure they refresh the page every day to see if they've made it onto the top for saying some awful thing today,
I think that kind of like edginess for the sake of being edgy had a place, because it was kind of like, I don't know about you guys, like when I think of like the peak era of that, I'm thinking like the early 2000s, like when South Park really kicked off and Chappelle Show, because we were rebounding off of like decades of really strictly enforced religious conservatism in the culture. And so there was kind of a point to say it just to kind of push the envelope. But we're like 20 years removed from that at this point, and it seems like some people just got stuck in that place.
It really did happen with comedy in the early 2000s. A lot of older comedians talk about it, to where they were always just saying the things that you're not supposed to say. And at some point they got into a groove and just kept saying the stuff that conservatives want to hear, like over and over, repeating almost the party line. And I mean, there was a time when I thought that just edginess for edginess sake was funny, but it was a completely different America at that time. And now it's like the guy's in charge of the country. So like, you're disagreeing with him now.
Also, it feels like a lot of it is self-pitying too. Like I'm thinking back to the Chappelle. I don't know if you guys remember that. He did like a special where he brings up his trans friend who like committed suicide or something. And it's like, on the one hand, there are definitely some funny jokes you can say about trans people or black people or whatever you want to say, for sure. But the entire bit of the joke seems to be him feeling victimized and self-pitying, and how he's such a good person. He cares about his friend, and why are you coming after him?
Keep going. I want to talk about
that was basically it. I just felt that it wasn't funny, and the edge to it seemed to be, for its own sake, or to protect his image and see that like he actually really does care and he's not a bigot, and et cetera, et cetera.
So the thing about that is just because you had a comedian open for you does not mean they're your friend. And there's this thing that comedians do on purpose, where they will book somebody who does not fit the room, who's going to bomb in front of your audience, so that they'll bomb, and when you get up there, by comparison, you look really good. That's what Dave Chappelle did to this person. And then he's afterwards claiming that like he clearly set her up to fail. Like that room was never going to be happy with this. She's new. He talks about it in the special. She had only done like 7 shows before, and he's putting her up there in front of his massive audience and then basically making fun of her afterwards. That's a classic comedian thing. And also he blamed her suicide on trans people bullying her.
Yep.
Oh my God.
She killed herself after she lost custody of her child. That's what happened. And he was making it sound like the woke left did it to her. And it's just like, and then he misgendered her from the grave. It was crazy. And she's not alive to talk about it. So yeah, I got real upset when I saw that special. I've never seen any of his stuff since.
Yeah. I had some friends who were like Chappelle defenders, and I generally think Chappelle, especially back in the day, is like super fucking funny. But for me, it's like, this just isn't funny. And I can tell that he's like, he has an axe to grind with the community, the alphabet people, right? That's when he coined that.
He does. And
phrase.
Also his release schedules are so fast. He's putting on a Netflix special like every year. You can't do an hour of comedy that's, jokes, laugh, that condensed. You're supposed to work on those for a while. And he just makes a fuck ton of money just going up there saying political opinions. And that's what he's doing. You can't really blame him, because like that's so much money. But what he's doing now, it's not like regular comedy.
And not unlike Dave Smith too. Like I've never seen Dave Smith do like, maybe I should be seeking them out or whatever, but he just seems to be giving like mid takes on news shows or going on Piers Morgan.
I've never seen his stand up. I see him on the Skanks thing all the time. And that is a comedy show. It's not all about politics, but yeah, Dave talks about politics all the time now, which that's also just Twitter. Like that's kind of, you have to talk about politics now or you won't get any engagement. So
who is then the best mix of politics and comedy, in your opinion, that actually does both well? Other than yourself, if that was what you're going to say.
I like Shane Gillis. I think that he does a good. He'll talk, like, do some social commentary, kind of, but it would be like the premise really for the joke, and not him just telling you his opinions. Like he did a SNL a little bit ago, and he talked about Ken Burns' Civil War documentary. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but he did a Ken Burns Civil War documentary joke on SNL, and it crushed. But it was talking about racial stuff. But it was like because it's a Civil War. But he's like educated and kind of like knows kind of how if you'll see him go on like Rogan or like doing other podcasts, he knows kind of what's going on. And he's kind of a lib, but also he's not lame.
He seems like he's got like conservative family, and he doesn't like hate them or want to disown them. But yeah, he kind of has a little bit of a lib side to him. I remember like my first introduction to him was him getting canceled because of his like previous jokes, when he had people might have forgot, but like he originally got a job at SNL, and they announced that he was going to be joining the cast, and then people found some old jokes where he was making like Asian jokes or something like that, playing into stereotypes, and he got mobbed and definitely got canceled. That's a word that gets thrown around a little too loosely, I think, but he definitely literally got canceled. And so that was my first impression of him. And so I kind of assumed the worst at first. And then the more I saw from him, the more I was like, man, this guy is just so effortlessly funny. It's unreal. Like in that same SNL appearance that he did recently, did you see this sketch where he was talking about a couple of beers?
Yeah.
Like it was like, bro, that is the funniest fucking sketch I've ever seen in my life. But
yeah, his show Tires is really good on Netflix. It's season 1 was a little smaller budget or whatever, but season 2 is kind of a bigger deal, and it was a great show.
Yeah,
I didn't love season 1.
One of the best Trump impressions in the industry too, I would say.
Yeah, he's good at that.
He does it okay. The people, I like the one from Spitting Image. Have you guys seen the British show where they do like the puppets and they like just parody every fucking political figure? I think that they do a really good Trump impression. You know who does a really bad Trump impression? Josiah from Ponder. Really fucking.
You know who does the best Trump impersonation is Jamie fucking Foxx. You've ever heard him do Trump?
He does a good one.
It is insane how good he does a Trump impression.
we get into politics?
I was going to say, yeah, Stacey, earlier, this was the transition I was going to make, but we were making so many good tangents. You said trans people don't like sports. And a good segue there is trans people also don't like serving in the military, despite all the bans.
But a lot of us have, because there's limited jobs for us, and the military would take almost anybody up until now. And then they were like, no.
Yeah. So are you happy that you missed out on the Venezuelan Bush war that we're starting now?
When they need bodies, they won't care anymore. But right now, it's all about keeping us off of benefits. But whenever the draft comes, they'll waive that rule for sure. But yeah, I know a lot of trans veterans. There's actually a decent amount, and I think a lot of it is because they're closeted. They're around conservative family, and they just want to get out of their town. So they join the military, and then they transition, and now they're girls. And but it's like a higher rate. I think we're like 4 times more likely to join the military than other groups of people. Yeah. So it was actually kind of a big deal that we got kicked out of the military. Mostly just.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. I was going to ask, do you come from a conservative family? Conservative
yeah,
community?
Very conservative.
Arkansas Hutch. That was a big.
They weren't. They weren't like the
Nazi
types that say slurs and things like that. They were just very Christian, and you didn't want to talk about trans people or whatever. So yeah, they completely disowned me, and now it's like I'm on my own. But it's pretty common with trans people. So
yeah. So Venezuela. Well, guys, what's going on? What's with this 1 hour? Do we even call it a war? I think they've maybe attached a FBI agent to it so they could call it a police action, and they're just arresting him for domestic crimes. But what are your guys' thoughts? Like, are
complete bullshit? This is complete bullshit. I'm totally fucking against it. It's obviously illegal under U.S. law. I think it's also stupid from an international perspective. But yeah, the whole pretense is laughable. Even the administration can't keep a straight face in its rationales. On the one hand, this is a law enforcement action, and the military stuff was just adjacent to the law enforcement act. And that's all we're doing it. We're just doing it because we want to get rid of like drug conspiracies after we pardon a bunch of drug conspirators and people who like possess machine guns. And no one really believes that. Trump kind of gives the game away when he says, this is just to extract oil. We're just doing regime change to own and extract oil and shit. But it's a testament to how malleable the MAGA mind is, how totally occult they are, that they see no contradiction, at least most of them don't, in the no new wars slogans that Trump bandied about for the initial part of his campaign, and the current state of the Trump administration, which is basically, yeah, we got rid of Maduro. We might get rid of the government even further, and we might go after Cuba, we might go after Greenland, and we might go after Colombia, and you better watch out.
And Panama
it's
and
complete
Mexico.
garbage. And
Yeah.
Obviously,
and I go for it.
I was going to say, obviously, the funniest angle of this whole thing is the fact that Trump reportedly rejected, who is this Machado person who to assume leadership of the government there, even though she would be more suitable to American and interest in the Trump administration's interests. He reportedly didn't want her because she accepted a Nobel Peace Prize and didn't instead reject it and insist that Trump get it. He is willing to potentially install.
What is it with awards? We need to stop all awards. I am calling for a complete moratorium on awards. Like people give so much attention to awards and prizes and the FIFA fucking World Peace Award and the Nobel Peace Award. Like, just stop with this shit. And now Trump himself is like, there's some reports that he was mad that Maduro was dancing. He wouldn't give it to Machado because
the pettiest
he got
guy
the
in the
award.
world. It's crazy.
So petty.
I mean, look, if you do the YMCA dance and that's your thing, and some other leader outdoes you, you're gonna want to depose him. I get it. But Pisco, I think you hit on a really good point, which is like, this is just the tip of the ice, or the cherry on top of every single thing they pretended to have stood for in the past like year, and especially during the campaign. They'll flip immediately when their president tells them to. So, hey, Epstein files, we got to get those, and actually they're nothing, and don't worry about it. And also, it's a phoebophilia.
They're saying make Venezuela great again. Yeah. Let's open up asylum. Like, it's without any like self-awareness. They had just basically administratively canceled asylum for the vast majority of different countries in the United States, and now they're like, we're reopening asylum for Venezuela for the people who are escaping the Maduro regime that we just displaced.
I feel like I'm going fucking crazy because it was like 1 year ago they were freaking out about Venezuelans in America. What was it, Colorado, that apartment complex and whatever? And now they're like, bring in Venezuelans. We love Venezuela. We did this to save Venezuela.
Guy, you're going to say something?
Well, Trump also didn't renew temporary protected status for hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans, so they're screwed. I just think the let's make Venezuela great again angle is weird. Like, why are we creating jobs in Venezuela to get their oil industry started when we could do that here in America? So it seems kind of backwards.
Here's what I think.
Why would these companies? Yeah, like why would these companies want to invest billions of dollars in this volatile region that they could lose?
I don't think
everything?
They do,
It doesn't make sense.
My view of this is that this is a play both to shore up the relative economic position of the Gulf states, who are oil lords, and to be sort of improve the standing of certain American capitalists, but also to be a kind of bulwark against China. China gets a lot of oil from Venezuela, and so I think that it's not so much that they're wanting the oil to like extract it to lower prices for Americans. That's not what the administration wants. I think what they want is to own the oil streams and to have some sort of stake in it, and in so doing, I think. From a geopolitical perspective, curb China a little bit, but also enrich these Gulf states in which Trump is in bed with and has so many conflicted interests with.
Did any of you guys have the reaction that I did? Because when I watched this thing play out, I was horrified. I think this is horrible foreign policy. I think it will probably backfire spectacularly at some point. But there was another part of me that was like in awe of our military infrastructure, like the fact that I guess we can just do that. We can just go into like.
I swear to God, it was an inside job.
Well,
someone on the inside was Maduro himself may have given himself up,
Well, yeah, I mean, if you look at some of the statements that have come from Maduro, he seems to have been previously a little servile. Like he wanted to please Trump and kind of cooperate. So like, it's not crazy to
you see the pictures where he's like this. He's like,
yeah, like he doesn't seem like this wasn't a Bin Laden.
Walking in telling everybody Happy New Year. The guy is completely unbothered.
Yeah,
like I don't expected it all from 3 months ago.
Yeah, this was not a Bin Laden raid where like they had to like shoot his guards on the way up, or maybe he had some fall guys. But it seems like overall this wasn't. Yeah,
well, 100 people like died, right? Aren't we like reporting that there's
80 deaths so far, at least? Yeah,
some shit like that.
I read there's a lot of Cubans too who are providing protection for him.
Yeah, the Cuban military is like protecting him because they were worried about him going out.
Let's get out
a lot
of the way,
of their oil
guys.
from him. They're dependent on them.
Wait, can we get out of the way, Hutch? So
Nobody wants to say anything
we think.
about
No, I want to talk about it. I do want to talk about it, but like, I think the Democratic response has been okay and good for a lot of people. I don't like what Jeffries is doing and Schumer's doing, but I'll leave it there. I just think that they need to be a little bit stronger. I know it's going to trigger perhaps some. People, I think that they need to condemn it like full-throatedly.
Guy's been more euphorial than me these days. I'm gonna sit back and watch the fireworks. Go ahead, Guy, get after him.
No, I don't know. I'm not impressed with some of the statements. I think they're just like, look, this guy's a murderous dictator and he's got to go. And they're trying to focus on that instead of, appearing that they're defending Maduro in any way at all. So that's kind of my take on it. I don't know. What was your problem with what they said, Pisco?
I think they didn't condemn it. They basically saying so some did. I like Kamala Harris's statement. I like Ruben Gallego's statement. I like some of these people condemning it. But the people who are just like acting like the EU did, where I can understand the EU's constraints and Ukraine's constraints, where they're kind of like being non-committal about stuff. But when our Democratic leaders are basically like, well, we're very concerned, highly concerned. You guys are supposed to be the opposition, all right? I would like you to oppose the leadership. And that's all I'm saying. I think the Democrats, by and large, are doing a decent job, but I would prefer some more strong statements from our leadership. It's just, to me, it's not like that big of a deal. I saw Hakeem Jeffries and
Schumer came out and says if Republicans don't step up, they've got a lot of shame coming their way, or just like the most like feckless dude, we're so far past that point, dude. Come on.
Yeah, especially because there's indications that he's gonna keep going, right? So if it were like an isolated event, like whatever, right? This is the same kind of fucking non-committal bullshit Democrats leadership, specifically, not all Democrats, have been doing on a bunch of different issues. But the guy's talking about going to Greenland, going to Cuba. I think that the time to start taking principled stances is now. Like, it doesn't seem like they're going to be satiated by just overthrowing this one country. And so I think that we need to really prepare ourselves for the kind of expansionist vision that he has.
I think they're going to overstep here. Like, this went really well, like Hutch said, and our military is very impressive. But we're one Black Hawk going down away from this becoming a disaster for Trump and dragging down his whole admin.
I mean, that was my point, was like, this just kind of reminds me, there's a much more extreme example, I suppose, but it kind of reminds me of the reaction to the Iranian strikes. Pisco, you had a different view, but I predict that the public approval for this action is probably going to creep up a little bit. Like, I think it's going to end at like +4 plurality of Americans supporting what happened, because even after all the Iraq war, sort of that kind of trauma, collective trauma towards the country, and a sort of wariness or skepticism of American military might in the wake of all that, I think there is a jingoistic kind of undertone to America still to this day. And I think for a lot of people, they see what happened and they don't even really know the specifics. They don't really understand the dynamics, but they just like seeing that kind of American might. And it seems like kind of a predictable shift. So I think it's horrifying, but at the same time, it's a little blackpilling at the same time, because I don't think there's going to be a fever pitch of Americans that take to the streets and oppose this. But to Guy's point, if all of a sudden service members died, like a dozen service members died at the airport in Afghanistan, that was something that dogged Biden's presidency for the rest of his term. So if Trump tries to do this again in Chile or in Cuba or whatever, and all of a sudden service members are dying, or he's talking about American boots on the ground, I guess, to potentially secure the oil fields in Venezuela, and God forbid something happened there, then I think it will blow up in his face. But for right now, optically, I think it's probably inching towards a mild W for him.
Yeah, and Soy and Pisco, you guys are a little younger than Hutch and I here. Stacy, I won't claim your age. I'll put you on the lower side. I remember in Iraq, everybody was celebrating when we went in there and the statues were coming down, and it was within months that IEDs were popping off. And so I think this is a sort of that euphoric moment, where it's like, you don't want to be the guy being like, yeah, but this is going to work out horribly in the end. Just watch.
Yeah, no, Guy, exactly. I mean, you can go back and watch the Bernie Sanders in the Senate being like, "Oh, I don't think we should do this," and everyone's like, "Shut up," you hate America because this was post 9/11. But do you think we haven't had the Venezuelan 9/11 to make everyone hate them, right? So maybe I don't know.
Yeah.
A +4. I feel like sure the MAGA cult's going to go along with whatever he tells them to, but enough people are, I think, bought into the like, wait a minute, Iraq fucking sucked. I don't want to put American troops on the ground again. And the only reason this plays well right now, if this is isolated, is that we were in and out, and that's it. And if we stop, okay, same with Iran. But if we do some crazy like, hey, let's occupy it, hey, let's like build American bases and take control of the oil fields, I think this is absolutely, yeah, like you said, gonna tank his approval.
I don't, none of this makes sense because they're doing a regime change and it's just the vice president, just take over. Like, imagine if we just got rid of Trump tomorrow and JD Vance is there. Like, would Americans would just be like, this is the same thing. Like, how does this change anything?
Well, they're under the threat of mercurial, president and Donald Trump, unpredictable, unstable. And so I think it's a different dynamic. I think their calculation is
that supposed to make us like them and make them like us? Like what?
No. I'm saying
That's
that
scary.
I'm saying that I think the Trump administration, I feel like pretty clearly thinks that they can manipulate them to just serve their interests is what I would assume.
Yeah.
Right, but which puts to bed the notion that this is really about a wellspring of democracy and having humanitarian goals, which is how some centrist-y, Republican hockey types, the neocons, are trying to sell it, which is that this is all for the benefit of the people. And
they cut U.S. aid.
Upset. Yeah, I know you don't have to tell me. Like, yeah, this is totally not in keeping with the values that ostensibly we were supposed to be in support of, which was America first, America only, this kind of shit. Well, and now it really does seem like, oh, we'll do anything for the benefit of the people abroad.
Well, this feels a lot different from the build up to the Iraq War and the initial stage of the Iraq War. For them, it was like aggressive messaging on WMD and spreading democracy. Mm-hmm. This feels a little bit different. I think everybody understands at this point very clearly that this is about controlling their oil reserves. That's what Trump just came out and said, essentially, like, we want to control the oil. We never should have never should have let them nationalize their oil. So like, I don't know. Like, I don't see a lot of aggressive. I feel like maybe the establishment types like Rubio, he might get up there and put out some kind of false pretense, but Trump himself is undercutting that as soon as he opens his mouth, because he has no fucking filter and he just says what's on his mind. Like, he's just said straight up, like, yeah, we want to control the oil. And
they have contradicted each other so many times, Rubio and Trump.
Yeah.
And is that on purpose?
I doubt it.
Does anyone know, or is he just crazy?
Yeah, it's like the whole.
There's no coherent plan.
The 4D chess meme has been disproven so many times. They're just incompetent. It's like, hey, we're gonna run the country. Hey, Rubio, what does that mean? Oh, we're not gonna run the country. It's like that. They just are not on the same page.
Well, they do seem to be making the same mistake that the Trump administration made, which was no meaningful foresight whatsoever to what comes after Saddam. Like, that was their fatal flaw. Obviously, they militarily dominated Iraq in this. It was not a fair fight whatsoever. But they got very complacent. They got way overconfident. And then it came out after the fact that they literally had no coherent plan for like what came after. And it seems like they're doing the exact same thing now. They just assume they're going to be able to install a puppet and everything's going to be fine. There's no thought to how this could blow up in their face. And maybe it takes 5 years or 10 years or 15 years for it to blow up. But this seems like a pretty pivotal moment that could spectacularly backfire.
You're saying, Guy?
The only thing I wonder about is the goal doesn't seem to be nation building here, like democracy, which has been our goal in the past. Trump's not even talking about that. He's just, he's a criminal, and now he's got other criminals he can work with. I guess he had beef with Maduro, but now he can work with these other clowns, in his opinion. But I wonder if there's a different outcome. But I'm expecting it to fall apart for sure. And I worry about a migrant crisis at our southern border. I mean, millions of people will leave Venezuela if it goes to shit, and they'll come straight here. So this is what I think Pisco is thinking about too, is how it can negatively impact us here. But I don't know. It might be a little different because Trump is a criminal. He's not really interested in building a democracy. And I think that's what caused us grief in Afghanistan and Iraq, which many people have said.
Which is why when you're dealing with some of these like neocon individuals who say, how do you support the fucking Drew Pavlos in the world? By the way, dodging motherfucker. I see you, Drew. He DMs me. Oh my, I can't wait. I hope I'll get a chance to talk about what he
I see you dogging him every day on Twitter. Yeah.
I know this motherfucker is so slippery. Anyway, you should absolutely take into consideration the motivations and intentions of the administration when assessing the likelihood or tendency of a current plan to achieve the result that everyone is saying justifies the action, namely the creation of a democratic wellspring in Venezuela. If the people who are in power, either in USA or in Venezuela, are not committed to that outcome, that has a bearing on whether we think that that outcome is in fact likely. And so don't let these people either claim that, one, that we should not consider the corrupt and contradictory motives stated by the administration with the action, or B, that when you're talking about legality under U.S. law, even under U.S. law, that's mere proceduralism. Like, no, like, we don't want ourselves to live in a dictatorship or authoritarian state where the president can just like ignore what the Constitution says, which gives, you know, the power to Congress to authorize uses of war, except in cases of emergency when we're actually being attacked. But there has been no Venezuelan 9/11. There is no Venezuelan invasion into our country. And so, yeah, you should just like completely dismantle, if you're a liberal debater in these spheres, anyone who's trying to argue from their perspective of humanitarianism, because it's not actually what's motivating the people, and it's not what's going to probably happen.
Well, they are scrambling for the, oh, so you like Maduro like narrative? Oh, I thought kings were bad, right? And it's like not a single Democrat is like, oh, we love Maduro. That's why we're upset about this. It's about the illegality. Right. It's about the misuse of power. So
it's almost as obnoxious as the lefties. I'm sorry, I'm going to take a huge shot at lefties.
Don't do that.
Came on my stream the other day.
No, all of us are really mad at you.
I know, right? All my new socialist friends, but like, some guy came on my stream and was like, you shouldn't condemn Maduro. You shouldn't say Maduro is bad if asked. And it's like the same shit of people like, don't condemn Hamas, don't condemn Saddam, don't condemn, like, dude, on the one hand, yeah, absolutely. You should paint your narrative. You should like be strong and shit. But we shouldn't be actually defending Maduro or refusing, if you're on Piers Morgan or some shit, to condemn Maduro, because the motherfucker sucks. And I'm glad that no Democrats are like out there defending him.
Can we do a quick little exercise just to break a liberal stereotype? I'm going to share a blank map here. Can you all see this?
Nope.
No.
No?
Yep.
How about now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. No cheating. You have 10 seconds. You're going to hold up fingers. I'm going to close this, and you're going to tell me which of these is Venezuela. Are you guys ready?
Yep.
All right. All right. On three, hold up your rubber fingers. All right. 1, 2, 3. All right, cool. We all did it. Just double checking that.
I played Risk.
Geography. Hell yeah. Okay.
I can name all those fucking countries.
Well,
I
cannot.
should be able to. And
I cannot.
Yeah,
I tried to do one of those maps today. I failed all the bottom ones and I got all the top ones.
Really?
I got 56% on geography quiz for South America. But I did know that Venezuela was like on the tippy top.
But you know, no MAGA can find Venezuela within 3 inches on a globe for sure, man. They have no clue where
they
that is.
can. You don't think they can get the continent?
They might point at Antarctica, man. I'm telling you.
Did you guys see the WAPO poll that came out? Was it WAPO? It is crazy how perfectly split the opinion polls was. It was 33% support, 34% oppose, and 33% had no opinion. It was like literally like a third of the country for each position. But I think like so long as this situation doesn't devolve immediately into total chaos, I think it's likely to garner slightly more support. Dude, Pisco, you
we
disagree?
might be moving on to Greenland next week. You know, that's what they act like. It seems like they're trying to deflect about Venezuela by talking about Greenland. I've never,
which makes no sense at all. It's like it's totally irrational. But yeah, I see them doing that.
I don't understand are they actually going for Greenland? Is that the plan? And or are they just trying to distract?
Is this the one you're talking about, Hutch?
No, it must have been a different poll then. I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe it was a YouGov poll.
Approval, Mr. Hutch. And the thing is, you should.
No, the other one had No. I have not seen a poll that showed a slight support. I've all the polls that I've seen have been like 2 to 7 points net opposed to what happened.
I want to make a point that was made by Robert Barnes. I don't know if you guys remember. He's some fucking MAGA guy, lawyer guy, who's on Twitter, and he's often in these conversations. But I think it's a decent point when you look at the intervention in with respect to Noriega, when the Bush administration, Bush 1, went and apprehended him. The approval for that action was like beyond words. It was like 80% approval across the country or some shit. And so the fact that you're starting on much different ground, where no one can say it's overwhelmingly positive. If you look at pre-action polls, most people didn't agree with it. But the notion that this is going to turn into one of those situations, it really does show that the electorate and the American people have significantly soured on these kinds of regime change actions from 40, 30 years ago.
That's only 20 years ago. I mean, like I was saying, remember the ladies and gentlemen, we got them, the Osama bin Laden raid. Everyone was like, that was a bipartisan. Everyone's happy about that. Like, we got those guys, right?
There was a decent amount of opposition to the war in Iraq. It wasn't like 80, 90%. I mean,
but getting Saddam, that was like, oh yeah, like America wins. Like we're getting Osama was America wins, right? Like those were considered wins. Like I feel like in a bipartisan way. No.
Well, yeah, I mean, Saddam Hussein was a butcher. He was a murderous, awful, horrible human being who committed many atrocities. So, like, that's a little bit different. But I'm just saying, like,
what if Maduro wins? What if Maduro wins? Every lawyer worth their salt is going to be clamoring to represent Maduro.
What are they going to do?
Gotta throw him back on
gun charges.
But what would they do? Would they put him on a plane and like? Would they ship him to Gitmo? Would they send him back to Venezuela? Like, what? How would that?
If they lose their criminal charges, like. He doesn't have authorization to be in the United States. So I don't know.
They deport him. They send him to CCOT.
I feel like there's a joke in there somewhere about like the potential for them fighting to keep an illegal immigrant in the country instead of what they're doing.
I've heard a lot of people make that already.
Okay, never mind. I'm not that clever.
But like, here's the deal, right? We are now in an American justice system. You better believe that in the SDNY, they have some 90-year-old judge or some shit. Some grumpy old judge who's going to be presiding over the affairs, probably. And yeah, you better hope that they cross their T's and dot their I's. But look at what the administration has done in previous prosecutions. They fucked over the sandwich thrower, or the prosecution of the sandwich thrower. They lost that case. They fucked up James Comey indictment. They fucked up Letitia James indictment. This is not an impressive DOJ. And so it's not beyond the realm of possibility that some court somewhere will say, sorry, either this action.
They lost Kilmar Abrego Garcia too.
Yes. So like, let's just be real about that. There is a distinct possibility that this guy walks on the criminal charges and like, holy fuck, what happens after that if Maduro is just free in the United States? Like, has anyone thought about that?
He's just like walking down the street with like windbreakers, throwing up peace signs, doing fucking selfies with everybody. He starts
we'll invite him on Live and Learn.
No, he's gonna start like a cameo, and like make fucking thousands of dollars every day saying happy birthday to boomers and shit.
What's up, James from Ohio?
I think Trump might be dead by then. So
by the time the trial's over?
Maybe it could take 2 years. And
he's not looking so hot.
High fives are making his hands bleed. So yeah, you're right. He's becoming incredibly frail.
Right.
Oh, did you see that story, Stacey? It was like, oh, I'm taking way more aspirin than my doctors are telling me to.
He just admitted that. Yeah, I'm not listening to my doctors.
He said, I want that thin
taking
blood.
way too much medication.
Blood. I don't want that thick blood.
It says 400 milligrams on there. I'm taking 600, but
it doesn't work out because it's boring.
He keeps taking like cognitive exams. Like, why does a person need this many cognitive exams? Like, it feels like every week he's bragging about his latest cognitive exam. Like, oh, maybe something's wrong with this dude. Maybe he's insane and going loco and is going to turn into like a human vegetable soon.
Pisco, he is passing the cognitive exams because he can tell what animals. Right. They have a donkey, the camel. A lot of people don't know the rhino, but I do.
He fucking knows the rhinos.
We talked about this before, I think, on the podcast, but like him physically diminishing, I think, is going to cause like mass psychic trauma because he's built his whole image around this kind of insane fake machismo shit for the last several years. He's all about projecting strength and masculinity and that sort of a thing. And he also cannot physically cannot resist being in front of cameras. And so I don't think they're going to have an easy time, like kind of ushering him off to the side. Like, I think like we are going to witness like the full decline because he's never going to stop going in front of cameras.
My guy was falling asleep at the press conference.
They can't get him like Biden. Even Biden was like, taking keys away from your grandpa who shouldn't drive. But Trump is much more steadfast than that. There's no way he steps down if he can still walk.
No, yeah.
Hey, they have to spray tan him all the time to make him look normal. Do you think that when he dies, they're gonna spray tan him in the coffin?
100%.
They're gonna do the Charlie Kirk treatment. That was a little bit. Wait a second.
Chill.
Can we make fun of Erica Kirk?
Chill.
Pisco, I have a whole 10-minute segment in my new video making fun of Erica Kirk. So of course.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Those memes have been fucking phenomenal. The Erica Kirk memes with the fireworks displays.
I think it's too risky. I mean,
they did it to
kind of overreach, Hutch. They might overreach and lose the election.
Okay.
By doing their
Relax. Okay.
Hey,
my favorite new one is stage 6 of grief is throwing out hats into a crowd.
Oh, those memes, those are so fucking good. Listen, I think that if you put yourself in the arena, I kind of think that it's fair game, right? I think it's a little bit of fair game. And say what you want about Turning Point USA, it really does feel that they're starting to lose a little bit of their influence, or that if anything, if like this past event was anything to go off of, it just doesn't seem like there's the same energy that was when Charlie was there.
They're gaining like followers, like subscribers and all that kind of stuff. But as far as like normal people, no. And Charlie was always kind of like a guy off to the side. You only saw his little debate clips with some college people. They never saw like extended speeches from Charlie Kirk. But when you put them out there, especially if it's Erica talking, the average person is going to see that and be like, that is a psycho. I don't want that person anywhere.
Did you see the Nicki Minaj shit?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Yes. They like saying nonsense at each other, taking turns like word salading, and then like that assassin JD Vance, and it's just like 10 seconds of silence as they're both like looking at each other like this. No, it was so cringe.
Her cringing made that clip so much funnier because like Nicki Minaj, like,
good.
Why did she say that?
What
did she mean?
She fully froze for like 10 seconds and just the cringe got more and more intense. That was gold.
I couldn't handle it.
Yeah.
Well, did you see that Erica Kirk? Sorry, wait, Guy, you've been interrupted like twice. Go ahead.
I read that Charlie was involved in the planning of this event, so this is like the last hurrah, because I don't think this goes after this, and nobody wants anything to do with her or this movement. Yeah, I think it's over.
Well, self-contradicting, right? They're all like, "Hey, women, shut up, get in the kitchen, obey your husband." Also, here's the new CEO. Everyone listen to her. Like, and it's but yeah, go ahead.
Y'all know about that they're opening chapters in schools, right?
Yeah.
Turning Point chapters.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, and they're trying to make a little Hitler Youth. So that's what we got to watch out for. Is like this isn't like normal educated. This is like kids that they're trying to induct into the Hitler Youth program, and it's going to be well funded. They're going to have nice little uniforms. They're going to have good snacks and all this kind of stuff. When you're at school, where do you hang out? You hang out where cool stuff is, So they're going to make it fun, I'm sure. And you're going to have all these little soldiers for the Turning Point movement. So and the Republican and the blue states probably are going to like get rid of most of it, but the Republican states, which is like there's 27 Republican governors, they're going to go along with it. And
they already signed bills that are like putting PragerU in public education, right? Like this insane
like
Oklahoma.
PragerU's running Oklahoma now.
What is it, the 50th in education or 49th? I don't know. Maybe this will bring them down to the 51st. Puerto Rico will get included.
Was it Oklahoma? They thought that they had made significant gains in
no, it's Mississippi.
Was it Mississippi? There was there was a thing came out where they were like, oh my God, Mississippi's like ranked number 2 in the country, and it was a data error. It was like a data entry error.
Oh, no.
And it was just completely wrong.
And the person who made the data error was from Mississippi. Please let that be true.
Wait, which was Oklahoma the one where the superintendent accidentally put porn on the screen and then had to resign? You guys remember this? He was doing some kind of like a PowerPoint presentation with like the school board or something.
He's fired now.
And porn ended up on the screen.
He had to quit.
That's fucking hysterical.
Ryan Waiters, I think is his name.
He was the guy that was fighting to get like the Bible in every school.
Wait, that guy did that?
Yes.
No fucking way. No, that loser who was like, hail Trump and
bro.
We love Trump and our.
That's where
what kind of porn was it?
It's got a was it trans woman?
No, I think it was just like
Jones is interested.
I think it was just like a naked woman. I think it was like softcore porn. But just imagine being in a PTA meeting or a school board meeting with a bunch of conservatives, and then there's a fucking naked woman on the screen. It's amazing.
You just gotta do what Nick Fuentes does. It was Israel. It was Israel hacked into my fucking stream and put this on there.
Well, what's it called? That's Oklahoma's where you guys, I don't know if we talked about it, the Samantha Fulnecki story where she wrote that awful essay and got a bad grade, and they tried to pretend like she's like the professional victim, and now she's getting the speaking events and the TPUSA tour, and probably I think the governor gave her like a participation trophy. Like it's so brazenly like
the grading rubric was a bit ambiguous though. Let's be honest with that. Did she deserve a 0 out of 10?
Have you read the essay
or out of 100? I've read a little bit of it. It was
It's real.
She didn't
really
answer the
bad.
question.
Yeah.
She didn't reach the word requirement. It's
I know, but
terrible.
And she admitted to doing it like 30
rubric.
minutes before. Like
She admitted to not even reading the thing that she was supposed to be responding to in the interview that she had with Megyn Kelly.
Don't you have to look at the grading rubric? The rules, guys. You got to be fucking smart about the rules.
I was like, maybe she deserved a 20 out of 100.
She deserved a 15 out of...
Well, going back to like the TPUSA thing, it does not appear to be working because all the gains that Republicans made with young voters that emerged in the last election have totally evaporated because the recent polling suggests that Gen Z and Gen Alpha are overwhelmingly anti-Republican Party right now. But this is concerning. I mean, like, what's that going to look like in 10 years after we have these little Hitler Youth chapters in every school across the country? But yeah, the trend so far is not holding.
Well, you think they're going to be trans positive?
I think young people overwhelmingly are
more than old people do. Yeah, that's for sure. You can't like them any less than old people do.
True.
But Larry Ellison owns TikTok now, and Elon owns Twitter. And
wait, Larry Ellison owns TikTok?
Yeah.
Well,
with the
new thing,
deal,
whatever it is.
He hasn't taken control yet, but the new deal is he gets to own most of TikTok.
Oh, they're gonna acquire it in a deal, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And CBS too, right? Doesn't he own CBS now as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God, the CBS
This is good. This is really great.
Like they're just like, hey, don't air this because it might make Trump look bad. Essentially, like they didn't air the CCOT thing. They took down the Epstein Files segment. Like it's just become like a new OAN or like a Fox. Well, not Fox News, but like something more brazen, like OAN or what's the other one?
Newsmax.
One American. Yeah.
Or that, all that.
Newsmax. That's the one. Yeah.
Okay, so I want to role play with you right now. All right, I'm going to be Barry Weiss, and you're going to be the 60 Minutes people who worked really hard on your CCOT thing. All right?
Oh, Mrs. Weiss, you're not supposed to be in here this late.
No, I'm sorry. I know that it's like 1 hour before you're supposed to air your CCOT documentary, but you can't go live with this. Sorry.
Wait, why not, Miss Weiss?
You didn't ask Stephen Miller if he feels bad that he sent people to CCOT. Oh, and I think we need to get that in order to be like, totally fair about everything. You just got to go to Stephen Miller, go to the border czar and ask if they, they regret sending people to CCOT.
But once we ask that, then we can air it, right?
No.
They came out with a statement.
State of CBS.
Well, they aired it briefly in, I think, Canada, so it leaked on the internet.
There was a leak in Canada. Yeah.
But that whole situation is crazy. They came out with a statement where they were like, for too long, this network relied on the opinions of like experts and academics, and now we endeavor to listen to you, the viewer. And it's like, Jesus, this is literally like idiocracy in action here. Like, probably a good thing to have experts come on and talk about things that they specialize in, but whatever.
They said that they're going to cover news like you see it.
Right. Yeah.
And it's like, how do they know how I see it? And why is your logo an eyeball? This is creepy.
Also, the median like American reads it like a 6th grade level or a 5th grade level. I mean, that's just not a good idea to craft your news in that way.
Do those people watch news?
I think what they don't watch news, but you know what? 60 Minutes was a highly rated show. I don't think that they had to fuck with it. The only, I think, reason that this kind of shit is happening, and it also relates to some of the other weird shit happening, like with CNN and pressuring them to censor stories and to be like nice to Trump and all this shit, is because so many of these organizations have some regulatory concern, either with like an upcoming merger or potentially with like their broadcast licensing, with respect to like Kimmel and that kind of shit. And yeah, it seems like a lot of different groups, including, by the way, other countries, anywhere where Trump has leverage, they're just bending the knee. I'm glad, by the way, that we have some law firms that are willing to stand up to what Trump is doing with the law firms and shit, because oftentimes when they go into court, they win, but so few people are willing to actually fight tooth and nail against the illegal shit that Trump is doing. I don't know. It feels like chicken shit. To say nothing of, for example, Amazon and Bezos and shit. And like, it seems that the Washington Post has just become, I don't know if I want to call it MAGA news, but much more sympathetic. I think they came out in support. The editorial board or whatever editorial group came out in support of the Venezuela strike.
Well, that started back when they refused to make an endorsement back before the election, and they made a big stink about it. Instead of just saying nothing, they were like, "We don't endorse Kamala Harris." So,
and we should never have endorsed anyone.
Should we talk about should we talk about Walls a little bit?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Speaking of chicken shit, what the fuck? Does anybody support this? Bullshit. This is some bitch assness right here.
Give us the whole spiel, guy. He seemed angry about it.
Well, I mean, why is he leaving? It just affirms everything the right has been bullshitting about for the last week. There's no fraud uncovered. He's the one who's been clamping down on it since 2021 with Biden. And yet now it just makes everybody think that he did something wrong. And I don't know how he can just bail right now in the middle of it. No story's going to last in the news for more than like 2 weeks. This would be ancient history in a month. What the hell is he doing?
I don't agree with that. I think this story did catch a lot of I don't know. It got promoted a lot. Like anecdotally, I started seeing just like daily comments in my replies talking about this story in posts that had nothing to do with Tim Walz, and so that just was an indicator for me that this story had like extreme salience with like conservative voters. I think what he did was selfless. Like I think that him stepping down puts the Democratic Party in Minnesota in a stronger position. So, I like him. I like his policies. I like the way that he governed, but I mean, it would be nice if we saw more politicians like put the consideration of like the constituency and their party above their own personal ambitions.
Hutch, I understand that, like, if you listen to what he says when he did this, he's like, I think I can do more work not running for governor and continuing to support the people. I think this is completely fine. But to do it the week after, like Guy says, like right when it like makes you look the most guilty and affirms all of their conspiracies, or maybe he did do something and then it's like, okay, well, now it's even worse. Like the timing wise, he could have waited a few months and said, actually, I'm not going to run for governor again. But the timing is awful. I think. Well, the clock
is ticking, guys. So I mean, we're rapidly barreling towards November, and so like think back to Biden. What was the biggest criticism of Biden? That he didn't drop out sooner, and so he didn't really give Kamala a lot of time. So yeah.
Even if he waited just 2 more weeks, something else would be at top of mind for people, and they would shrug at him dropping out like, oh well, big deal. So yeah, the timing is it made Nick Shirley look like the new 60 Minutes. Like now Nick Shirley is a journalism
the story
god.
Of the century.
Yeah, if you watch the video,
he took down Tim Walz with his bullshit expose.
Yeah, and that's the thing, guys. Like, this is affirming just the dumbest video ever. Like, there might be fraud there, and that is not what these guys found. You watch the video, and it's like, hey, we came to a daycare that runs from 2 to 10 p.m.
You're not allowed in the daycare.
Yeah, and they're like, where are the kids? Where are the kids? And it's like, come back at 2. Like, like it's fucking like 10 a.m., dude.
The Leering Center. Yeah. Can I just this is an excerpt from Walz's statement. He says, all across the state, Minnesotans are hard at work on this problem, the fraud. Advocates, administrators, investigators are on the front line defending the integrity of our state's programs, and I want to thank them for their effort, ... But the political gamesmanship we're seeing from Republicans is only making that fight harder to win. We got Republicans here in the legislature playing hide and seek with whistleblowers. We got conspiracy theory right-wing YouTubers breaking into daycare centers and demanding access to our children. We got the president of the United States demoralizing our Somali neighbors and wrongly confiscating child care funding that Minnesotans rely on. It is disgusting and it is dangerous. End quote. And so I'm just going to capitulate and just basically give them the ultimate dunk and basically say that, it's all okay.
Well, it makes me think that there's like something else going on. Like, just consider the fact that this guy, he was a governor, so a well-known person, but he was thrust into the national spotlight. That was a really high pressure situation. Maybe just coming off the heels of that was like really tough for him to recover from. And maybe his family is like suffering from all this stuff. Also, like maybe he's getting calls from Minnesota lawmakers that are getting just hammered on the phone lines. And so I don't know. I feel like, obviously I think there was a lot of pressure on him. And he made the decision that he thought was the right move. And so I don't know, like you call it weakness, but I think like the Democratic Party in Minnesota are probably going to be fine. They're probably going to be like their standing is probably going to be a little bit better going into the next election.
I want you to criticize one Democrat. Criticize one Democrat right now.
Fuck. Ro Khanna. I think he's self-serving.
Fuck you, dude. She fucking really for what? For Epstein stuff?
I think he's self-serving. No, we don't need to get into it. It's fine.
But Hutch, to me,
Fetterman. I condemn.
Okay, great. Okay,
that's a good one.
This is bigger than Tim Walz. This is the Democratic Party. This is the left defending itself against this bullshit, taking on the Nick Shirleys of the world. And so it takes away all of our fight. It's like, yeah, no, we're done. Never mind. Fuck it. We're out of time.
I think Nick Shirley picked Walz because Walz has been looking to get, since he ran for VP, and he has been looking to quit. And apparently, I actually know some people in Minnesota politics. He got all depressed after the election, and he just like kind of wasn't doing his job. Like it just the party, the governorship leadership was just kind of like falling apart. So I think he had planned at the beginning of the year for like the last 6 months, basically, he'd been thinking of quitting, and the timing of Nick Shirley's video coming out just makes it seem like Nick Shirley did it.
Well, if that was true, how does that correspond with, or how does that line up with him announcing to run again in September? Like it was just a few months ago.
In September?
I think so, right? Isn't that what he said?
Maybe the guy's bipolar because he's got times where he's real depressed and times where he's going to take on the whole world. And he just decided to finally give up.
If that's true, then I bid Tim Walz farewell. Best of luck. If he's bipolar and he doesn't want to do the job anymore, then I agree with his decision to step down. But I would also agree with IRI. Do it in like 2-3 weeks, and maybe not just like the week after this massive story that's been twisted and falsified with bad angles from the Republicans.
They had this conversation. Like I wonder what that was like.
They had to. Yeah, no, that's the thing. They had to have thought about this, and so it's a similar kind of dynamic. I'm not saying it's the same. All right, wait. Hey, fucking Peace Corps haters out there with Peace Corps Rangers. I'm not saying it's the same, but it's a kind of dynamic that I recall from like the Epstein files with Trump, where it's like, well, Trump must know that it looks bad to do these redactions and withholdings, or whatever. And so whatever if he's considering this, there must be something that he's saying that like is worth whatever action he's taken. And that's the kind of dynamic where I'm like, well, yeah, Stacey's right. They must have thought about this. So why do they do it notwithstanding that? There must be something, some reason there, some political reason, some feeling of vulnerability, perhaps.
Well, if he doesn't have the fight, go ahead, guy. Sorry.
Well, I was just saying, I don't know. It starts to make people think maybe he is guilty of some shit, right?
Yeah.
Like, I hate to say it, but like, what the fuck?
I mean, like if he doesn't have the fight in him left, I mean, shouldn't you want him to resign? I mean, you need somebody that's up for that moment. If he doesn't have it in him, he's just out of gas, then get out of there. Yeah.
And devil's advocate, why won't this be forgotten in 2 weeks?
It will be forgotten tomorrow.
It will.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's like they got a little bit of an extra win here, but ultimately, will it be that bad?
Opportunity to fight, and I wanted to square up, and we were starting to fuck these guys up, picking holes in his story, and Nick was getting embarrassed, and now Nick Shirley's a god. But I will say a silver lining is Governor Amy Klobuchar. We all love Amy Klobuchar, of course. But
Senator or governor?
Yeah,
she's gonna run.
Who am I going
to be governor?
Whose name am I going to put out there? Senator Al Franken. Let's go. Give him back his.
No way. Are you serious with this shit?
He should. He literally made a stupid joke that the person he was doing the joke to was in on, apparently. So
Didn't
it wasn't
he grope someone.
No, he didn't even.
It was a
joked like he
picture
was groping, right? So he didn't actually grope her, and she knew about it.
To be clear, I think
he
there
wasn't
were
a groper.
I think there were allegations of forcible kissing.
Was Al Franken a groper?
I think it was just. I think it was. He didn't. No, he did not. He did not. No, he did not grab her boobs. He was like doing the whole thing that like, oh, I'm grabbing her boobs, but you're not really. That whole thing.
This is from PBS. Al Franken apologizes to women who said he groped them.
Oh, you know what?
Shit, never mind.
I'm just fact checking you guys. Real quick.
Uncancel Louis. Uncancel Roseanne Barr. Uncancel. Who else did nothing wrong?
Unburn the Waymos. Unburn the Teslas.
Roseanne made a
legal. Bring back Elon.
Roseanne made a post when Kimmel got fired for a second or sidelined, where she was like, I seem to recall another Democratic president doing this, implying that Biden did that to her, but she got canceled in like 2019 or something like that when Trump was president. It was insane.
They made a call, okay? They have connections.
Back channels, I suppose.
Roseanne, get Roseanne off. We don't like her.
Roseanne is.
Democrats are addicted to old people. I don't know what it is. We don't need Al Franken. Let's get someone new and young. I just want some dynamism. I want some What do you mean, what here, guy? You know this. You know this.
God, Al Franken is a comedic god. He'll go in there and clown on Trump. He'll be a charismatic.
He'll grope Trump
lightning
on the
rod.
stage. That'll be great.
He'll grope him. Groper in chief. Wait, we have to do like the regular set of questions for Stacey before we have to end. We have to ask the following first. A, who do you pick, Graham Plattner or Janet Mills? Go ahead.
For what?
Or Senator May.
Listen, I don't really. Okay, Janet Mills stood up for trans people against Trump. That's cool, and she doesn't have a Nazi tattoo. So
2 big wins. Well, that you know of.
It could be someone else. No, I don't want a Nazi tattoo in the party. So I'm sorry.
Based.
Wow.
And next for Texas Senate Democratic nomination, we have. Is it James Tallarico? Oh my God! I can't even think.
Tallarico.
Yeah. Okay. Versus
Crockett.
Oh my God, Crockett. Yeah.
I like Crockett, but I don't think that the average Texan does. I think Houston does, but I think Tallarico has a better chance. Just looking at the polls, of her disapproval is already so high that she can't win. Tallarico has a lot of unsures, so maybe he could. So.
Okay. Should Schumer step down from leadership?
It should be up if the Senate votes against it. They picked their guy. They picked him for a reason. I think he's a fall guy.
Where would you vote if you were in the Senate? Where would you vote?
I don't know what goes on in the backroom dealings stuff. I think that the whole shutdown stuff. I think the shutdown. There's another shutdown coming up. Like I think he's lying right now about them not doing a shutdown just to keep it out of the news cycle, so that when it does actually happen, I think that he's lied about a lot of things for strategic reasons to protect Democrats. So whenever they're done with them, they'll pick somebody else. But I don't think we should have a big winner as the Senate minority leader right now. That's not a great position to be in. Like this, whoever this is going to be a very unpopular guy. And, hopefully Schumer, I think he should quit, not run for the next election, because he's just crazy unpopular and whatever. But for now, he's the fall guy. And, we should elect someone popular whenever we actually have them.
Don't do it, Hutch.
You just gave 3 unbelievably based answers, like just perfect.
Oh my God!
Unbelievably
Watch the
based
Schumer
on
clip.
all
Let's see
3.
if it changes their mind. Okay.
On all 3 questions.
I was going to see the Schumer clip.
We have the War Powers Act, which you mentioned.
Right.
I have the right to put that on the floor. Tim Kaine is the sponsor, along with myself and Rand Paul, so it's bipartisan to a degree. And the Republicans must, if there was ever a time they must step up to the plate, this is the time. And they're going to, if they don't, they're going to feel the heat from their constituents.
Well, you talked about the American people.
Come on, God, this is
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. What he just said was fucking true. You guys don't think that they're gonna get you really don't think that these Republicans?
You just said
hang on,
it's net positive.
Let me finish.
You just said it's net positive.
Let me finish.
Yeah, he's gonna have a +4.
Let me finish. You don't think that these Republicans in Congress are going to get pressure from many of their own constituents about the rising cost of the healthcare premiums?
That's not what he's talking about.
That's what he's talking about. I think he's talking about War Powers resolution.
War Powers.
You fucking sneaky little motherfucker.
Wait, is he talking about Venezuela right there?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I thought he's talking about Greenland.
Oh.
Is he really?
Either way,
I heard him talking about Greenland earlier. War Powers.
They have to go up and make sure that they don't do this again, right? And it's like, the constituents are going to turn on them if they take Greenland or Panama.
I mean, I don't.
We will win.
Wait till one helicopter goes down, okay? Let's see how.
Let him cook.
Republican Party.
See,
bunch of Danish guys running up the helicopter.
You have this vision of Chuck Schumer as like this master manipulator behind the scenes, and I sort of view him as Jar Jar Binks, where like he's juggling a bunch of like boom boom sticks, and like all of a sudden they get like randomly hits the droid in the machine and shit. So I mean, I understand that.
Wait, Pisco, who won the fight? Was it the Gungans?
Yeah. Looky, and then okay, but
it
was because of the little kid in the
became a senator.
True.
And then he brought about the Emperor and the darkness for 100 years.
And then he gave emergency powers to Palpatine.
But wait. Yes, hold on, hang on.
Exactly.
There's also a fan theory that Jar Jar Binks was a secret Sith Lord the whole time, which I think
that's also amazing for Schumer. That's awesome. Yeah, Schumer's secretly evil. Yeah,
I think like the Senate leader position is going to be a job that like there's nobody that I think could fulfill what you want from the Senate leader. Literally, I don't think anybody could do what you want them to do, Pisco.
I agree.
Like that, they are in a like what Stacey just said. They are in a no-win situation right now. Like Schumer right now is like a sacrificial lamb for the party. I support him resigning and stepping down.
Your position is so this is really where Hutch is at. No one could do a better job than Schumer is doing right now.
Hang on. I didn't say that.
There's no
he's
optimal. This is what a peak masculinity looks like.
I did not say that. But you want like someone who's going to perfectly whip all the votes every time he needs, and also go viral, and also
I want perfect.
And also go viral on social media every week. That's like your standard.
Do you guys remember when I said I want a perfect Senate majority leader? I remember when I said that. But you know what? Honestly,
that's a tough job. That's the point. That's a tough job right now. That is a really tough job.
I've always said it's an easy job, and it's very easy to be Senate majority. Like, obviously, I'm saying it's a job that requires responsibility, but I think that Schumer is he's getting dog walked a little bit, and I think in any version of Schumer is this like intrepid guy that we should keep. You have to admit what Stacey said, which is he's lying and like constantly lying about the position on stuff and like where the caucus is at.
But I think it's okay to lie in politics sometimes.
Yeah, if it's 4D chess lying, Pisco, isn't that good?
Honestly, we should lie more.
True.
We should keep
literally
lying.
true. Yeah. Tactically lie.
So are you going to start lying to your audience?
I'm not I don't have constituents.
That's a lie, though.
I don't have constituents. I am a podcaster and a middle-aged streamer, so I don't think it's the same set of considerations.
Interesting.
Okay.
Interesting.
Any more questions for Stacey, Pisco?
Oh wait, let me think.
Okay.
What are your thoughts on Manchin?
Yeah. Oh, you said it. You said it. Yeah.
Wait. Before we do Manchin, what are your thoughts on Hassan Piker? Go.
Hassan Piker?
Yeah.
I think he would never have me on his show.
Why not?
That's a good sign. Keep going.
I just don't think he would. I think that he doesn't like trans people.
Oh shit! Oh my god!
Oh, this is
a clip. His show, and I wasn't impressed with his coverage.
Oh shit! And what brings you to believe that?
Well, I think that a lot of the, I wouldn't say he's necessarily, is he a tankie? Does that count? Count as a tankie?
Well, he is self-identified as a Marxist-Leninist.
Here's the thing about the Marxist-Leninists. I was in the Missouri Capitol against all of these anti-trans bills while they were there testifying against all of this stuff. You know who wasn't there? Marxist-Leninists. They never showed up. It was we had the Jewish community in St. Louis. We had some Episcopalians, some United Methodist people. We had, half of them was Jewish, honestly. And we were there against it. And it was just like the lib wine moms were there, and the people with trans kids. And then all of the Democratic people there were giving us like the best defense we could. But I don't think that a lot of the way people talk about geopolitics, the way Hassan talks about China or stuff like that, you can't have those opinions if you care about trans people at all. Like, we're an afterthought.
Interesting take.
Revolution or any of that kind of stuff. You talk about single payer healthcare. You're not really thinking about trans people because, like, you sit that in a federalized thing. Look at what Republicans are doing to us already. They're struggling because we've got legal stuff to fight against it. And like, look what the UK is doing to trans. But we're completely cut off from health insurance in the UK, like permanently. And
you mean that treatments to help with gender dysphoria and related treatments, they're not covered by
trans
single
health
payer
in the NHS in Britain now. And I think a lot of the far leftist stuff position just forgets, and they want us to be little foot soldiers for their revolution or whatever, when we just want to have healthcare over the next few years, you know? And I think that in order to have these positions, you have to just not care about us. You may not be blatantly transphobic, but like low key, we don't matter to you.
Wait a second. I believe in single payer healthcare, or at least some form of universal healthcare. Does that make me transphobic? I mean, obviously, I would want to cover some amount of then what's the difference there? Why is Hassan?
Well, I mean, it's like a sign. It's not necessarily a total thing. It's just like, what you got to think about. We live in a country where Republicans win half the time. What happens when Republicans win? They cut government funding, right? And they cut government funding on a politicized basis on who they don't like. And the more power you give to the federal government until you solve the problem of Republicans winning elections half the time, what are you going to do?
Oh,
And
that's
I'm
an
not
interesting
saying
critique.
single payer can't work, Medicare for all can't work. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying we have to have a solution for what happens when Republicans do win and are in charge of it.
It's also
that's an interesting critique that I find. Can I just say this real quick? Because I've said things like this before, that part of the structure of the government that has, I think, muted some of the horrible shit that Trump is doing is this kind of more this federalization, that is the disbursement of different authorities, and putting more in centralized hands in federal control can, to the extent that there's like a unitary executive theory that's now being ensconced by the Supreme Court, give a lot of power to the executive, and oftentimes it's conservatives, to wield that authority to fuck with people. And so that's an interesting thing that I've never actually heard before in the context of trans healthcare.
It's also I've had many critiques of like the tankies, but like on this particular topic, I also see a lot of rhetoric, and thankfully I think these people are pretty fringe and they're mostly online and they have an outside voice, and I don't think they're numerous, but they spin these narratives and they seem to stick. And I don't know if it comes from Hassan, or I don't know what he said on this topic, but I can't tell you how many times I've seen big, prominent, kind of hyper lefty accounts accuse Gavin Newsom, for example, of being bad on trans issues, which drives me fucking insane, because when I looked up his track record, he signed like literally a dozen really consequential, super pro-trans bills. Like California is a sanctuary state for parents who want to give their kids gender-affirming care. Like you can come to California. Sorry, go ahead.
They passed those laws in 2022. Yeah. Whenever the red states were passed, they saw what the red states were doing, and they made a law to protect us if we move there. And that matters to these red state trans people that are, because I know a lot of families that had trans kids. They all left Missouri. They all had to leave after the laws got passed. They moved to different places, and the states where they passed those laws, it matters. It's very important. And a lot of people, when they're talking about Newsom being transphobic, they don't give any weight to that kind of stuff. Now, one thing Newsom did is he did go on Charlie Kirk's. He had Charlie Kirk on his podcast, and he said some stuff about how it's deeply unfair for us to play sports or whatever. But that pissed me off, and I was mad about it. But that's a podcast. But what did he do in his policy? Trump said he was going to cut California federal funding if they don't kick all trans people out of sports. And Gavin Newsom's administration told him to go fuck himself, and that trans kids were going to keep playing sports. So in practicality, he's been great for trans people.
Well,
last question.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I mean, he was playing into, I mean, that was obviously all about optics, but his position was that, he had, I think he was trying to validate concerns that a lot of people have, right or wrong. He was just trying to validate those concerns, but his official position was that the government should not be in charge of regulating these athletic bodies. It should ultimately be up to the bodies. So even in that position, he wasn't saying that, he would be open to like having the government step in, or the state of California step in and restrict trans people from sports. But on all the other topics, though, on so many other, like that was just one bill. Like literally, it's like a dozen really consequential bills. And so when I hear stuff like the Democratic Party has abandoned the trans party, it drives me insane. Because the people that are leaving these red states that are passing these restrictive measures, what party do you think governs the states that these people are likely going to be moving to?
I uprooted my life to go from Kansas to Maryland, specifically because Democrats are in charge here. It's a big difference for trans people. So,
that's good to hear. I have a last question, and then I'll hand over to Bill in this series of questions. What do you admire most about the new mayor of New York City, Mamdani? The fact that he's a communist, or the fact that he's a Muslim?
Jesus Christ. I think he's a cool guy. All right. Why do I have to have a favorite thing about him? I like his stuff on building just some of the like minutia of New York, like getting the scaffolding off of all the buildings, because right now in New York it's like scaffolding is everywhere it just stays up forever, and little things like that to take it away, like the licensing stuff. There's so many things in New York because it's a giant rat's nest of a city. There's so much going on that can be improved that way. And I think that people tried to make Zoran like a national guy. Like they want to talk about Israel and Palestine all the time with this guy who's supposed to run New York City. There's so much stuff happening in New York City. It should really just be focused on that. And I think that his video, his campaign stuff is amazing, and Democrats everywhere should copy it.
Well, his mom is a film director, and so like that had a huge influence on him, because his campaign
rap stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have.
Grab you, they're
Or he
good.
shouts out terrorists.
Yeah.
No, I've seen it. That's my mayor. Holy fuck. No,
Pisco, when he said abundance in his in his inaugural speech, did you quiver?
I got a little, yeah.
Did you quiver with rage? Did it upset you a little bit?
I quivered with anticipation.
Okay.
Yeah, I really appreciated the abundance pilled shit there. But listen, to be honest with him, I think that he's going to do. I hope he does a great job. I think he hasn't set expectations low. He set them very, very high. And yeah, that's why I endorsed him, and that's why I voted for him. And let's see what happens. I do think that the scaffolding shit, facade repair in New York takes like years. My apartment, like they've been doing the facade repairing for like a year. I haven't been able to use my balconies, which, you know, I know that's a kind of like first world issue, but like, what the fuck? Get rid of it.
It's like
I also don't want to see people,
fix, you know?
Yeah, they could really fix it so that people with balconies can, you know, more enjoy the city.
I think they keep the scaffolding because it's cheaper to just have scaffolding out there than actually fix the facade, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't want people to get killed by like chunks of concrete falling down, I guess.
Yeah.
It's little stuff too, man. Like you got me to think about things I never would have thought about as someone who doesn't live in New York City, but like the process of getting like a permit to sell to sell food or whatever. Like he laid it out. I'd never heard about. People are like, it costs like $20,000 to purchase this permit, and so people buy the permit and then like sublet the permit, basically. Like other people, vendors pay these people so they can use that permit. It's insane. And so that one policy of like bringing that permit cost down to like, what was it, like $50 or $200 or something like that, is like that could make a huge difference and actually drive down
like
costs.
Scalping it. It's like the Pokemon card scalpers.
Yeah, it's insane.
It's these fuckers trying to corner the market.
Those guys make bank. I've heard some of them make six figures.
The guys that hawk their licenses, you mean, or the vendors?
No, the people selling hot dogs making like six figures because like at a museum or something.
Oh yeah, every hot dog's like $30.
So out of touch, Pisco, that was your Hillary Clinton moment.
How much can a banana cost, Michael?
What's $20 banana, Michael?
Well, should we call it there, guys? Or
yeah. So Stacey, I have your Twitter link in the description, but where can people find you? What's coming up? Anything to plug? Shows, tours, rage bait, Fox News clips you're about to put out? What's going on?
I guess follow me on Instagram and YouTube. That's my favorite ones. I post a lot on Twitter, but I'm not a fan. And I'm gonna be doing, I don't know how many of you guys are in California, but I'm supposed to be doing something like January 30th is a progressive Yimby thing. I'm supposed to be associated with that, perform. It's a new thing putting together, but you might see me there. Say what?
What city?
LA.
Oh, well, never mind then.
I said California. I was thinking LA.
Me and Guy are in those parts. Message me after and give me the details, because I might hit you up on, or take you up on that.
All right. So I got to get more of the details first, but they put my poster on it. So now, it's official, I guess.
Okay. Awesome. Well, thanks so much for coming on. This is
thanks for
great.
having me.
We love all the joking and all that. Sometimes people come on here and they want to talk about politics. It's like, shut up.
Is it just Stacey K on your socials, by the way? Like on Instagram, is it just Stacey K? Exactly how your name is there?
No space, but yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And YouTube is the only weird one. It's Stacey K's with an S at the end, and that was because some jackass took Stacey K before. Stacey K is a weird name. That's why I picked it. Nobody else has it on any platform except for YouTube and Facebook.
There are multitudes within all of us, so I'm sure there's a lot of different Stacey K's in there. So it works when you think about it.
Thanks.
You're the only Hutch I know. And speaking of Hutch, what do you got going on this week?
Fucking bunch of bullshit. No, I don't know. Just normal stuff. I've been working gaming into this stuff, so into the stream. So I do politics.
Back to gaming.
Yeah, I'm fucking hopelessly addicted to Arc Raiders. So I'm doing politics for like 4 to 6 hours, and then I'll do like Arc Raiders for the final push. But yeah, Sunday through Friday, 8:30 a.m. Pacific, 11:30 a.m. Eastern is when I start.
All right, IRI, what's going on?
Yeah, one of these days I'll have something, but I'm just on my TikTok debate grind, so.
It's
same name. I'm really important on TikTok. Come hang out. It's hilarious.
You found your niche. It's working. Pisco's getting his clips in the algorithm, so keep it up.
Something's working. Yeah.
Pisco, what's going on this week?
Two things. So the first is I am trying to pin down this slippery Drew Pavlu guy who's talking all this shit. I can't wait to talk about this. DM shit is absolutely crazy that's happening right now. So that might happen. Probably won't happen this week based on shit that he's telling me, which Drew Pavlu, you fucking asshole. But one thing that definitely is happening is I'm going to AC this week as part of Word War Debate. All right. Ooh. It's not World War Debate. It's Word War Debate. And I'm going there and I'm going to be debating Ryan Mullally on the birthright citizenship issue. I will be in front of a crowd of dozens of people in a studio or no, some kind of like arena thing. And there's apparently some VIP thing where you can meet people who espouse their entire worldview. So go buy tickets. It's Word War Debate. And I'm the undercard because apparently, you know, that's where they put the line.
Wait, are you saying that fans of this show can meet you, Pisco, in real life and touch you in real life?
Yeah. Yes, except if you're that one guy who like won't stop DMing me that he's like, where are you gonna be? Let's meet up, because I called him a bitch that one time. I don't remember that. Oh. But, no, I called this guy. He was like this like humongous guy who was at one of the Tim Pool events that I went to, and I was like, dude, don't be a bitch, just answer the question. And like he has not gotten over it, and he's just like messaging me constantly like, what you call me a bitch for? What you call me a bitch? I'm like, dude, you can come to the next Tim Pool event when I'm on, or you can go here or that. But yeah, I would prefer he doesn't touch me. But other than that, you know, come forth.
My end, I am hoping to have my video out tomorrow on all the fucking little grifting grievance people and their political victimhood. That's going to be for patrons and members. Then for everyone else, the day after. And then I'll stream a video game. Maybe that, what's the French one? Expedition 33, Claire de what is it called? You know it.
Claire Obscure.
Claire Obscure, yeah. I think I'm going to stream that once I'm done with the vid. So keep.
Have you played it yet? Is this your first time playing?
No, there'll be a blind playthrough and see if it can change my opinion on French people. From
it is great.
It's gonna ruin your life.
It's a great, very addictive. It's one of those games where it's like, all right, one more fight, and then it's like 3 a.m.
That's how it is for you. For me, I'm emotionally like drained when I play this game. Like it's a great game, but like, I mean, I guess the story is more just kind of like makes me all existential and makes me want to like, you know, quit weed or whatever. I don't know. I feel like I'm getting old while I'm playing the video game. I should stop playing video games.
No, it is great. It is an emotional experience for sure. Yeah,
okay,
definitely.
Well, I will tailor my expectations to both of those opinions, and we'll see which one wins, whether or not I want to die or play more. Thanks so much for coming on, guys. This has been Lib and Learn. Same time next week, and don't forget to keep libbing and learn. We need a slogan and an outro.
Yeah, we don't have anything.
Figure it out. That's up to you. Stacey, thanks for coming on. It was nice to meet you. Bye, guys.
Thank you, Stacey.
Oh, great.
Stay cool.
Oh, I'm still streaming. Jesus, forgot. Here I am. Okay. Man, today's the first stream that we have not played video games in like a week and a half. How about that? I got nothing. I'm pretty drained, very hungry. Social battery is depleted. 9 hours and 15 minutes. Time to call it. My brain's not functioning. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. I will play Arc Raiders, just probably off stream. Les Sherlock, Midlife Maddie, Das Vidania, JWL, I Have the Jew, November, Magnus, Emissions, Das Vidania again, James, All Red Dragon. Thank you guys for the subs and super chats. I'm sorry that I missed it. It's hard to get to those when I'm having conversations and on a podcast. I will see you guys tomorrow at the regular time. Bye.